Be live. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Fish Tank. I'm Bad as Fish 80 and we've got some tournament action for you today. It's GGtoor's Knight's Duel number 9. There's a $500 prize pool available to the players. It is sponsored by, of course, GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and the Minion Masters developer, Betadwarf. I am joined by a couple of legends. We've got DeathShoott, first time as a tournament commentator here on the GGtoor events, and of course tODDlife, who has been here before. DeathShoott, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks for being here, and tODDlife, of course, welcome to you too.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me back. Really excited for the tournament today. We got some new cards in rotation, which may see some action.
And I just want to point out that DeathShoott is not using a webcam. You may be surprised. You may look at this and think, wow, he looks just like the Troubadour. It's not. It's just a picture. It's just a placeholder picture. And DeathShoott, why have you chosen the Troubadour as your picture?
Mainly because it matches my Discord picture, and I was originally gonna change my Discord picture. However, since it's now kind of exclusive and they changed how Troubadour looks, I like it, so figured we go with that.
But then a follow-up question is, why is your Discord the Troubadour picture?
I just wanted to change it, really. It wasn't really anything special at the time, and so I just figured, hey, this looks good, I'll take this, you know?
Cool. Okay, so
that's how I get through life. Yep, this looks good.
Pretty
I'll take
much.
It.
Now, a lot of you guys at home may be familiar with the name DeathShoott, but not as a commentator. Whilst he has commentated with me on my stream for some of the in-house events that we do, he is normally on the other side. He is a three-time, if I'm correct, DeathShoott, a three-time GGtoor tournament winner. He won the number 4, number 6, and number 7 tournaments. So DeathShoott, tell us this time, why have you decided to come join us here in the commentary booth rather than participate in the event?
It's mainly because of a change of experience. I really just want to see how I do in the commentation bench, because I know that if I were to join the tournament, I'd probably do well, and I'm okay with that. But I wanted to do some commentary because it's something I think I'm capable of doing pretty well, and so I just want to explore the avenue, basically, for this tournament.
Yeah, I think, you know, when we've done tournament casts before, but you and I, it's always been a good time. You've helped me out on a lot of patch videos and stuff, and I think amongst all of the players, I feel like you have almost the most encyclopedic knowledge of cards and stats, and that's one thing that I really appreciate when I'm casting or talking with you. You always have the answer to any of my questions. I feel like that's fair. And tODDlife is nodding. It seems like he will agree with that. Okay, so we're just waiting to get set up state, and now of course we've got a different type of event today. Now I'm going to let tODDlife have a quick introduction of this because I know you've been looking at the Swiss format with Dragon specifically and looking at how that goes. So perhaps you could just tell everyone at home just a little bit about the Swiss format and how that differs to what we normally have seen here previously.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will throw Dragon under the bus.
He
is the person that strongly suggested this and continue to push for it. So if it's great, you should thank us for adopting it. And if it's not, blame him. So the Swiss tournament works differently than a double elimination bracket. And the goal we were trying to achieve was making this a better experience for pretty much all of the players. And what a Swiss does is it matches people up in a round, and then the next round is decided on the previous round. So eventually we will see players with fewer wins, you know, rise to the top of the standings, and lower wins, you know, fall towards the bottom. And you'll see people that are closely rated matched against each other. Depending on the number of participants we have today, we'll set the number of rounds. I think we'll be between 5 or 6 rounds. And at that point, we will cut to a standard top 8 bracket to determine a winner. And the main thing that this does is, again, it gives everyone an equal number of games. In previous tournament times, you would see people drop to the losers bracket early and then have to fight out a long road to get back to the winners. So it kind of eliminates that. It eliminates the person getting double elimination, maybe facing people that were kind of out of their league or out of their experience, and, you know, not lending to a good tournament experience for them. Yeah, so those are I believe the 2 major differences. And the third is that there is less downtime for the player. Sometimes you advance so far in the winner's bracket that you're waiting for an opponent, which should not be a case. So there's going to be round 1. Everyone needs to finish before round 2 is even determined. This might result in some more delay in the casting booth for us as matches are organized. But again, should be a better play experience. And we're evaluating this, maybe bringing this towards fish tournaments in the near future.
DeathShoott, have you had any experience with Swiss events at all in any of your tournament experience?
We once did a similar thing in a Bridge Betties tournament. I remember how far it went, but I have had a little bit of experience in the system. I'm looking forward to seeing it play out because I think it's going to provide a very different experience in double elimination because you'll be facing a lot more opponents than you normally would, and it's just gonna normally would in like if you lose, you're not out in 2 games, right? You're just facing a lot more opponents than you normally used to, and I think it's going to be a very different experience that I'm looking forward to checking out.
Nice. And I'm not sure if tODDlife mentioned it. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted with just trying to find the players for the first match. But so we're going to have the Swiss event, which is going to then basically get the top 8, and the top 8 scoring players from the Swiss event will then go through to the regular elimination to decide, the ultimate winners of the event. So that's exciting to look forward to.
Yeah, that whole top 8, that'll be single elimination, correct?
Yeah.
Best of 3, and then quarters are best of 5. I'm not actually sure. Good thing that's not exactly our responsibility. So Sinobii will be on that. Yeah, I would imagine that the quarters will be best of 5.
Yeah, I believe that is indeed correct. Okay, so we're going to look like we're going to have our first game soon. These are some players we haven't seen before. Always nice to have some fresh meat in these tournaments. The only issue with that is that we just need to get them hooked up as friends on Steam so we can spectate their matches. So we're just looking for this. So we'll just get that set up. Todd is more quiet than me. Okay, I can turn tODDlife up a little bit. Okay, no worries. Right, we'll try and get the volumes adjusted. Right, so if we have a look at the players we're going to look at for this first match. Now, the first match, it's always a little bit of a cluster just getting everything set up, but once we get into the swing of things, it should be fine. Does anyone have these as friend? Okay, was it Zettv? Was their name
Zettv? Both of them as friends, so I can spectate either one.
Can you just confirm that it was Zettv as their Steam name, different to the name, and
ZTV?
Yeah. Okay.
And then ScarlettChen.
Okay, that's good. Looks like we have those. Okay, so I need to decide which one of you is going to join me on the first match, and also if we've got the ban information coming in from these, and perhaps one of you can just give a quick overview of the ban situation that players, the ban powers that players have for these events.
Yes, so you're able to ban 2 cards and 1 master versus each opponent. This means that if there's a card you hate facing, you can just eliminate it, not to worry about it. You can be very strategical with it, where if you were to run like a spawner deck, then you would ban Whirly Scrat, maybe Blastmance, or that kind of stuff. And with the master bans, you'll see a lot of wrecked bans, but not as much as you did last tournament, I'm guessing. Last tournament, it was practically everyone banning wrecked, but this tournament, I have a hunch it's going to be way more diverse, because wrecked, he's not really in any meta decks right now. You've got Slither that's going around, you've got Dragon Nest, and I would say Ruby, but she's banned. So we'll just see what people play this time, and it'll be different than last time for sure.
Yeah, that's interesting that you mentioned Ruby. Of course, the 2 new cards for the current season expansion. We've got Siege Imperator Ruby and the Monitor Nats, but they're both banned. The season cards are banned simply because not everyone's going to have access to them immediately, so keep it as fair as possible. So those cards are off the table, but the previous season cards that were banned are back on the table. But of course, all the balance changes that were reflected in the recent patch will be live here, as we are playing on the most up-to-date version of the game. Right, do we see any ban information coming from these players? So these look like new players that I've not particularly had any experience with before, but so it'd be interesting to see how they do.
Yeah, this is one of the benefits of the Swiss system, is that we get to see more players and showcase them on the stream instead of seeing one of these new players have to face Dragon in the first round. You know, we could showcase their match, and maybe they'll watch it and you know, review the tape, listen to some of the feedback. So I would recommend anyone interested in tournaments, just enter them, right? Don't worry about your skill set. Just come here, have fun, learn a little bit. If you're afraid to enter, you're never going to enter. So just do it. Yeah. And it's a great time to meet the community.
Yep. And I think the part of the bans is it's a very interesting part of the skill set that you mentioned, and that's something that people are only going to really get from tournament experience, as well as being watching the tournaments and seeing how they do. And it'd be very interesting to see DeathShoott's input in the bans that we see, because you know he's normally on the other side of things, so he's probably got a more player orientated mindset with regards to the tournament setup and the bans. So it'd be very interesting to see that, because you know, as we've spoken about in the past, DeathShoott, there's you're banning perhaps stuff that's meta strong, you're banning stuff that's perhaps, if you're familiar with your opponent, something that they're likely to play, but also maybe something specifically that, as you say, that specifically counters your deck. If you got like a horde heavy deck, then certain things like the whirly scrat that you mentioned before.
Yeah,
So
I'm wondering if we're gonna see some, you know, like Horde has been popular for a while, but then Scrat Horde got nerfed, Skeleton Horde got nerfed. So, you know, it's not quite as strong as it used to be, these large codes. And I am wondering if we're gonna see spawner builds, because they did get a pretty big production speed buff at the last patch, so it's quite possible that we'll see them in use. I was using Swarmer Totem on ladder just the other day, and it seemed strong to me with how fast it was producing.
Yep, so they did buff all the spawners, the Swarmer Totem, the Crossbow Guild, and the Scrat Tunnels. Okay, so it looks like we're awaiting their match to start. Dsu, you're going to join me on this one.
All right.
I'm going to be main spectating Zett. We have, of course, our dual deck technology. Hopefully all things are going to work correctly with regards to that, so you guys will be able to see both players' hands. So we're just waiting for these players to start. We haven't got any ban information yet, and sometimes with players that are newer to the tournaments, especially if they haven't necessarily fully read the rule set, the whole ban situation may be a surprise to them. Also, they may, even if they're aware of the bans, they might not really know what to ban. They're in a situation where they might just be banning randomly, or just decide, you know what, I'm not really sure what I'm doing. Let's just leave the bans and see what happens.
I'll just say right now, in case we have any players listening who are unsure on what to ban, you can just ban generic things if you don't know what to ban. You can know people love Whirly Scrat, people love like Flyby. These are just cards that are common, and if you don't know what to ban, just ban what's known as strong at the moment. And you know, just take a look at the leaderboards and don't look at any techie decks, but just look at generic cards that are shared between decks, and those are options that you can ban just to make sure that you're banning something worthwhile.
Okay, looks like we've got our first game underway. Zett playing Milloween, ScarlettChen playing Ravager. We've just had some ban information in. Zett has banned Mordor, Colossus, and Bara. Scarlett decided not to ban at this particular moment.
Very interesting. So right now, this Ravager deck has a lot of forecast cards in it, and even has a bounty sniper. So we'll see how that plays out. It might be very powerful in this matchup.
Very nice Wheel of Doom. Lots of value coming out of there. Now, the Wheel of Doom is an interesting card. You do have to pay attention to the unit's HP that it's going to hit to hopefully ensure that there's nothing there that it's going to break on. And you could see the Wheel of Doom just shredded everything.
Crystal Archers are a pretty popular card right now because Plasma Marines got nerfed, and so for the exact same price, you can play Crystal Archers, which are 10 range and I think have 15 DPS. So they're a lot more popular now.
Getting some reasonable value out of that. The bounty sniper. It looked like he spawned it a little early and it popped out of the pocket, but then the Wheel of Doom cleared, and now it's got a few kills, and it's now on face, so it's still getting value.
British Push is now getting a lot of XP for Scarlett, so even though it's not doing too much damage, it is giving Scarlett a nice lead in this game right now. Oh, yeah, an unfortunate bounty sniper.
That perk 1 push, you really want to either get a lot of damage done, or get an XP lead. And Scarlet's got a good XP lead now. So what's likely to happen is that Zett's going to get back into the match, maybe claw some XP back, I should think, and then it's going to be a perk 3 push from Scarlet, and that's where Ravager really needs to do either game-ending damage or almost game-winning damage.
It's an ego cleaver. It's going to need some support, or it might go down here. Yeah, I think that was a good Wheel of Doom target. Rather than playing cleaver, I personally would have liked to see Wheel of Doom and then a split for bridge grabs, but it is working out rather decently. And Scarlet does have an XP lead, doing decent on mana, and what I do find interesting about this Ravager deck is that it's not as aggressive as you see on Ladder. It's got Cleaver, it's got Illusionary Cleaver, but there are no Rammers, there's no Dragon Ball. This one seems a lot more tame, like it's a lot more control-y and less brute force, which I think is pretty good to see in a tournament most of the time.
Yeah, some of those decks on Ladder, they're looking to just finish the match on their perk 1 push and just be done, on to the next one. Okay, some fishy missiles there.
And also, I do think a slight mishap here is Scarlet is running Propeller Horde, but there's no raged cards. So personally, I think that is a bit of a weakness in the deck. So we'll see if that makes any difference here, because, you know, when you're playing Propeller Horde, it's a very vulnerable card. You want to get as much value as possible. And so I would personally like to see this Illusionary Cleaver as tantrum throwers, but nonetheless, they can still do a lot of work on things like this Arcane Golem.
Yeah, could be just a little oversized. Of course, the prop scrats, you do get more of them if you have a raged unit on the field.
That stun lancer at the bottom is going to be very nice for just shutting down this defense that Zett's got going on.
Trying to tank the cleaver, just does it. Was an illusionary cleaver in the end. Now XP's leveling up. Not too bad. Okay.
And that fire imp at the top did like 600 damage, if I'm not mistaken.
A lot of damage for sure. And I think the Bounceberry Flingers were banned from the last tournament, but we see them here because they're the last season card. They're back in the pool. Be interesting to see if we see those, of course. They were very strong when they were released. They have received some balance changes since then, and we're seeing them far less often.
And this is now the most important part of the entire match. It is perk 3 Brutus pushing in. This doesn't necessarily decide who wins, but if this doesn't go well for Scarlet, that's very bad, because that means that Scarlet only has a perk 2, but this is going nicely. Scarlet's getting a lot of build-up. Brutus is now frenzied, which means that it will attack even faster and heal even more. And does it look like Zed has any counter cards here?
Doesn't have anything that's very strong DPS to just burn through that Terror Brutus. There's no curse. There's no very high DPS. And Zett has a balancing act to do. He's got to try and minimize the damage, but also try to hold the bridges. And I think Zett did okay there. So
I don't think Scarlet knew what to do. Scarlet was sitting on 10 mana, burned around 2 or 3, and I think Scarlet could have like taken that top bridge or pushed in a bit harder, but instead just stalled a bit, and I think that was a bit of a misplay.
Yeah, as you alluded to earlier, this is the situation now. Scarlet Ravager's perk 3 has come and gone. So perk 3 is a one-time only thing for Ravager. Once it's gone, there's no further benefit. Whereas, of course, Milloween's going to get those big golems for the rest of the game. So this is a very big problem for Scarlet. Normally
Scarlet might be dead here.
Yep, you just got to hold on against that perk 3. And here we go. Zett is going to close this out. Milloween, Zett takes the first game. And there we saw the match kind of panned out as we sort of expected it to. The perk 3 push was the danger, Todd, as we always see it against the Ravager, and once you hold on against that, you've got a good chance of getting back in it if you're not too far behind at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a little back and forth. Advantage gained at perk 1, some pressure at perk 3, but I think as DeathShoott pointed out, not ramping up the pressure when having mana. And the defending player actually did really well against that Terror Brutus, identifying that the Fire Imp actually was the big concern. Sometimes you'll see very inexperienced players, get all their units aggroed on Terror Brutus, and that's exactly what the pushing player wants, because that Fire Imp is doing 200 damage per phase per pop. So well defended, and we'll see what these players bring into match 2 of this first round.
Yeah, and both of the decks were pretty solid. I would have personally liked to seen a bit more spell support from Scarlet's side. because there wasn't much for Scarlet to do once Buddha's push was on the opponent's side. Wheel of Doom isn't really effective because your push is generally in the way, and there wasn't really anything that Scarlet could add to the push, and so it sort of just fizzled out and gave Zett a loud counter push that just built up into a push that just killed Scarlet.
Yeah, what do you think is a better spell to include in that deck? Are you looking for single target removal like Arcane Bolt to deal with the Succubus that was there? Or are you thinking more horde clear like Daggerfall or Resonating Blast?
I think Daggerfall or Fireball would be good. They're very basic cards, very old cards, but they would have done well in this matchup. Fireball would have been able to basically clear out Succubus to the point where pretty much anything would have done it. Daggerfall, it would have been good because Zett was running both Crystal Arcanist and Crystal Archers, but here we are in game 2.
Okay, so we've got Valorian and we've got Stormbringer.
Looks like a very similar deck that Scarlet ran first game. I'm seeing the Fire Amp, the Propeller Horde, and the Bounty Sniper, but of course some different cards like Stoutheart Bear, which is going to be interesting.
So we've got the prop hordes again. We'll see if there's an activator for them this time.
Oh, burning mana right now. Oh, this is not good.
Not sure, maybe not sure what to do. Maybe disconnected. Not entirely sure. Right, there's the Bounty Sniper.
Oh, that was actually beneficial for Scarlet because it just revealed the Veil Stalker, and the Bounty Sniper was safe with the shield, so.
Yeah, so we've seen Scarlet play the Bounty Sniper in a couple of games here, so obviously a card that they're liking. Also the Flame Imp as well.
So this looks like the same deck as game 1, except with a Highlander. No, what are they called? I'm forgetting the faction name.
Stoutheart.
Stoutheart, yes, that's it. Yeah, with a Stoutheart twist, because there's Caber Tosser in here, there's the Bear, and there's the Frost Feathers.
You better cut that part where you mentioned DCU's encyclopedic knowledge of the game.
Yeah, right.
They were called Highlanders in the PTR.
Awkward. Okay, good push coming out. The Brother of the Burning Fist did get nerfed a little bit, but still very strong. And Stormbringer's just absolutely awful at dealing with anything tanky on its face. Anything tanky, anything horde, effectively anything on his face, Stormbringer needs support with. And this is a lot of damage coming out. And the bridge is just ticking over for Zett constantly while this attack's going, and just unable to shut this down.
Yeah, not only that, but there's been a mana puff just getting constant value this entire time. It's gotten so much free mana that it's been easy for Zett to keep control without even being low on mana. Like, I don't know what Zett's mana is right now, but I bet you it's pretty good, and that Zett's just holding a constant lead.
Scarlet
and this brother
cannot take this on face, and has tried to do so, but that's going to be 2-0. Quite an easy second game there for Zett.
Very challenging to defend with the tools he had, it seemed like, and a little bit of panic, as DeathShoott pointed out. Burning some man into the Veil Stalker, which honestly can be very challenging to deal with. I think it's a very good card. We saw Scarlet using Fire Imp, which I actually really enjoy as well. Slightly better positioned now that Pincer of Dread doesn't kill it. That was one of the tweaks we saw between patches.
Yeah, since Pincer of Dread is not available, and since Ruby is banned, there's Pincer of Dread, nerfed, and Ruby is unavailable. That means that Fire Imp has a lot less threats, and it is a 200 damage bomb, so it can do a lot of work without being shut down.
Yep. It's good to see some of the cards that we don't necessarily see in the tournament play. Flame Imp is a card I do like, but don't get to play too often. And of course, going back to the Veil Stalker. The Veil Stalker is a very interesting card because it's very frustrating to deal with, especially for newer players, because of the fact that she is so slow. So when she goes stealth, very difficult to keep an accurate idea of where she is. But of course, she has the jump, which seems to be very long range if there's anything in her target. So she's kind of
nothing
everywhere.
Worse than
She's
when
everywhere
you
and
expect to bait her out, and then she jumps somewhere else and ruins like your defending push. You end up throwing extra mana at her.
It's one of those cards that can really get a lot of value just if your opponent misplays just a tiny bit. And not only that, but the way she jumps over her target and attacks it from the rear makes her good at taking out the backline, even if you think your backline's safe. So the Veil Stalker, a very strong card, and can really punish just some small misplays.
I think her biggest issue for viability is that her ability does make her expensive. So while she's annoying to deal with, if your opponent does do a good job handling her, then you just end up spending up to who knows how much mana because she just keeps activating that ability and it makes her cost one more. Her base cost is 3, but it's essentially a base cost of 4 since she starts off in stealth, and so unless something happens right as she spawns, she's gonna get off that ability. And so it makes her expensive, but at the same time, I agree she's very frustrating to handle, especially because a lot of minions in the game are now 3 speed. I'm pretty sure that it's only her and Priestess in the game that are 2 speed, which makes it just even more unpleasant just to know exactly where she is and if you're actually gonna hit her with a spell or place your minions accurately.
So effectively, if you're running her in a deck where you've got lots of spells, at certain points in the game, you're effectively making all your spells cost 1 more.
Yes, I would suggest against running her in spell decks. I run her in usually decks with 1 spell, and I've even seen her in decks with 0 spells, just because I wonder what the dev's intention were. I'm actually very curious on that, because it is sometimes helpful to use her ability with the spell activator, like when enemies try and handle her, but at the same time, I think it enfeebles her a bit.
Maybe it's just a balancing trick. It's just she's a strong card, but this is, while she's got a lot of positive, this is a potential negative from it. And while
Yeah,
she
it's kind of a trade-off. And
Yeah.
I like the design around her, the risk-reward, where she's really strong and your opponent can capitalize by like burning you out of mana or draining you out of mana. And then also just like having that tool, because I've been on face before with her and thrown a spell, not intentionally, and then she'll just do her thing and kill someone in the pocket, and you're just like, oh wow, that was really nice. So I think there's more space for her to be creatively used in that capacity. You just have to be aware of it, right? Because it is a hindrance if you're not using it with intent.
Her damage is also pretty impressive for a crystal card, because usually when you see a crystal card, its damage is okay outside of Mana Surge, but even outside of Mana Surge, she is a 40 DPS card. So in Mana Surge, that, I don't know the math for it, but that's plus 33%, that's over 50 DPS, like around 55-ish. And so she does a lot of work, and I think that even when she can be unexpectedly strong when you're trying to answer her.
Okay, so just a reminder, we are doing the Swiss format at the moment. The brackets link is in the chat if you want to follow on what's going on. I'm looking at it right now, and I have very little idea of what the hell I'm looking at. But of course, we've basically got a lot of games going on, and then based on the results of these games, the next set of games will then be set up. So the people that have won these games in the first round will play other people that have won, as well as people that have lost playing other people that have lost. So as the tournament progresses and the rounds progress, you should be finding people playing other people of a similar, not necessarily skill level, but of a similar experience in this event so far.
And we can see people who have won their games so far. Like we've seen that, let's see, Nadaraja, Memfisto, Dragon, Lazur, Set, Nerzl, Westlin, DarkCrow, all very good players, and you can see that they've all won their first game. So there's a good chance that they're going to be meeting each other soon. And I don't know at what point, but that's definitely going to be happening.
I have a feeling this next round is going to be a lot more competitive for some of these more experienced players, because a lot of them didn't seem to be challenged, at least based on the roster and how I recognize these names in the first round. And as you mentioned, we converted DeathShoott from a tournament participator to a caster. And I just like to acknowledge that Defogo was going the opposite direction. So we'll see how the commentator skill set translates over to playing this game for Defogo here. But he has been practicing, so I'm really looking forward to seeing him play today. More of a 2v2 player, historically from my experience. So it'll be really nice to see him today.
I was surprised and excited to see that he was in this event. And as you say, yeah, we see him a lot in 2v2 or 2v2 tournaments. Good to see him here in the 1v1, and we'll see definitely how he goes. Now, one thing to mention, of course, the previous event was won by Nadaraja, beating Nerzl in the final. Is Nerzl here today? Yes, Nerzl is here today. Indeed. So we have both previous finalists here. We've got Memfisto, of course, tournament legend historically. Hasn't quite managed to win an event since his time back in the day, but very good to see him here for sure. Dragon, of course, he's a previous GGtoor winner. Lazur is here as well. He's won a previous event. Set, of course, he's been in 3 finals. Westlin, always a very strong showing. So we've got some very good players here. Cat, not in attendance, one of the best players around, but unfortunately we haven't seen him. But he has been playing a little bit, but not available for this event. So we are just waiting for a couple of games to end, and then we'll have the full results from the first round of the Swiss event, and then we'll be able to generate the next next round of matches.
Now, if I'm not, unless Cat joined last second, Cat is not in this tournament, correct? Because I checked around 15 minutes before we started and there was no sign of Cat.
I don't see it.
Yeah, it is kind of sad, especially because I was facing Cat a lot yesterday on ladder. I faced Cat around 5 times, and so I thought that Cat was going to be preparing for the tournament, but unfortunately it seems like we don't have Cat here. For the other top players, that's, I'm sure, very relieving. But that does mean that there's one less very, very dangerous player to worry about. And something I've been wanting to ask you guys is, what do you think the most meta deck is going to be? I know that Dragon Nest is around ladder a lot. Nadaraja used it last tournament. What do you guys think it's going to be like this tournament?
Well, Dragon Nest is easily dismantleable by banning Dragon Nest, you know?
That's true.
So it's hard today to say. You know, the Slither deck is slightly less powerful, and I don't have much 1v1 experience playing at this patch, so you probably could shed some light on that. Though the developers did take some balanced moves with the intent of taking down the power level of Slither decks a little bit. That's harder to dismantle though with like 1 or 2 card bans or master bans. So maybe we'll see some of that. We might just see more of these mid-range style decks that have like a good threat in them and tools to deal with answers and apply pressure. So I'm actually more interested in your perspective on that as a tournament player.
All right. Well, I think that Slither decks are still very strong because they removed the cost Slitherbound from Slithering summons. But I would say that that was the least important cost Slitherbound in the deck, because that's the one where by the time you're using Slithering summons, it's because you've stacked all your Slitherbound on it. So even half the time when you're using it, it's not even giving its cost Slitherbound or anything. And then I personally would have liked to see the cost Slitherbound be taken away from something like Stun Lancers or SnakeChute and given to Cage Prowler, because I think that would make Cage Prowler better, and at the same time, it'd make the decks a bit more awkward for their full power, because it wouldn't be as easy to use Cage Prowler just for Slithering summons. Like, when you're using SnakeChute, Musketeer, and Stun Lancers, all 3 of them, they just give you easy Slitherbound, and they're very easy characters to play in pretty much any scenario.
Yeah, I agree with that fact, right? They don't really need the value stacked on them because there's great cards on their own. Yep.
And
I was just going to say the power of a lot of the Slither cards is they're very, very control-y cards. Like you've got the Stun Lancer, the Musketeer, the Snake Druid. They allow you to answer a lot of things and a lot of things very efficiently. And I think that's one of the strengths of the Slithers. And then of course you've got the cool Slitherbound mechanic on there and getting value out of all the Slithers as well. And that kind of value can really add up. You've got the control and the value, especially as the game goes on. Late into game, once that mana's really ramped up, especially in Mana Frenzy as well, you get huge value coming out of those summons. So Slither is very strong, even without necessarily the summons. Of course, you've got different mechanics you can use. You've got the summons, or you could use the Slitherbound on Herald, for example, Herald Armoon. So there's different ways, and I think my point there is you can't just ban the whole Slither ideal just by banning the summons, because there's alternatives that people could go for.
Yeah, I agree with that. Especially because if you only ban Slither cards, you're leaving yourself vulnerable to pretty much everything else. And so specifically banning one deck is generally dangerous, because if you're facing a really good player, they're okay with that. They now have access to everything else, and they're just going to make do with, their entire playstyle and all the card pools that they've prepared for.
Yeah, and of course, as you mentioned before, the Dragon's Nest very strong at the moment, so people may decide to ban that. But one of the interesting things, people may be thinking ahead and expecting their opponents to have to use one of their ban powers to ban the Dragon's Nest. So that means something else is on the card, something else that they would have normally banned, they're not able to ban. So players that weren't potentially thinking about using the Dragon's Nest may be getting a little bit of a bonus here. Because the stuff that may be banned previously won't get banned. But yeah, we definitely saw Dragon's Nest in the previous tournament a little bit, and it did work out fairly well. And of course on ladder it's been everywhere. So it'd be interesting to see whether people decide to ban Milloween to try to shut that down, to ban the Dragon's Nest, or just try to allow it but play a counter setup instead.
Yeah, one other thing I think that's noteworthy as we see it to continue to develop, Elo-based matchmaking has been introduced in the game. Now, it was here last season with a little bit of bugs, and they've done some additional work on it. From my personal experience as a 2v2 pre-made player, and through my solo play, matches are a lot harder. You get much better opponents, which in my opinion makes solo ladder a better testing ground, in addition to the fact that obviously there's no wildcards on the solo ladder too, which always skewed tournament practice there. So it's interesting to see if players are bringing slightly more refined decks. I've also suggested to some players, to run some scrimmages between friends using the tournament rules so they could experience it. Some new players like Plumpy Panda asked for some advice, so that's some advice I would give for that. But this Elo-based matchmaking, how it indirectly impacts the tournament scene, I think is interesting. From my experience, every match on solo is a little bit more try-hardy, because before, when you can play decks that are fun and not the highest power level, you could beat players that were worse than you and then just lose to the people that are running very good decks and that are better players. Where now it's like every match I feel like is tooth and nail, which is, I think, lends to the rise of Dragon Nest everywhere on the ladder as well.
I think the introduction of Elo matchmaking rating, however you want to describe it, is a good thing. I think now that it's working as I think the developers intended, it's definitely working out. It was a bit awkward how it was kind of shoehorned into the game under the radar that nobody knew anything about. So the season started, you got some very strange matchmaking. You got huge points gained, huge points lost in certain scenarios. It was very, very strange. But now we've got a better idea of the system. They've ironed out some of the issues, and hopefully that should be, as you say, it should be giving a much better experience to people. And one thing I've noticed, and this is something that the Elo stroke rank system working in tandem gives you, is that at the start of the season when your rank drops, you're able to rank up a lot more efficiently, because the system knows that your Elo suggests you should be in a much higher rank, therefore it's trying to help you get to that rank so you can rank up far more quickly. And of course, again, with the season resets, although your rank drops, the matchmaking is still guided by your Elo. So you'll still be playing people on the similar Elo level to you. So people that are naturally in a lower rank shouldn't get decimated like they used to when all the top players would drop down and have to rank back up through them. So I think that's a better experience for people of a higher rank, because they'll have far more enjoyable matches. And it's a better experience for people of a lower rank because they won't be like cannon fodder like they have before. So fingers crossed going forward. Now people have got a much better idea of the Elo system. It'll be a much better setup. Now, I don't know what the plans are with Remaster, but I feel like the fact there's Elo and rank existing at the same time is a little confusing unless it's properly communicated, and I think that's the big issue that we've had, where it hasn't been properly communicated via blogs and stuff, or actually like within the game, because there's no official way of seeing your Elo at the moment. So we'll see how that goes forward, but I think if all of these things can be ironed out, then it's quite a good system, and having the Elo and the rank both existing, they definitely have benefits for both of them. I know I spoke quite a bit about that, but hopefully you guys have a similar thought on that.
Yeah, I think that it does make queue times somewhat longer. When you're at the top of ranks, it does make it a bit more brutal, which I think is unfortunate considering the fact that we don't have a big player base at the moment. Hopefully that just all evens out, Hopefully that just all ends up working out. And
yeah, I think that's inevitable, but I feel like it's almost a necessary evil. And
I'm not in that 1%, so I haven't experienced like exceptionally long queue times, except the occasional in like 2v2, which is kind of normal early in the season. And Elo does kind of alleviate that, because sometimes you would play with people that would grind really quickly to master a GM, and then you would sit forever finding a match. And now that it's not based on rank, it's based on their elo. Some of that is alleviated from the early season grind. The other thing that elo is certainly not helping is my conquest, where I scored 0-3 last night, and bridge baddies are in second place. Yikes. Yeah, so definitely impacting the game on that front too.
The elo system and conquest don't really add up too much. They don't work too well together, and the conquest has always been a system that people are like, well, do we like this? You know, it's kind of almost fundamentally flawed, where you're forced to play bad cards against good teams.
Yeah, that system being reevaluated for the remastered launch. So I think we're all looking forward to that as well.
Interesting to see what they do, because it's just frustrating when you're forced to play cards, a random set of cards that may be awful and have zero synergy, and then you have to play against very, very good players, especially if you're highly ranked, so stroke eloed, who have got a very good setup. Their stuff works together perfectly. They've got all the meta strong cards, and it's almost impossible in certain circumstances. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do with that, and to try to make, hopefully, Conquest more enjoyable, something that people want to do, and more rewarding, and something that everyone in the guild can get together and contribute together. So it'll be interesting to see what plans they have for that, something that we don't know anything about at the moment.
Yeah, if you're motivated to maximize your conquest score and use all 10 cards, typically your deck is lower power level than a draft deck, and you're forced to play it in a constructed environment. Which honestly, I've had fun in the past making those decks work and getting wins with low power level decks. But when you're losing, it's not fun. I would say that, because it feels like it's kind of out of your control. Granted, you're making choices on the deck, but yeah,
you feel like you've got no chance in certain scenarios. But it'd be interesting to see. And some Conquest at times can be incredibly fun, but also can be incredibly frustrating as well.
I also think that it's unfortunate that we don't have restrictions on cards that you get, like in Draft. In Draft, you can't get Ritual of Servitude, you can't get Thelic, you can't get that stuff. But in Conquest, you can have Ritual of Servitude, and then you can have Blood Imps. And obviously, you can't use Ritual of Servitude. So it needs restrictions, even at its current state, you know? Otherwise, it's just even more punishing, you know? It's just painful.
It doesn't make sense, really, why some of these cards are available in Conquest but not in Draft. You know, like the same mindset is there. You're like, in Draft, we won't give you these cards because they need a very specific synergy. But then the same cards exist in Conquest, and there is no restriction. So that can be very frustrating. Right, looks like we're going to go into our second game very shortly. So remember, round 1 has been completed, and now round 2. We'll put the brackets in the chat again for you, so you can see exactly what's going on. Hopefully you can follow along. So we got some matches in the second round. We're going to have Set versus Westlin, 2 mighty players. If we look at some of the others, some of the other players, some of the other matches going on in round 2, we've got DarkCrow against Memfisto, NikShow against Plumpy Panda, we've got Lazur against Destroy, Dragon against DfogoX. Any other? We've got lots of other games going on. Those are just ones where I see a very strong player on both sides. So that's very interesting to see how they go. So we'll get set up for our second game. We're going to have Set versus Westlin. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Set has always been a good player, but recently, and I know you've probably played him a bunch, DeathShoott, he's kind of upped his game. I'm not sure what he's done, but of course he's got to 3 finals, not the previous one, but 3 finals in a row. What do you think he did to take his game and his tournament level to the next stage?
I think his gameplay has felt a lot more fine-tuned. You know, where he reacts better, and he knows what to do on a higher level, it just feels like. And he has been bringing out some good decks, right? Like that Diona with the Brother, the Burning Fist, and the Smite, and the Walking Blind Day, that Empyrean Diona, it has gotten him a lot of wins in the past. And we'll see if it holds up to standard this time. And you want me to go over the bans? We got him in.
Yeah, sure.
So we've got both players banning Dragon Nest, so none of that nonsense is going to be happening. Clearly it's something that some of the top players are concerned about and just want to eliminate facing, because it can easily knock you out if you're trying a lot of different strategies. We've got Westlin banning Stun Lancers and APEP, so that's kind of 2 hits to Slither decks. APEP, I think, is a good Slither master, and Stun Lancers are a very good Slither card. Also, just a general good card ban. And then we have Zett for his last card ban, banning Azali, which is clearly a targeted ban versus Westlin, who loves playing Azali decks and has gotten plenty of success with them, and also banning Wrecked. So therefore, Wrecked is what we know as one of the strongest masters in the game, and we have seen him being banned by Zett.
Okay, so yeah, again, as we talked about with the balance stuff, the ban stuff before, we see people banning here, meta stuff, the Dragon's Nest, but also Azali, which is not meta, but it's something that Westlin is a master with. So this is an example of banning something that, because you have the knowledge of your opponents, you're able to target ban specifically against them. But of course, the other side of that is Westlin knows that everyone knows that he likes that kind of stuff, so he's going to have that alternatives in his pocket. This is one of the parts of the tournament setup, is you need to have alternatives. You need to have, if something doesn't work out or gets banned, you need to have something else that you can rely on. Not suddenly you're like, oh my god, that's been banned, what do I do? I've got nothing else. That's part of the preparation, and of course these players have been playing for a long time. They've got lots of different decks available. They've fine-tuned them with the most recent balance changes, and whatever happens, they can switch and get something good. And
yeah,
just going back to
looking for the green light from us as well. And DucKWestlin, in my opinion, is one of the best deck builders we have. I mean, if you tune into his stream and say, hey, I want to see this, he'll construct the deck in front of you in 2.5 minutes and start running it against some of the top ladder players, right? So he has no problem building a deck on the fly, and Zett, an amazing tournament player as well. Yeah,
and as we was talking about how Zett took his gameplay to the next level, Zett, for me, a while ago, was always a very, very aggro player. He would always play. I remember he had a Diona deck with a Rammer, then he did that really well. But I feel like maybe he's extended his skill set from just that sort of super aggro play, and been able to introduce more control setups. Maybe still aggro, but not quite as much aggro. And yeah, just having these multifaceted approaches is something that is going to be beneficial to the players. If they're just pigeonholed in one kind of deck archetype, then it gives you a good idea of how you can counter them when you play them. So we are ready to go into our second game of the day. This is in our second round of our Swiss format. I think there's going to be 6 rounds in total. So we've had a couple of players in the first round, Zett and Scarlett, that we weren't experienced with. Now we see Zett and Westlin, some players that we're definitely experienced with. So we'll see what kind of stuff they bring to the table. We've given them the green light. We've seen the ban information. We are just waiting for them to start, and we will get into our second game. Todd's going to join me on this one. Looks like they're loading in right now.
We did see the Bounceberry Flingers in the previous match as one of the cards that is newly unbanned from the tournament series as being a newer card. The other addition is Harmful Souls, which is an extremely powerful removal cell, which I maybe expect to see at some point today. Looking forward to that. DucKWestlin on Ravager. This is one of his staple masters. Granted, he can play all of them. So we'll see some mixed aggression from him, I'm sure. Very patient and calculated player. And Zett is on Wrecked, a commonly banned master. So we'll see what he can do with that.
Yep, these top players can play pretty much whatever master they're required to play. And let's see what DucKWestlin can pull out of the bag here. Of course, he's going to be just treading water a little bit until he gets his perk 1, and then he's going to have a setup that he wants to try to fulfill and push with his Brutus.
Yep, playing with the Long Twins, Jing and Zhao, spell-related minions. I also see DucKWestlin holding on to a Morgul's Ragers, which will give global rage after being activated by a Voidborn wound when you apply tower damage with a Voidborn unit. So that global rage can be really sneaky, really aggressive, and he's starting to put together a push here with, related to his perk 1 Brutus, but these Razor Squad actually doing a lot of damage to him, to the Brutus early.
The problem there is that Brutus is almost dead by the time it's got over here.
Yeah, it's set with a huge experience lead. Not really going to go in DucKWestlin's favor after this first push. but still being aggressive nonetheless.
Yeah, though we see the rammer. It's going to get some face damage in here, but as you mentioned, the XP is the problem here. DucKWestlin had to take, or was forced to take that fight with the Brooders on his own side. So all that time, Set was just banking XP.
And Westlin did activate the Morgul's Ragers with that rammer on face. So we'll see when he elects to use that card. Maybe he'll save it until perk 3 when he wants to apply more pressure. If he can make it that far, because he's got to really stabilize here.
This is hugely problematic for DucKWestlin. He's taken a lot of face damage, but the XP is terrible as well. Nice Shockrock Musketeer trying to tank there. Doesn't really survive too long, though. And this is a lot of face damage.
Yeah.
Everything Rage from the Morgul Ragers. That's going to be a Dragon
Ball. Love it.
That's huge face damage. Westlin's got himself back in this game, I would say here.
65 to 95 on the XP, but with a lot of face damage, right? So if he can hold out till perk 3, yeah, I think, yeah. But DucKWestlin is also using
scary.
Blood Imps. Yeah. Not sure what Set has to take advantage of that, but DucKWestlin also has the heal buff, right? We'll recover some of that.
Yep, Set down under 600 HP now. Blood Imps, you know, they do huge DPS. You do have to use them warily. But it's the brother that Westlin is going to have trouble dealing with. But here comes the rammer. Westlin trying to put on a lot of pressure at the moment. Okay.
Wreck not at home. Yep.
Wreck not at home to defend. The rammer needs one more hit.
One more hit. Oh
my god, this is
Dragon
so
Ball
close.
Can he get to the Dragon Ball mana?
Can he survive? 129 HP. This is almost over. Dragon Ball comes in 9 HP.
Hell. Lethal in the air.
Wow.
Whoa. Close one, boys. Very nice.
Wow.
So I was watching from Set's perspective, but it did seem like if Weston just had one more mana, that could have made the difference right there. So you gotta wonder if there was a play throughout that game where if Weston did like one thing slightly more efficiently, then he would have actually won the match. And that was wild, right? I mean, perk 1 push went terribly, and then out of the blue, Westlin pushes in like that and takes away more than half of Set's HP.
Very close. And it looked like Westlin was out of the game, and then he got himself back in the game, and he almost won the game, but just wasn't quite able to close it out. But I'm sure that both players' hearts are racing after that one. That could have been anyone's game at the end there. And as you say, just a single mana was potentially enough of a delay for Set to win that. And that's how close some of these matches can be.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm thinking right now is I wasn't looking at Weston's side, but was it brash for him to go in like that? Could he have defended and then won the game? That's what's going through my head right now, because he really went in all for it, and it just barely didn't work out. So he had like 1,000 HP at the time. I'm just wondering if could he have waited and won? That's just a big question. And already going into game 2.
Yeah, game number 2. Set takes the first. Can DucKWestlin hit back? Best of 3 at the moment in this event.
Yeah,
Okay.
Set staying on the same master here with Racked, which worked out for him. I wonder if it's exactly the same deck. And DucKWestlin switching it up, still using these Bounce Berry Flingers. So this is an interesting evaluation by DucKWestlin saying, I really like this card. It's in both his decks. They were exceptionally strong last season, as you already mentioned, Fish. I feel like they're still pretty good. They do mess with your deck rotation because it adds extra copies to your deck, right? Which I typically am not a fan of unless I feel like they're providing a lot of other value, which I'm sure DucKWestlin has justified being a incredibly knowledgeable and skillful player. And here we see the Propeller Horde being activated with the Rage from the Tantrum Throwers, which was something that DeathShoott recommended from that first tournament match. Yeah,
and that's an example of the things that you can make these mistakes in your deck building. But if you play in the event, you get the commentators to give you basically the feedback. That's some really valuable feedback now for that player for the next time. They think, oh well, let me see if I can change my deck up a little bit, see if we can get those activations. But a bit of a push coming out, and again the brother of the Burning Fist did get nerfed a little bit, but not really too much. Just the
pressure
Holy
coming
Fire.
in from the Razor squad too, and a lot on face with the brother and the wolf. Yeah.
So this is very scary for DucKWestlin right now.
Yeah, Rekt is kind of one of those masters that is like really good at just constantly applying pressure, right? Dancing around, controlling bridges, while being aggressive at the same time, which I think is why a lot of players tend to ban it, because they don't want to have to face it.
Yeah, for sure. And the nice thing about Rekt is I think it's a very high skill master as well. So it's a master that can really reward the top players and the top skill with the way they use the jump, etc. But DucKWestlin really can't be taking too much more damage and be into a big position, big terrifying position. And it's really been the Brother of the Burning Fist that's been the meat of the attack. The Prowler getting shut down, that's frustrating. Wolf's going to be pushing on face, goes in the bear trap.
These players have a lot of experience against each other as well, being around the scene for a long time, but also both being very common participants in the fish tourney, and they often meet in the later rounds.
There is no way
that's going to close it out. Yeah,
Westlin's holding on to this. Wow.
It looks pretty one-sided throughout a lot of that match. And hard to say that Westlin is like misplaying. It's just a lot of aggression from Rekt and how to deal with it. And maybe he doesn't have the right tools. DeathShoott hopefully coming in with some more key analysis.
As soon as I saw Rekt get chosen by set game 1, I could have bet odds that he would have chosen at game 2 again, because we're not in conquest mode yet, so you can replay the same master, and it just makes sense knowing set style that he would just use the same thing back to back. If I'm not mistaken, this was Palm's deck a few seasons ago, maybe slightly modified, but Musketeer, Brother of the Burning Fist, Razor Squadron, this was definitely based off of Palm's deck that he used. That I'm pretty sure, I don't remember who told me this, but someone told me that FDM told Palm that his elo skyrocketed that one season. It was out of control, that he was just using this Rekt deck all over ladder, and it just dominated Westlin in this tournament. And I think that if Westlin won that first game, this could have been completely different. He might have been in a different mindset, Set might have stopped using this deck, but instead we just saw the second game, Westlin couldn't get anything together, and he just slowly fell apart. And also, Propeller Horde versus Rekt, it's so sad. The clones just annihilated.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
And this is, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, it's more of a control Rekt deck, but a lot of aggro pressure in it. So that's just so difficult to deal with, Tom.
Yeah, and I was going to point out, this is just because of the Swiss tournament, it's not like Westlin really has to feel like too neglected here, right? He's going to go on to face other 1-in-1 competitors is how I believe it should progress, and we'll see their future matchup. But I mean, this is one loss on his record, and there are 4 additional rounds to play. So not that he would have been out of it in a double elimination tourney, but I feel like he's as in this tournament as any of the other top players still, even with this loss on his record.
Okay. So what we could do is potentially just jump into another match and try to figure out what's going on. One of the drawbacks of the Swiss system is that we now need to wait on all the other matches to complete before we can get the next round set up. And unfortunately we had the situation where the match that we watched was very quick. So for example, we could go and see what's going on with Dragon and DfogoX, for example.
That sounds fantastic, actually. I might even watch that if you weren't going to show it.
Oh wow! Okay, so let's see if we can jump in and see what's going on there. We'll try if we can try to figure out what the score is in the match. But rather than just tread water, if we can get you some gameplay, that'll be great. Let's see if we can set this up here. Dragon and DfogoX. Okay, Todd, are you okay to join me on this one?
Yeah, I'm here right now. Yeah, watching DfogoX. Yeah, Dragon's on ATEP right now. DfogoX is on Morelia, probably his favorite master.
Okay.
Pretty close game, pretty even experience-wise right now and health-wise. So we'll just see how the momentum is going. Oh, so Dragon is in Mana Frenzy. They both are.
Yeah, both Mana Frenzy. This is a long game, so this could certainly be game number 1.
Can DfogoX get on these bridges and start to get some experience back? Dragon's got this whirly, which is going to hold that bridge. It's going to be very tough for DfogoX to climb back here at this point. Hoping this is not the final game of this match, or it might be,
But we did get to see that Dragon was running Slither, right? So we know, it is around, and I wonder how much he's going to be using it, you know? Like, he just took down Defogo with it. He's going to be bringing it in versus the other top players, like Nadaraja. But, yeah, we now know that's under Dragon's belt. Didn't get to see much of the match, but...
We got to see the last 8 seconds, which was great. That was 2 games. That was the second game. 2 games to nil the Dragon. So, unfortunately, it seemed like a good plan. But unfortunately, it didn't work out too much. But we tried. Right. So, let's return to the bracket and see what's going on.
So let's think about this right now. So Fanway Mortar, right? That kind of finished up out of the blue, but that was something that Nadaraja really enjoyed. He brought it to the tournament. He got some wins with it. He got some close games with it. But now we have Mortar in the worst situation he's been in years. He doesn't have a tombstone at his perk 2, and not only that, but his perk 2 is bugged. You don't even get his...
still bugged? Yeah, I was curious about that because there were no bug fixes on the patch notes, and I don't play Mortar, so I haven't realized. That is really an unfortunate bug that his if his perk 2 is no longer working, which was to apply haste to resurrected minions, originally perk 3, and they swapped those around because Mortar was very strong, it seemed like.
Yeah, what I think the situation is that he essentially has 2 perk 3s. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. And he gets both of them. He gets everything. When he revives things, he get haste, and he gets 2 tombstones. I'm pretty sure both of these happen at perk 3. Yeah. And yeah, it's just too bad because, you know, he's not one of my favorite masters, but now that he only gets 1 tombstone at perk 1 and has to wait all the way until perk 3, stun really just annihilates him. And it also means that it's a lot harder to play smaller Mortar decks because you're not cycling as many important cards, you know. Like when you get your haste revive at perk 3, it was fine because then you would have 2 tombstones, you get nice value, but at perk 1 you're only getting 1 tombstone, perk 2 you're getting haste, so that means that you want to revive something more worthwhile. And I think he's in a negative spot right now, and I don't think we're going to see him at any point throughout the tournament. We'll see.
Yeah, I've tried him, and you definitely feel it. He feels so weak until you get to perk 3. And as you say, if someone's got a shock rock, you're probably not getting any reses, especially if you've got quite a heavy deck. You're not getting any reses, at least until perk 3, really. And it's just far too much for Mortar to really handle in a lot of occasions. So they've kind of, the change took him from being in certain circumstances too strong to now being too weak in almost all circumstances.
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of Mortar anyways.
Well,
my qualm with Mortar is that I think that he is just imbalanced in a very unpleasant way, since he has unlimited value potential in a way, because it's 0 mana that can revive up to 9 mana, and it just bothers me a bit, because I'd like to see him just get fine-tuned is all, instead of being this crazy master where he can just be insane, or he can just be okay, or he could just do nothing, you know, that stuff. And also his basic attack as well. It's either really good or really bad. It's never really in between.
Yeah, I think they've always had a balancing issue with Mordor, and they always talk about how the tombstones are so coin flippy, where the difference between getting a res and just missing a res is so vast. It's very difficult for them to keep that in check and in a balanced state. I don't know. They've tried changing the tombstone durations and charge and how much HP stuff gets, and it still hasn't really managed to bring it into an unhealthy spot, but they've definitely moved it into an unhealthy spot at the moment. And it'd be interesting to see if Mordor gets changed or buffed in the next patch. You know, we have our experience from playing it and how we feel it or playing against it, but of course the devs have the cold hard data of how Mordor is performing against the other masters, so it'd be interesting to see what those stats show, and if the devs have any ideas about how to bring that into a better spot. I don't know if you guys have any ideas of how to balance it in a better manner, but I feel like it can't be left in its current state because they've almost just destroyed the master.
Well, what I wanted to see for him before this change, like when he still got tombstones at perk 1 and 2, what my original hope is that maybe it'd be cool if his tombstones were just a lot more sensitive, where they had way lower HP, because right now they can even block a Wheel of Doom, and that their their duration on the field was a lot shorter, but of course that means that their build up time until they're available is a lot shorter as well. I would have liked to see them be a lot more timing based and a lot more squishy, because then it'd be based. I think it'd be more skill based that way. Maybe it'd be too annoying. I don't know, but then you'd have to really time it well when you're trying to get your revives, and I think it'd also make them more counterable to cheap spells, which would be okay in my opinion since they're 0 mana. But
Yeah, and I've heard one suggestion where maybe he should revive just like generic units like skeletons, and maybe those could be based off like the dying minion's HP to still give you incentive to use certain units and not just go like crazy low to the ground. So this way you're not resurrecting like a Colossus or a blue golem. You just can resurrect some other big dumb tank that's not like specialized in a certain way. Not that I'm necessarily in favor of that, just a suggestion that I've heard around before.
Yeah, I think it's difficult because if they put restrictions on the tombstone and what it can and can't res and things like that, then you kind of start pigeonholing Mordor and the deck building like King Puff used to be, where there was just certain cards that would just be King Puff cards, or like the old Valorian with all the Empyrean stuff. So I think that they need to be careful not to try to pigeonhole it too much, but also it's just very difficult just to not make things too strong, but not make it too weak. And of course, it seemed to be in a better spot when stuff resed based on the HP or the charge time, and their HP was in relation to the charge time. But of course, the reason that they changed it most recently with swapping the perk 2 and the perk 3 round was trying to stop the decks with things like the Reckonator and the Fanreel. They were specifically targeted. So I'm not sure if that could have been addressed in a different way, but the problem is the change arrested those decks, but also arrested almost everything else as well.
And not only
yeah,
that,
and one other thing to point out about this is that they try and balance masters for or cards for the overall player experience, right? So our opinions as well-informed Minion Masters players is a slice of it, right? And we see this like with Diona, where like she's hardly chosen at lower, ladder levels, and then has an incredibly high win rate at high levels. So less experienced players are like, hey, this master needs a buff, but then other players will be like, no, it really doesn't, because good players eke out all the value. And Mordar's like that potentially, where maybe more successful at lower ranks right now, where people are less capable or less experienced shutting down tombstones. So maybe he's still getting value at lower levels, and the devs don't want to skew balance at certain aspects of the game.
That's a very good point. It makes it very difficult for them to balance it for all levels. And a good example of that is Coax the Diplomancer. How when Coax came out originally, I feel like a lot of people, especially in the lower levels, had no idea how to play against it and were just getting decimated by it. If you just keep playing more and more stuff into it, you're just giving it more and more value. But if you just take a step back, and if you're a better player, you just think, you know what? If I just let this get to my face and then kill it, it's effectively done nothing. So trying to keep things balanced, where they can be good for good players, but also good for bad players as well, is a very difficult thing for them to do.
And another thing about Mordor is that when he was made to revived based off of HP, is you saw these extremely cheap Mordor decks that were around for a bit, where they'd have like Jolo and Tranquil and Walking Blind Date and maybe Snipers, and that's because these revives don't care nearly as much as other cards about what their HP is when you get them again. And so that was a thing you saw for a bit, and I personally think that's the most enjoyable way to play Mordor, because I like cheap decks. And you just don't see that as much either as well, because now they only get one tombstone. You need to make sure you revive really, really matters. And so when you're cycling, it's just so hard because you're not getting nearly as much value. And that's what you were talking about earlier with adjusting the tombstones and making it sure that there's a large variety of things you can play. That if you adjust them in the wrong way, then it just makes it sure there's a small card pool to choose from and deck styles. And I think that has been what it's been like now with the perk 3 tombstone, because that basically shuts out the whole cheap Mordor idea, because, like I said, your revive really has to count now.
Yeah, and you're right. When they did change Mordor to be resin units with HP based on the charge, that was a really exciting. I really enjoyed that when you had to choose cards that didn't get punished by having low HP. So you had the Tranquil Monkey that could heal, the snipers that didn't really, their health was fairly irrelevant. Things like the Wizard Puff, where, you know, it's a good unit on its own, but you're really trying to get value out of its destroy effect, which again is irrelevant with how much HP it has. All sorts of things like that made it kind of a really interesting way to play Mordor, and definitely changed the sort of decks that Mordor could be beneficial with. But it's a shame we got to the point at the moment where kind of nothing works with it. So we'll see. I always discuss that with the devs, you know, the things that are kind of broken or unbalanced, and that's definitely one of the things that's going to be on the radar, and I'll make sure that they've got the attention, or that's on their radar, and we'll see what their plans are with regards to that. So if we just bring ourselves back to the current tournament, we have a look at what's going on at the moment. So it looks like most round 2 matches have been completed. So just a reminder that we do have a little bit of downtime whilst we have to wait for the matches to be completed. So we appreciate your patience. And if we bring this up here, we can see exactly what's going on at the moment. Let's just refresh that to make sure we've got the most up-to-date one. So we've got Zettv beating DuckWestlin, we've got DarkCrow and Memfisto still going on. We've got NikShow beating Plumpy Panda, Lazur beating Destroy, Dragon beating DfogoX as we saw, Chainik beating Arcane Ruin, Nerzl beating Centera, Nataraja beating Zet, Anywho beating Brad, Nidram beating Toman Shaq, we've got Brian Nazi beating Nobody, Satan beating Old Man Gaming, Tanner beating Scarlett, which just got an update coming in, which makes it really easy to find where I was as things change position. Gorgon Age beating Left Side Analog, and Unibril and Brad. No, hold on, stop.
That's the next round. Yeah.
Sorry. This is the next round.
A lot of new names. That's what I've noticed when you've been going through this. A lot of new names that I have no idea who they are, which is great to see in the tournament. And maybe the Swiss helped that out.
Yep, for sure. Okay. Right, that was some awkward timing, but round 2 has now completed. We're now into round 3, which means we're going to have some gameplay soon. So just as I said before, we appreciate your patience. This is a different type of event we're running today, and before the next round can start, we do need to have the previous round matches completed. So Sinobii, the admin team behind the scenes, are trying to keep everything running as efficiently as possible just to try to get everything lining up. So we'll get some gameplay as soon as possible for you. And our next game, we're going to find out very shortly, is going to be Dragon against NikShow. So that should be an interesting one. Both of them experienced players. NikShow not necessarily on my radar as one of the top tournament players, but definitely does do well in the events, just not quite, I would say, at the level of Dragon. So an interesting matchup, but definitely not a walkover.
Yeah, I'd say he regularly places like top 8 in your fish tournaments, but is often not vying for like the top 1, 2, or 3 spots, which Dragon consistently does. And this is a bridge baddie face-off, you know? So there's always bragging rights on the line inside of bridge baddies as well.
Yeah, and now you definitely can say that Dragon is the favorite here in this matchup, just looking at the numbers and, you know, past tournaments and all that. But both players are very good. Both players have a shot at winning, and I'm pretty interested to see what NikShow brings out. I don't have really much of any experience against NikShow in tournaments, and so I'm very curious as to what they're going to use as their main decks.
Yeah, the first thing we need to find out is just the ban information. So if you guys can keep your eye out to see what these guys are going to ban, whether we're going to have meta bans, targeted bans, random bans, who knows? But these players will definitely be familiar with each other for sure. So they will have a lot of information to draw upon when it comes to making these bans.
Yeah, NikShow has been doing a lot of practice with DfogoX as well. This past week, I've seen a lot of people doing, you know, 1v1s. We did a little round robin where winners face each other and losers face each other, and just keep passing that around. So these people are taking this event seriously, but they're here really to have fun, right? They enjoy playing the game and putting on a show for us.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'm just going to take my jumper off. Don't get excited. It's just just getting a little hot here. The action's beginning to heat up.
Yeah. Yeah, we got another good matchup coming up, and I can't find NikShow on the site. Maybe I'm blind, but Dragon has so far won both of his sets. He's currently 2-0. NikShow is invisible and is hacking my eyesight, so who knows? But we'll see if Dragon takes a loss here, and Nadavaja as well. So we've got a decent amount of people who have gotten 2-0s so far in their wins. Nadavaja, Dragon, Lazur, Set, Nerzl, and DarkCrow are all the players who have yet to lose.
Yeah, NikShow is one of those as well. He
really?
defeated Koi in round 1, and I think Plumpy Panda in round 2.
Very nice. So one of them's going to take a loss here, and the other one's going to skyrocket even further. We'll see how it goes.
Just a reminder, just a reminder to everyone at home, we're in the Swiss format part of the event at the moment, so the players are playing each other. I think we've got 6 rounds of that. You're getting points for winning, so after all of the rounds are completed, we'll have a list of players and how many points they've scored. The top 8 point scorers will then go through to the next stage of the event, which will be the elimination event. We'll go to best of 5, we'll have conquest rules, and it'll be single elimination as we start with our 8, and we will end up with our grand champion. So again, this is a new type of format that we're using, so please let us know what you think of it. Pros and cons, of course, for this type of format versus others. So we're trying this out, see how it goes, see how we think it is, see how the players think it is, see how you guys at home think it is. And then, of course, we'll take all that into consideration with future events and deciding on the best way to continue those. So we're just waiting.
Yeah, when we had Set versus Westlin, they were pretty fast about it. They knew what they were going to go for. But now in Dragon versus NikShow, they seem to be more hesitant. They're both thinking about it. They're really putting a lot of thought in what they're going to use, and I bet we're going to see Dragon Nest ban, just because it seems to me like the tournament players are just nervous of facing it. It's just something you want to just get out of the way, because it beats a lot of strategies. If you're playing Control, you don't want to face it. If you're playing Spawners, I'd say you don't want to face it. If you're playing Slither, then even Slither I don't think has great answers to it, because Slither doesn't usually run many spells, and especially ones that can really handle it. Maybe Herald Amon, Lasher Amon, but even then, that is a counterable spell with stuff like Shock Rock and a Distraction. We'll see how it goes. And we just, wait, hold on. Do those Dragon bans make sense to you, Todd?
Oh, sorry, I missed them. You saw them in the tournament? In the...
Yeah. I'm a bit confused about one of the cards that Dragon has decided to ban.
Sorry, could you repeat that for the viewers? Right, obviously I was paying attention and heard you, but one more time on the bans.
Hold on. Take a look at these. Do these make sense to you? That last card, I don't quite get it.
I assume that the last one is a Grenadier.
Fancy hair is Grenadier. I've never heard Grenadier referred to as that way, but
I mean, if you read the description of the Grenadier,
does the Grenadier have fancy hair? Oh,
I mean, he does have
a hair bomb.
Yeah, he set out to make a hair bomb, but it somehow turned out so potent it's lethal. Still does wonders for shine and volume, though. And yeah, if you look, I'll bring it up on the screen here for everyone. If you look at the Grenadier, I mean, he does have fancy hair. So that's that would be my guess, but I don't know.
Yeah, so Whirly and Grenadier are very anti-swarm minions, so maybe that is some strategy that they hope to employ and not be shut down by those 2 cards. Those 2 cards also just do a ton of work if games go to Mana Frenzy as far as holding bridges, since you're required to challenge those bridges on the ground now. Well, for a while now, but yeah.
I think it's best if we clarify that with him. Normally, I think it's best when banning cards that we refer to them with the generally accepted name, just to make it understandable for everyone.
I'll DM him. We'll see how this is. Yeah.
So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, NikShow is banning Milo, Grenadier, and Rock Rivals.
Interesting. So do you feel like those Milo bans are just bans designed to remove Dragon's Nest, since you're likely to only play Dragon's Nest with Milo?
I think Dragon Nest has alternatives if someone would really want to venture out and try them. I think Milo is honestly just really strong because she kind of has a built-in win condition. Eventually, those golems kind of tend to win somewhere between perk 3, or at least give you enough experience advantage to eke the game out in Mana Frenzy.
We do have confirmation. Fancy here is Grenadier, as we know, that is a favorite cat of Dragon, so he just decided to give it a personal title, you know, all that fun stuff.
Does anyone have either of these players online? Oh, there's Dragon.
I think they probably reset in between matches would be my guess, because they're so experienced, you know?
I don't do that because I'm just on the edge.
Yeah, I don't see either of them online currently either.
Dragon's just come online for me. Haven't seen NikShow yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
And DeathShoott will be taking over in the commentary booth for this match.
Can someone just share the bans in the tournament channel in our private DM?
Yes.
So we've got the information there for both players, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I accepted responsibility of that and then failed to do so.
Legend.
So that's on me.
Okay, so Dragon's there. We're just waiting for NikShow to come online or stop being hidden. Fancy hair. Yeah, so that's definitely a whirly and a fancy hair Grenadier band. That's definitely a nod towards him perhaps playing some kind of horde, swarmers, some kind of spawners setup.
I will be flattered if someone takes my Swarmer Totem deck from the ladder, so please do that.
Dragon banning Milloween, Grenadier, and Rock Rivals. I think that needs to be... Yeah, okay. Grenadier, of course, a card that Dragon loves, and it's not a card that's quite so easy to replace in your deck as well. There's a reason why everyone plays him, because it just does so much for the mana cost. So it'll be interesting to see what the holes in the deck are filled with.
Here's what I do. I'm speculating that so NikShow, a Dragon banned versus NikShow, Whirly Square and Grenadier, and then NikShow in turn banned Rock Rivals, and that could be interesting because Rock Rivals, Blue Golem is a character that is very, very vulnerable to Swarm. So NikShow banned after Dragon, and you could speculate that Dragon banned Whirly Square and Grenadier because then it'd be harder for NikShow to like play. Well, hold on. What am I getting at here? Hold on. I think
so are these players not doing blind bans then?
No, they both put them inside the channel. I was expecting Sinobii to post them at the same time, but Dragon did type his out, and then NikShow typed his. What I was gonna get at is that Dragon banned things that NikShow would run to stop Horde. That would make, you know. Never mind. It's dumb.
I think what you're saying is that he banned things that he wanted. Dragon potentially wanted to play Rock Rivals or something like that, so he banned stuff that would. No, hold on.
Yeah. This logic doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense. That's the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. So we could just forget about that. You know,
it's just a mind game, guys. Dragon's trying to get into NikShow's head, and he's gotten into ours instead.
Well, that didn't work out. But yeah, they did both.
Welcome to commentary.
Now, what is interesting though is they both banned Milloween, and neither one banned Dragon Nest. So they're prepared to face Dragon Nest, but they banned the main master. So I wonder if it's even viable on other heroes. Probably Morelia for spell reduction, maybe.
Right, Morelia I think is the other choice. And when Dragon Nest was popular a while ago, we saw Karlim piloting with Morelia on the ladder to reduce spells like Wheel of Doom. Now you see a lot of Dragon Nest decks use Last Stand, which is reducible as well.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting that people are using Last Stand. My guess is that it can really take out a lot of offense. It's a solid defense card, and it can hold bridges for a bit. But it is an awkward choice, in my opinion. I don't know why exactly that's the number one, heavy card that Dragon Nest decks are interested in. It's very interesting because it's a super off-meta card. Last Stand is one of those cards that hasn't been known as good for probably years. It hasn't been changed much. But people like it, so it's working in those Dragon Nest decks.
Mm-hmm. I find it very strong in draft as well.
Yeah, because answers are gone.
I think by banning Milloween instead of the Dragon's Nest is not only do you ban the Milloween Dragon's Nest combo, you also ban all of the other very strong Millow combos. Whereas if you just ban Dragon's Nest, then you might just end up still playing against a strong Milloween.
And are you going to be spectating NikShow or Dragon for the mainstream?
Mainstream is Dragon, because I don't seem to have NikShow on this account, so Dragon's going to be main.
Okay.
And we are ready to go when they're ready to go. Right, again, sorry for the little delay there. We're just waiting for the players here just to get their bans in. We've got them. Now we should be ready to go. But yeah, it was interesting that nobody did blind bans. Normally what the players do is they both submit their bans to an admin, so nobody gets the benefit of banning first. We tried to unpick the thought process of how those bans worked, and we had no idea what was going on. So if you can figure that out at home, let us know.
Yeah, they both have the go to get started. They're probably just making sure that, you know, something I do is I write down the cards that get banned versus me. Now, I didn't used to do that, but for the past few tournaments, I've been writing it down so I just don't make those silly errors that can cost you a game by forfeit. I now write it down, make sure I've got it correct, and here we go.
I think I alluded to that a tournament or two ago when we had some issues. It just seems like something like that's just a sensible thing to do. Right, we're in round 3.
Very interesting. Alright, so we've got Valko versus Morelia. Now, this could be Dragon Nest from Dragon. That's very possible, because Morelia is the secondary master. And if so, it could be annoying for Valko, depending on how many 4+ spells Dragon's running for those air units. Okay, never mind, this is accursed.
Dragon, a very strong accursed player. And we see him play this a lot for sure.
So this is kind of good for NikShow, because this means that he doesn't really have to worry about any air units. There might be Hugger at best, but in a cursed deck, he's a lot more comfortable now with Valko pick, because there's no there's no air units in a cursed other than Hugger, unless I'm forgetting something. And so that just means that his master's weakness is not going to be much of a threat, and also his perk 2 and 3, specifically perk 3, will make it a lot easier to shred the dragon's HP with that Berserker Rage.
Okay.
There's Blast Mancer, which, well, that could be decent in this matchup late game, but I'm not seeing any horde cards from NikShow except for a few multi-minions. And also we're running, there's a lot of buildings in this match. We've got Ghost Turret, we've got Cage Prowler, and we've got Magma Cannon. So that means that there's going to be a lot of defensive cards in this one. Okay, and you know, I guess Cage Prowler's not defensive, but it's going to need to be defended. And I also, I know, it's a classic thing, right? Florian loves Magma Cannon on Valko. I enjoy it as well. And
so as I think tODDlife mentioned earlier, Harmful Souls was a season card for last season that was banned. We can see that it's here. Remember, that's a very strong removal spell. Does 5 lots of 100 damage, 6 lots at a cursed, so it's a great removal.
Now, on the upside for NikShow, he has no card that is a great target except for Cage Prowler, and that's a 3-mana card. So in this matchup specifically, it doesn't have an easy target that you can just play it on. The best option for Dragon is when a few units are stacked for NikShow, and that he can just get all of them at once.
Yep. Okay, we see the Diplomancer, but again, same sort of thing. There's not a good target for the Diplomancer.
It looks like Dragon has a lot of cards that aren't top tier for this matchup specifically. Like, they just don't have their purpose isn't being met in this match, is what it feels like. However, on Dragon's side, I would say that NikShow doesn't have a heavy DPS card, which means that the perk 3 and the Nivir, does he have Nivir Slumbers in here? I did not notice.
I'm not entirely sure. He definitely has the 2 spells that he's reducing, or that we're seeing reduce, the Harmful Souls and the Toll of the Dead. So it may not be a Nivir based deck.
That is unfortunate, because I think that Nivir is very good in this matchup, but still as perk 3, he has that.
And then we know Dragon's deck's going to get stronger when he hits Ascension.
Just did.
There he does. 2 minutes and 55, 6, 7, something like that. He was a very quick Ascension deck.
Now, what I find interesting is that look at this Coax. It's not spawning skeletons, because it was played before Dragon was in Accursed Ascension. So even though he's got an Accursed Ascension, this one was played before the ability was active, where after Accursed Ascension, when something Coax is targeted on dies, it becomes a skeleton. That's not the case here.
Very good pickup. Nice drain. Often the drain is not necessarily used primarily for the hill, but just as a spell, a removal spell.
Here comes that Prowler. Now, I think it'll be easy for Dragon to defend it. Yeah, there we go. And I bet that Dragon's going to catch up in this match, but once his perk 3 is gone, we'll see what place he's in, and if he is if he's gained enough board pressure to win. Because Bridge Burn, as you can see, it's going to have a lot of value here.
Yeah, and the Rage and the Berserker Rage, those units can tear through the Dragon if it's tanked appropriately. Very good XP from NikShow at the moment.
He's keeping a very solid lead at around 30 XP right now. Now, I'm wondering if his AoE is going to be overwhelmed, because he doesn't have a whole bunch of AoE. He's got his Bridge Burn, he's got Arcanist, and then he's got Valko, but that takes a while. You can't really use Valko at the bridge. That's just when you have to defend. So I'm thinking that it might be viable for Dragon to just get all these skeletons, and for NikShow to not have an easy way to answer them. Oh, this push though, top bridge.
Yeah, that Berserker Rage just shredding through everything there. So perk
Here
3
comes the skeletons from Toll of the Dead. There's just spawning all over the field.
Yeah, he's going to have his perk 3 now. The Nirvir is going to be available, so a bit of pressure now. Dragon potentially looking to catch up here, but he needs to get value out of that Dragon. That Dragon's a one-and-done perk. If he doesn't get value out of it, but this is a lot of pressure on NikShow's face. Those little skellies...
Here comes even more with the breath.
Doing a decent work. Now, of course, Volko's not too shabby at defending against those. His AoE attack is helpful. Someone like Stormbringer would struggle a little bit there. But this is the scariest part of the game for NikShow. He needs to handle this Dragon.
Needs a Flame Ember. He needs one. Otherwise, it's going to be so hard. Oh, this is very dangerous. It's at... Oh, if it locks onto that, that's even more tower damage. This is very, very lethal. And it's on tower. He has no good DPS sensor.
There's
and
no way he can kill that Dragon in time.
Yeah, that's game.
Oh, he spun round though. It hasn't locked on face, but all the little skellies from the Unholy Ground are on face. NikShow unable to shut them down. Dragon takes the first game with the Accursed deck, and we saw that is the power of the Dragon. Not the player, but the Nirvir, the Fallen, the card.
Not the player. Oh,
not the player. We saw there tODDlife. Dragon was behind on XP, but dropping the perk 3, he was really able to get some pressure and close out the game at that point.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure, and like DeathShoott identified early in the match that NikShow was lacking on a serious DPS tool, so that Dragon was going to be a problem, probably something that needed a planned solution well before it saw the field. Also, Volko is kind of a less common 1v1 master. Now, it is helpful at dealing with all of the small skeletons, which a curse tends to rely on. But yeah, a good match, and we'll see if NikShow switches it up. We know Dragon is the type of player that once he finds a successful deck, he will continue to just play it. Or maybe we'll see him switch to something else he's used today. But yeah, Accursed is something that I thought we would have a chance to see today with the addition of the Harmful Souls tools. And there are a few ways to run it as well. Here he elected to choose Coax, which was not super necessary in this matchup. But as you pointed out, you know, Navir Slumbers is another option. Seeing Toll of the Dead as well is an interesting choice that I think can apply more pressure in this 1v1 format.
Yeah.
I think the interest... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, NikShow really needed his perk 3. Berserker Rage was his only chance for defending the Dragon, in my opinion, especially once before that Dragon push happened. He got down to, what, 900 HP, 700, something like that? And that was even before the Dragon push happened, which means he can't even use his tower as a tank without essentially losing the game. And his Flame Ember was on the opposite side of the Dragon, and that was very punishing. He needed it. It's kind of a 50-50 in a way when there's no Flame Embers around, and he just really wanted to spawn on the same side as the pressure, and he didn't get that. So he basically didn't have any of his perks to help him out there, and his cards alone can't really just take out the Dragon. They were just overwhelmed.
He doesn't even really have the tools to like grab that Flame Ender and still defend on his side, because he doesn't have a ton of like Horde, which is like normally what you will see, like stretch out over the bridge and grab the Flame Ember. Because once the Dragon's across, like to sneak behind it, grab the Flame Ember and deal damage is kind of challenging sometimes if you don't have the right minions to like actually hit the Ember.
Yeah,
I think that his best shot was Legionnaires, and then of
course, I think that's the only card that could do it. Actually.
Yeah,
so NikShow's on the back foot now. We'll see if he can return here.
That's an example of how Volko and the Embers from the bridge, they're really useful and easy to get when you're pushing, but when you're defending, they're far more difficult to utilize and get value from. Not impossible, but you do need certain cards that can get onto that bridge, grab the Rage, even if they're going to aggro straight back. So that was good to see. And one of the things that we saw from the first deck, Dragon had Coax, wasn't really anything good for Coax to aggro on. Dragon also had the Harmful Souls, again wasn't really a good target for that, but still was able to get enough value out of the deck. So that was interesting to see where there were certain cards that were not in, they didn't find themselves in a very good matchup, but were ultimately still strong enough.
And we've got NikShow on Morelia and Dragon on Diona, so 2 switches up. And NikShow decided to peen an X on Dragon's Master, so I don't think he's very happy about what he's going against here. And what I'm seeing from... Okay, he's got Impatient Statue. That's very interesting. And he's also got... So he's playing Morelia, and the spells he's going to be reducing are Gambler's Ball, Daggerfall, and Slithering Summons. This is a very interesting and sort of off-meta Slither deck.
Hey, so we're going to get a Spirit there dropping on the Brother. That's going to be a lot of extra HP.
It's now a 900 HP unit. That is pretty terrifying, especially for a Slither deck where you don't really have something that cuts through HP with ease. Except for Herald, and I don't see that anywhere in this deck. And it's going on the top bridge. That's not what NikShow wanted.
Yeah, that getting aggroed up there was nice.
Oh, Snake Jude now going to keep it still.
Snake Druid getting some good value there. Double heal coming in.
The Gambler's Ball. It's
The
great to
Gambler's
see.
Ball. Baller.
Now, the downside of this is that Dragon's getting a buildup of mana, and he's going to counter push here. So his Thane's still at half health, the ability is active, and he's now got control of the board. But NikShow is at 8 mana, and he can probably defend it.
Yeah, so we saw that double heal come in, and it really didn't achieve too much.
Yeah, it definitely got him some more hits, but at this point of the match, those aren't very necessary because he doesn't need the damage. Maybe we'll help later on, though. We'll see.
Yeah, potentially. If he's going to keep the aggro on, maybe. Let's see. But of course, you know, he spent a lot of mana on that. And that's mana that could have been used on units. Okay, so the Impatient Statue is going to start getting shredded. Nice use of the trap.
Yeah, this statue is just going to melt. And I think that, in my opinion, NikShow shouldn't have gone for something like this. Oh, Chisma Boomstick, look at that damage.
Chisma value clears everything. Oh, everything dies.
But yeah, what I was going to say though is that I kind of disagree with NikShow's deck choice here, just because it's something wacky, and I think that's a very dangerous decision to make when you're the one who's lost the first game. I would have personally rather have seen a regular Slither deck, but if he pulls it out with this, then all props to him, he's definitely earned it.
This is a very heavy deck from Dragon. We've got the Brother of the Light, Burning Light here, Brother of Light, Brothers of Light.
That's pretty much game. He just got a fireball like that, and now these brothers are on face. NikShow's, he's not dead here, but the odds of coming back are getting slimmer and slimmer. He really needs a push that wins the game. We'll see if he can get it.
Yeah. Okay, that was fairly devastating. And we can see that NikShow's deck just can't really deal very well with these big, tanky melee units. Brothers of Light, Brother of the Burning Fist, and both have got lots of value.
He's got to get a push that gets him either a lot of XP or a lot of face damage, because right now he needs to get up in one of those fronts, or else he's just going to have a very, very hard time until he eventually loses. I don't think he's out of it yet, but the match has yet to turn in his favor. It's constantly been Dragon gaining more and more of a lead.
Yeah, he got a heal NikShow there, but he's still low HP. You can see the cycle of his deck now. He's got a couple of...
Gambler's Ball coming in, won't make it. Double fireball, doesn't matter. So
okay.
It was nothing to heal anyways.
Not ideal. Right, low HP. 500 HP left. NikShow doesn't have too much left to play with, and the statue's not really getting too much value.
He's got to work on this perk 3 push and get something real pushy going.
The annoying thing with the statues is because they keep on moving, it really negates a lot of units' DPS against them, because they have to keep moving to catch up with it. But here we see nice use of the decoy traps, the Brother doing some huge work, Cannon Roller pops from a box.
This is not good. Oh, that's on tower. Oh, that's sad. It's going
to be too much, I think. Or is he going to survive this? He's alive, 85 HP.
He can heal. He's got his book in hand.
Dragon's got a fireball though. 5 mana fireball coming in.
Oh.
Game. The heal was on its way. You could see the heal. It's landing now, but it's just too late.
And on the note of the heal, it actually would not have been enough, unfortunately, because one of those units was shielded, and when you heal from a shielded unit, it does not give HP, so you only would have gotten 100, and I don't think that would have made a difference, because then, traps, and it was unfortunate.
Wow. Okay. Dragon stamping his authority all over that game. 2-0. It's a couple of different decks. Pretty impressive there, tODDlife.
Yeah, tough deck to handle. Those Empyrean units with a lot of health and a lot of melee damage. NikShow did have Snake Druid as like a tool to ground those units, but Dragon being really heads up, using Diona traps to a high level of effectiveness. And Nick does have an experience and an opinion on Gambler's Ball. Was really disappointed when the change was made so that it can duplicate the same spell instead of giving you both. Still trying to put it to use here. I would believe that he doesn't think that is the strongest he has to offer, but maybe just giving it a shot, maybe a chance to catch Dragon off guard, or maybe just out here enjoying himself, thinking that he really doesn't have much chance to challenge Dragon in his domain.
Yeah, always interesting to see when...
that was... Oh, go for it, Fish. Go.
I was just going to say, always interesting to see when players bring something a little different that we don't expect. We wouldn't have expected to see Gambler's Ball. We did. It didn't work out, but it's always good to try these things. And of course, with the Swiss format that we're running, losing a game's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and what I was going to say, though, is that Dragon did a very, very wise job pushing in before NikShow even had an opportunity to use that Dragon. There was a few points when NikShow had the mana, maybe should have gone for it, who knows, but nonetheless, Dragon put on so much pressure with that push to where he was going to win the game before NikShow had the opportunity to do his last breath push. That's what Dragon was doing there, and it worked out very nicely.
Okay, so we're waiting on the rest of the matches to complete. We could try and dive into a match and see if we get lucky with some gameplay. We've got Defogo and Memfisto that looks like it's still in progress. A lot of the games having completed already. Let's just do a refresh, see if that's been completed yet. Seems like it's still...
only other match in progress looks like DarkCrow and Lazur. So this Swiss seems to be working out. I mean, these seem to be a lot of good matches, making it hard to choose, who to spectate, potentially.
Yep, okay, let's see if we can get some gameplay to see what the situation is here.
You're jumping into Defogo?
Yep.
So they're at 2 minutes into the match. Defogo is on Morelia as it was versus Dragon, and then Memfisto is on Diona and playing a very good control Diona right now. Match is very even with a slight lead for Memfisto.
Right, we're not sure of the overall score. Been a long first game, 1-0, 2 quick games, 1 game all. We'll get that as soon as we can.
Right now it looks like these snipers are an issue for Defogo. If his only spells are Dragon Ball and Chain Lightning, they'll probably have to remove, and they just seem like they're getting good. It looks like they've been getting good consistent value. And the Bounty Sniper as well. Ah, now that he does have spells for that, but double sniper decks can be pretty frustrating to deal with if you don't have a
drain
good
there to deal with the Bounty Sniper, yeah.
Yeah, that was very nice.
That's the power of the drain, again, not necessarily for the heal, but as a removal spell. And if you use it correctly at the right time, you can kill 1 or 2 nice cheap units.
And revealing stealth units, I think, is another really nice use case.
Yeah. Interesting Chain Lightning there, didn't really get much value, just killed a sniper and did a little bit of face damage.
Here comes a Dragon Ball, that's going to be a lot of face damage because it's being tanked for. Oh, never mind. Festus got it
You know
down.
Nothing.
Thanks, Fish. Thank you for
You're
your support.
welcome. I got you. If you mess up, I'm here. Don't worry. Clip it.
Alright, so now we've got double traps from Memfisto, which is a very, very helpful tool for distracting the dragon. Even when you're on the aggression, you can like shred that dragon's HP if you've got a push going and you've got the traps to turn it around. Comes a drain, I bet, to take out that sniper.
Yep, nice removal, but again that blue golem just getting shredded before it even gets to the bridge. Defogo knows with the XP being so close, he needs to not allow that bounty sniper to get value, and you can see as soon as it's there, he's removing it.
And we also see Jolo getting the frenzy, and the Memfisto, since you're playing Is it a full Scrat deck? No, he's got Warrior in there. He's got a few other cards, but this is mostly a Scrat deck, and so he's trying to get the really good value out of that Jolo, which is a pretty decent card, and it can be surprising with how much value it gets since it has a dodge chance.
Yeah, when they made the change a few patches ago for master damage to be true damage, Jolo just died 1,000 deaths and was effectively useless. But then they reverted that change, and Jolo is back to where it can get a lot of value on face, especially when it's hasted.
Yeah, they reverted that change, and they nerfed Warrior. And so the only, it's like Stout Hat Bear's alright, but it's not as much of an attacking unit, so Jolo does shine.
Right, Defogo has his dragon. It's going to be a one-time only dragon, so he needs to use it effectively. He doesn't kill the sniper. Sniper may get into the breath, doesn't. Okay, that's a problem, but he should be able to clear it without too much of an issue. But losing a Marine, little unnecessary there. Memfisto does have an XP lead.
On both bridges. He's stacking on both bridges like this and seeing if that's going to be enough to push through.
Yeah, he needs
the XP lead. Yeah, go for it.
I was going to say he needs to, with being behind on XP, he can't sit back on his laurels here. He's got to push, he's got to try to hold the bridges from now until he gets his own Mana Frenzy, because Memfisto is very close to Mana Frenzy himself.
And right now, though, he definitely can catch up. He's around 12 XP behind, and with the Dragon Push, you can definitely make that up. But Memfisto's doing a very good job handling both of these. He's still ahead on XP by a little margin, and the push is mostly handled.
Great Chain Lightning, though. XP leveling up. This is very close. Bounty Sniper could just tease Memfisto over the line here, though.
Screaming Scrat didn't even get the bridge, though. The Skeletons got drawn across, and we got another Blue Golem coming down. This Dragon is still alive and doing well.
Yeah, the Dragon's done what it needs to do. Just really put a lot of pressure on that lane. Keep that bridge as blue for as long as possible.
Wow, what a drain. And look at that. Memfisto's at 203 XP. Ruffles getting him the Mana Frenzy. But right now, Defogo still has the pressure on his own Mana Frenzy. This is looking very good for Defogo.
And that Bounty Sniper sitting there wailing on the Dragon is effectively just a regular sniper at that point. It's not getting any extra value. So very, very close here.
Now, what I think a good changer here is that Memfisto's perks are cycled, which means he's going to get more value out of them in Mana Frenzy, while Defogo's is getting the same amount of value. Oh, the pushes. And also Bounty Sniper, look at that. When it shoots something, that gets him mana now instead of XP. That's huge.
Yep. A lot of little targets there for that Bounty Sniper to feast on. Defogo does have removal, but he's having to cycle to it, and then... You know, Memfisto knows. That's an easy
spell target right there.
Memfisto knows that there's the Chain Lightning potential, so that you can see that Bounty Sniper just out of Chain Lightning range. So he's keeping it far enough away from the tower so the Chain Lightning can't just destroy everything. Little positioning like that.
Ruffles gets that XP. I think that's 4 mana right there from Ruffles. Yeah, that's a lot of mana. And here we go. So Defogo has yet to lose pressure in Mana Frenzy, but Memfisto's doing a very good job stacking snipers and keeping its defense going nicely. Unfortunate that trap doesn't capture the bridge anymore, though, as it'd be contesting it right now. It's just the same thing right now. Defogo holds pressure and Memfisto defends well. We're just going through the same cycle. Eventually it's going to break, but which player is going to break it? That's very good. Removing the Bounty Sniper there means that Memfisto's defense is a lot weaker, and since Defogo still hasn't lost pressure, I think that Memfisto's in big trouble now.
Yeah, it's so good that if he removes the Sniper with the Drain, that means it frees up either his other spells for other targets, or he can just cycle more minions.
An easy Chain Lightning there, very nice, and it gets everything.
Oh, it gets everything. That's probably going to be it.
Yeah, this is too much pressure. He's got so much mana built up, and Memfisto can't defend all of this. It's going to be an end.
And the Dragon Ball's coming to close out the game, I imagine, in the pocket.
There it is.
Memfisto did a great job holding on there. He didn't have any bridges for the longest of times in dual Mana Frenzy.
Defogo doing an incredible job knowing where to spend his resources to challenge the bridge and deal with the defending threat being the snipers. Also, very lucky to have the correct tools there. Chain Lightning doing a lot of work there as well. Dragon Ball, I think, is an incredibly strong pick, but still a card that we just don't see utilized all that often. But great in Morelia decks where you can reduce it alongside the chain.
Okay, so that was game number 3. So Defogo has taken that series, by 2 games to 1 against Memfisto. Very close.
And what I think that Defogo did a great job doing was that dragon lived for so long on the bottom bridge. I mean, that's one of the longest living dragons I've ever seen in the top 2 match. And so it just kept being an annoyance for Memfisto on that bottom bridge. And it's one of those reasons why Defogo had pressure the entire time in Mana Frenzy. It's because that dragon just wouldn't die. It was constantly putting out this AoE breath that Memfisto had to deal with. And even when Memfisto would push something onto the bridge, it's very easy for Defogo to just instantly retake it.
Yep. Very well played to both players. Luckily we caught the end of that. That was nice to see. And as you say, that dragon really did get huge value, and it got him back into the match. He was a long way behind on XP. They both hit Mana Frenzy at about the same time, but just too much power coming out there from the Defogo deck. Right, so we're going to have a look to see what is going on elsewhere.
Yeah, just to look at the standings, right? So even though this is a Swiss, the results are still kind of tabulated as this event goes on. Nataraja is undefeated and has yet to drop a single game, which puts them at the top. Dragon as well, 3-0 and 6-0, 100% win rate. Set, 3-0, 6-0, 100% win rate. Lazur, oh, maybe the last round didn't come in yet, or Lazur had a bye. I see them listed as 2-0 and 4-0. But towards the top of the bracket, and then DarkCrow, and then DarkCrow's the last player with 0 losses, and then it drops to Satan in 6th place. But I don't know if that's been fully updated for round 4. Oh no, round 4 is going on right now, in which case we'll be watching Set and Lazur. So those are the up-to-date standings.
Set against Lazur is our next match. Now we've already seen Set beat Westlin. How's Lazur done so far? We see
Lazur looks undefeated to me.
I doubt Lazur's gonna let Set play Wrecked. I think there's high odds that he knows that's what there's a lot of options that you could ban. You could ban Dion, you can ban Apep, but I think there's a good chance that Lazur is just gonna. He knows that Wrecked is very strong and that Set will replay him whenever possible. So I would give heavy odds that that's gonna be banned for Set this time. We'll see.
Okay, let's see if we can get this spectate set up, and then we will get the bans, and then we'll be good to go. Right, Set against Lazur. It's always interesting to see how Lazur does, because I don't think current day Lazur is quite the tournament threat that Lazur of yesteryear kind of was.
2019 and 2020.
Yeah.
That was when he was doing his best.
It's always interesting to see if he can start getting back to where he was before. And I don't know if that's a case of he's just not playing the game quite so much, or the meta's just not quite suited to him. But we've seen some incredible games from Lazur in the past, incredible comebacks in the final. So it's always exciting to see him and to see how he's doing. It's great to see him here.
Yeah, he was. I know he took a break from the game for a while. He used to always be in the top 10. Kind of like I was. I would always be in the top 10 for a while. Then I'm laying back on ladder now because I've done it so much. You could say that it's just. I'm not very interested in getting top 10 anymore. And I wonder if it's the same thing for Lazur. He used to always be in top 10 at the end of the season, but he's sort of laid back on that now. And I'm pretty sure there was a stretch in 2021 where he wasn't playing the game, and then he came back and he's been doing good in tournaments, but not really the always top 3 performances that we used to see, which could also be given more credit to the other players because people do improve. And Nataraja, Set, both of them, they used to be, I'd say, below top 3, and now they're really fighting for that medal of being some of the best players in the game,
Yep, for sure. And that might be some of the lesser players up in their game, and some of the top players maybe dropping a little bit, as you say, maybe not playing quite so much of the game, maybe not prioritizing it quite so much. So it's always good to see different players, especially when we have outcomes that we don't expect, like the last tournament. Nataraja being the champion, beating Nerzl in the final. No disrespect to those guys, both very, very top players, very good players, but not necessarily players that we would have picked to have been in the final. But very good to see. So we've got Set against Lazur in our round 4 of the Swiss format, the Swiss part of this event. So players playing a bunch of different matches against a bunch of different people, scoring points, and the top 8 point scorers will go through into the regular elimination part. So we're just waiting on the bans. Just a reminder, if you just joined us, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 9. Big thanks to those guys for supporting the event. It is produced in association with Team Mana Frenzy and with Betadwarf, the developers. So thanks to those guys, and thanks to you, and the casters and the players. Thanks to everyone. We're having a great time here. Hopefully you guys are too. Appreciate you joining us from home. With the different type of event we're running with the Swiss, we are having some delays where we're waiting for matches to finish because we have to have all the previous round finished before we can start the next round, but we're trying to fill that with interesting chat and discussion about all things Minion Masters related, get some extra games in there as well if they haven't all finished, but we appreciate your patience and thank you for joining us. So have we seen any ban information yet, gentlemen?
Not yet. However, I have been looking through bans of a few players, and it looks to me like Meloween is the most banned master right now by the competitive players. I've taken a look at Nadaraja and Dragon's recent chat history, and I've looked at all their bans, and it looks like every single time Dragon has banned Meloween, and that it looks like Nadaraja has banned Meloween twice, and banned Meloween 3 times, and banned Morelia versus Dragon. So it's like, Wrecked he was everywhere for multiple tournaments as the #1 ban, but I think I said this earlier, he's not in the meta decks right now, so therefore he's further behind in the importance list of being banned, and I think it's very interesting that we see that switch up.
Yep, we hark our memories back to many tournaments in a row where APEP was just banned. So it's nice to see with the changes in the balance of the game and the way that the metas flow differently, that there isn't always just a set ban every tournament. It's always nice to see that players do get the choice. You know, back in the olden days, players just had to ban APEP. It was just too strong. Yeah. And if you know, we've seen matches. I'm pretty sure I saw a match with you play DeathShoott where your opponent didn't ban APEP, which allowed you to play it, and then you just destroyed them with it.
Yeah, I don't remember the opponent, but I do remember what you were talking about. And I would say that masters like APEP and Diona and Wrecked are all still amazing masters, but they're more general build masters, whereas Meloween is she can be general build, but she also is a master with her, because she's spell-oriented, so she fits into meta decks more often. And I think APEP and, Slither decks can go on a lot of masters. I think you could play them on Wrecked, Diona, APEP. You could play on any of them. You could play on Morelia, like we saw NikShow do. But I would say that when there's meta decks that are like very specific meta decks, I'd say that it changes up the masters you ban, because these masters are usually general control masters, whereas when you see specific decks, they're usually on interesting masters, like sometimes Ravager or, Morelia or Valko, just different things that aren't really, the normal. When I'm gonna say this in a better way. So when there's not really a specific meta, I think that's when control's its best. But when you have specific styles like Slither and Dragon Test, that's when you start to see other things come out and people change their ban priority.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is, and something we may see later in the tournament when we get to the Conquest section, where people can't play a master once they've won with it, is they may have a deck that's really strong and can work with multiple masters. So it'd be interesting to see if anyone pulls that trick out of the bag, where they have a deck that's optimal with a certain master, but can be played with many different ones. And the restriction is you can't play the same master. The deck is fine. And I've just noticed, you may, I don't know if I should show this, but you may be familiar with Minion Masters, how it shows the names of puffs from people in the chat. We've got someone in the chat called Left Side Analog. Unfortunately, the game has cropped his name, or her name, or their name to be Left Side Anal. So there's that puff in all its glory. So thanks for joining us.
The left side is my preference as well. And that's one of our competitors today, Left Side Analog.
Thanks for joining us.
2 and 4. Yep.
Okay, so we got some bands in. Who's going to go through the bands, and then we can get some gameplay going?
All right, so let's see here. Hold on. I have to get back there now because I was being lazy. Okay, so we have... Did Sinobii post them, or did they post their own?
They're in our channel, in our chat. So we've got Lazur banning Morelia, Dragon's Nest, and Grenadier. Fancy hair, if you will. And Set banning Meloween, and Dragon's Nest also, and Slithering Summons.
Yeah, Set really went for the meta bans this time. Now, the interesting thing is you can still run Herald statue spam, So you could still like run Living Statue, and even if you want to, Impatient Statue, and then you play Herald Amon, and you just build around that for a Slither deck. I'm pretty sure Nerzl did that versus me in the last tournament, is where you just change your focus. And then Lazur, you know, Grenadier is still a general ban. It's gotten multiple nerfs, but that doesn't change the fact that it's only 2 mana for a very solid AoE minion, which is why it's so good. I think it has made a big difference, the fact that it has 10 less HP, because it gets 2-shot by so many more minions now, but as long as you protect it, it doesn't matter too much, because not many spells make a difference. So when you're protecting it from the minions, that's mainly just the same as it used to be. And then, you know, Lazur banned Dragon Nest. Like I said before they even started the bans, you're probably going to see that being banned pretty much every time, just because when you ban Dragon's Nest, you're shutting down the entire strategy. There's no other way to work around it. That's the only card that matters for the build. Once you ban that, you just don't have to worry about it ever again. And it's different for Slithering Summons. You could still play a Herald deck. And as I also... wait. No. Lazur did not ban Wrecked. So therefore, Set can play Wrecked. And he can just play him back-to-back again if he wants to.
Yep. And I'm sure these players will have been watching the stream to get some information if they were not in a game at themselves on their own, to see what other people are playing, what is really working out for people at the moment. And Milloween, of course, a very strong master at the moment, but no Milloween for Lazur in this game.
You've got to know, you've got to expect Lazur to be playing something that is expecting Set to be on Wrecked, or at least something that he knows he can comfortably challenge it. Because that otherwise he's just set up for a very hard time. So since he didn't ban Wrecked, therefore that leads me to believe that he is going to be playing something in game 1 that he feels comfortable going against the Wrecked with, without a doubt.
Interesting to see for sure.
Yeah, DeathShoott. What is your opinion as an experienced tournament player? Like, how do you see Set as someone that I think has been participating in like all these tournaments, all the fish tournaments, versus a Lazur who like shows up for this kind of one event once a month? Do you think that gives a big advantage to Set, who has a lot more recent competitive experience?
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like one of Set's weaknesses is that he isn't great. Okay, here we go. But I'm going to talk about this real quickly. I don't think he's very great at adapting. I think that he needs to work on adapting mid-tournament and knowing the meta better on his own. And I think that because of that, Lazur might have a really good chance here.
Yeah, great. So we see Lazur on Morelia versus Apep. Both players waiting for 10 mana before showing their cards. And it's a Stun Lancer face-off on the bridges.
And the talk about the meta is kind of interesting, because you've got the ladder meta, but you've also got the tournament meta as well, which may not necessarily be quite the same. They're definitely similar now that wild cards are not available in solos in the game. But it's interesting to see how the meta in the ladder reflects in the tournament.
Yeah. Set using some Slither cards. I'm spectating Lazur here, so I'm not sure if his whole deck is comprised of those, but we saw Stun Lancers and Musketeer, right? So maybe doing a soft Slither strategy even without summons.
There's nothing soft about this strategy. He's going full Slither here. Right. Statue. He has the summons. The summons is on the Prowler. Remember, the way that the summons and other spells that give you a random card now are not quite so random, where they give you the cards in a set order. So he's going to have the Prowler from the summons this time. The next one will be, I'm not sure which order they're in. DeathShoott probably knows.
He probably knows. I definitely do not.
I'm pretty sure it's full random until the first cycle, and then it's a set.
Right. So it'll be Statue, and then it'll be Prowler, then either Statue and Soul Stealer, and then whatever the last one is, and then it will repeat that. Blood Imps, of course, needs to be careful. You can't block Blood Imp damage with the Apep Shield, so that's not something that he can do.
Yeah, Set leaning into really high cycle strategy when you elect to choose Blood Imps.
So he has Herald here, and we spoke about the different ways you can utilize the Slither Bounds and the Res mechanic. He's got both of those, or two of the most popular ones, where you've got the Slithering Summons and the Herald Armoon.
So another nuanced thing with Veilstalker, which nearly happened there, is sometimes she'll jump over the bridge and not actually capture it. She just barely had a toe on to take the top bridge for Lazur there.
And we spoke about how frustrating she is to deal with, and there you saw the situation where she goes invisible so quickly that it's very difficult to spawn something and aggro her quickly, especially something like the Snake Druid that doesn't attack necessarily that quickly. But Set taking a lot of phase damage here.
Yeah. And can be challenging late in the game when you're lower on health and you're stuck with Blood Imps that you really want to cycle because that's their main point. Ooh, getting taken advantage with a Veilstalker. Yeah, that's really nice.
This is not working out at the moment for Set.
Yep.
Soulstealer's uncontested at the moment though. But again, here we see the Veilstalker's going to be on face. He can cycle to his shield, but the cycle would be the Blood Imps, and he doesn't really want to do that.
Lazur defending with Plasma Marines, taking a little bit of damage from the Soul Stealer at 5 stacks, but calculated damage. Meanwhile, Lazur holds a slight lead in experience, and it could be very challenging for Set to defend once Lazur brings out his perk 3 Dragon.
Flightless Dragon's being used there, and that's not a card we've seen too often. It get
recently changed. Yeah,
it does have the Voidborn Wound, so you can get it for 4 mana in certain circumstances. But Lazur's going to have his Dragon, his perk 3. That's going to give him a good push, and he's already in a pretty good position. What's Set going to get from his perk 3, though? A Curse Bearer would help him deal with the Dragon for sure. Let's see.
Or an Assassin for another high DPS unit. Fire Imp. Some great choices.
Yep, some great choices, some also terrible ones. Of course, Scrapyard not available as a perk 3 pull anymore, so that's a thing that used to be terrible for AP players, but nothing to worry about here. Right, perk 3 is Spear Throwers, not the pull that he was probably hoping for.
Something useful at contesting bridges if this game goes late. The problem is it's not necessarily a tool that's going to get him into the late game. And this statue just getting totally destroyed by the dragon. You know, Lazur held that and waited for it to be a useful response to something by Set. And this is tough. I don't know how you defend against this. He will have the totem to use potentially if the dragon ends up on face, but something you'd rather avoid.
Yeah,
using the totem there to draw aggro, which is also a high-level play.
Whilst he's
or as Herald being a good tool.
Whilst he's struggling to hold on here, he's just falling so far behind on XP as well as Set. There's no way he can do anything
health,
here.
20 health, and dead.
Wow. Okay, Lazur takes the first game, and just no way of handling that dragon there, DeathShoott.
Yeah, I think that it's very greedy, in my opinion, to run Slithering Summons and Herald, and while it can work out, it also has plenty of drawbacks where you're putting in these tools that can't be great at handling so many things. It seemed like if his deck was more focused on one or the other, I think it would have had an easier time, because then he would have had more tools for helping them, but instead when he'd push, it mostly just gets shut down each time. And a specific character that I think would have helped for the Herald side is Vortex. That's something that a lot of Herald players like using, because then you can just pour the answers in for one attack and they're eliminated, especially ranged minions, because that's, you know, what you answer with. And so he didn't really have that as an option, and it's like he wasn't committed to either one, and because of that, neither one was impressive, is what it seemed.
How do you feel about the Flightless Dragons being used? Very high DPS, but since their mana got increased, didn't see them too often.
I am a fan of it. I think that they're pretty usable now. See, you have to have cards in your deck that can benefit the Voidborn Wound if you want it to matter, clearly. But that's not very hard to do, because what I like to do is I just put in Elite Swarmer, I put in Swarmers, and I put in Assassin. And I would say those are my 3 staple cards that I'll run when I'm playing Flightless Dragons. Then I don't have to worry about having any more DPS, and I have 3 cards that have decent odds of reaching tower to activate Voidborn Wound. And the thing about Flightless Dragons is it's exactly how they used to be. They used to be 4 mana for 150 DPS, and they kept getting these little attack nerfs. So if you can get them back to that point where they're only 4 mana, it is quite easy to get a lot of value from them, because they shred things with much efficiency.
Yep.
Yeah, do you try and exclusively use them after being discounted? Or would you use them if you're in like an emergency type situation, obviously, yeah?
I'm really going to use them even when they're 5 mana, because it is in any situation, it's a 150 DPS damage bomb. And so there's a lot of ways where they're helpful. Like, I mean, in this match, Set was using Living Statue. And I'm pretty sure we just saw situations where Lazur was using the Flightless Dragons on that Living Statue, even when they were 5 mana. I'm not sure because I wasn't watching from his side, but that wouldn't surprise me because it's still so much damage.
Yeah, very high DPS, and if you can get them for 4 mana, great. If it's 5 mana, then so be it. Right. Wrecked against Diona.
Yeah,
Both
Set
players
going
switching
back
up.
to his very successful deck that we saw earlier in the tournament. Once Bitten is also something we talked about a few tournaments ago on potential changes to that card. And similar to what you suggested about like only being able to use it on minions that are above half health so they don't instantly transform. Right now what we see it do is at the time you apply it, then it will activate after 50% health loss. So less generically useful, still an incredibly strong card to extract value out of minions that we see a lot of high-level players choose.
Yeah, I like the change because you can't just immediately throw it on a damaged unit and get an instant werewolf. You know, however you play Once Bitten, there's going to be a risk, and you can control how much of that risk there's going to be. And I think that's a skill set. You know, if you know the damage that an opponent unit has, you know how many hits your unit can soak. You can figure out, you know, how much it can take before it becomes a wolf, and you know, in certain circumstances, it can even be a buff. But I think overall, it's probably a nerf. But he's
Now, Set just threw out a GG. What is that about? He was up in XP, and he still is. Is he thinking this game is his, or does he think that Lazur is gonna sneak back?
It triggers me when people do that. I'm not gonna lie, because you don't know
I
which
GG
way
when
they're
I think my
thinking.
opponent's gonna win, and then I love coming back.
Yeah, but sometimes people GG, and you just don't know, as you say, you don't know which way the GG's meant.
Right.
And it
like
puts
you said,
pressure
I
on
don't
you.
have tools for this Avia. Yeah, exactly. He's still up. Yeah.
Always good to see a Via. That's a card we don't see too often, but then with some changes, and she's been balanced many times over the patches, she started to come back into the meta. Not really meta at the moment, but definitely something we've seen people get value out of in the tournament. But not reliably. I think
Avia
that's the
might
thing.
be interesting with Nats, which I'm looking
Yes.
forward to maybe checking out. Yeah.
Show Me the Money mentioned that to me, where you've basically got those close units to pick up the shields.
Okay, what do we got going on? Set is still up in experience. Lazur does have his Avia activated, so we'll see where he elects to use it. Not very good into the Brother with its Holy Fire activated, but could be used now, especially in conjunction with the Taunt Totem.
Yeah, so
Choosing to use it to apply pressure on the bottom lane.
just be careful at the top. Doesn't want to drop too low on HP. Of course, he's going to have the heal. Ruffles is going to go straight into the Holy Fire and get destroyed.
Spawning into fire, yeah, that's...
But here we see the power that Lazur suddenly... He's got... The way the Avea decks work is they're weak until they activate, just like the Demon Warrior. The power spike is not quite as immense as a Demon Warrior deck, but it's a lot easier to get it earlier in the game. So Lazur will be trying to cycle and get Avea out as quickly as possible and try to get back in the game with that.
Set at perk 3.
Yeah, perk 3 for Set here. And
One
just to
Punch
clarify,
Blast having mixed usefulness, right? Like, are there any critical targets? But it could just be used to squeeze extra face damage as well.
yeah, we've definitely seen players in the past. I remember seeing a Westlin game where his strat was just to cycle, get the clones out, get the clones to face, or get to wreck to face and do that one punch blast. But just to clarify what's going on here with Shield Captain Avea, she starts off with a quest, she spawns on her own. When she takes damage, or she damages herself, she shields everything around her, or shields units around her. She has to do that 4 separate times to complete her quest, and when she does the quest, when it's completed, she will then spawn with those 4 Legionnaires each time. So that's a big amount of melee meat that she gets in addition as the game goes on. Okay, so Lazur putting a trap on face there. That's an interesting play because he knows that Rek's not home, but Lazur got a lot of pressure on his face at the moment. Can he
Yeah,
shut
a
it
lot
down?
of damage coming in, and Set can continue to apply this pressure. Lazur does have health recovery with the heal puff and with ruffles, but again, demotivated from using those blood imps. Set has just a lot of potent tools with this Brother of the Burning Fist, and the Razor Squad are really high damage units that can be challenging to stop. Really hard for Avia to deal with the Razor Squad, right? Like, it's just, you're really putting a lot of faith in your Plasma Marines and Stint.
Yep. Lazur desperately needs to get some healing out, but he's not really able to here. The heal puff's going to pop a little bit, but not too much. XP is the big issue right now. Lazur's not able to get solid control of both bridges for any extended period of time and help him catch up. But if both players get some Mana Frenzy, then that's when the cycle and the constant Avea can be a problem. And again, trying to put pressure on with that trap on face. Partially to do face damage, also partially to force Set to have to defend instead of pushing constantly. Right, Set's about to get Mana Frenzy.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what Set was playing for at this point. We saw him kind of seemingly dial back the aggression a little bit. All he needs at this point is to stay ahead on bridges, and this game will lean in his favor.
Yeah, we've got a heal puff doing some work. Mana Frenzy, 20 XP for Lazur. Again, putting pressure on face.
Blood is back on the menu, still probably not.
Can Lazur catch up?
Yeah, tough with the Razor Squad out now. A lot of pressure. Wrecked on face.
Oh,
Elite
he
Swarmer coming in to
nice.
eat the punch. Yeah.
This is going to be too much, though. The DPS of the Razor Squadron is going to be enough alone here. Very close in the end there. You could see Lazur's plan, but it didn't ultimately quite work out.
I love seeing Avia, so I will always support that strategy. And I think she is viable now, actually, to an extent.
That's, correct me if I'm wrong, that's one game all in this setup.
It is indeed.
So
yeah, that was, you know, see, I've been in that same situation multiple times in a tournament where you get the Avia off, but your opponent already has the lead they need to win. And you come back a little bit, but not enough to make a substantial difference. And I think that Set's initial fear came from the fact that he doesn't have a good spell or a clear-cut minion that answers Avia. But he didn't really need that in this situation, because he already had the lead he needed to win, and he was able to answer with Brother of the Burning Fist and with Vect clones. And so it's not like he was even in the match. If they were even standing, you know, I'd be pretty nervous. But considering the fact that he had this 20 XP lead for a lot of the time, and he was able to defend pretty effectively, I'm pretty sure, you know, he had it on lockdown. I don't think Lazur could have done much. And we just saw Lazur get punished because he didn't ban Vect. You know, maybe what he did ban instead, maybe that was wise. Maybe he would have lost to that instead, whatever he was worried about, which was Merlia. I don't know what Merlia deck exactly Set would run that would make Lazur nervous. However, he did just take a loss to the Vect, which is what I was half expecting if he didn't ban it, and we could see Set just run it back.
We're seeing again quite a lot. The Brother of the Burning Fist, such a tank of choice in a lot of these games, and very difficult to deal with, and it traded so well against Avea, even with Legionnaires in support. Although it got a little bit nerfed in the recent patch, the Holy Fire cooldown up to 14 seconds instead of 12, still very strong out there, still a very meta tank, and I guess it's not going to be the last time we see that card today. Right, so we're in the round 4 in the Swiss format part of this event. We've got Set against Lazur, balanced at 1 game all, best of 3. We're just awaiting these guys to load into their final game of this set and to see who is able to take it. So we've got 6 rounds, I believe, of the Swiss event, and then we're going to figure out the top 8 based on the points scored during this event, and then we'll go into the regular elimination. So this is good to see, good experience for all of us, because it's a different tournament setup from what we've experienced before. Let us know in the chat how you feel about this different setup, pros and cons of all different events. We're trying to make this run as smooth as possible. We do have some fairly unavoidable delays sometimes because we need all the matches from the previous round to finish before we get to the next round. We're trying to fill that, of course, always with interesting content and getting extra matches for you as well. Just to remind you, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 9. provided by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the developers. Thanks to those guys for supporting this event. And we are
a shout out to Sinobii, who is doing all the backline work.
Yep. As we talk about the smooth running of the event, Sinobii handles all of that and does an incredible job. So a big shout out to him. We missed the Sinobii streams. We need a special Sinobii stream soon for sure. Right, here we go. Loading into game number 3. This is best of 3, of course, so the winner will take this set.
I just want to see something from Lazur that can handle this wreck. That's all I want. Come on, Lazur, you got it.
Yeah, looking forward to see how this deciding game goes. And I will be interesting to look back in the, after the Swiss settles, like how important is this match? Because it seems like pretty critical between these top competitors. Like maybe someone will miss the cut to top 8 here because of this round. And you mentioned the viewer experience due to the Swiss. I'm also really interested in the player experience as well, and I'll make sure to chat with a few of the competitors to see how they enjoyed it, especially Dragon experiencing this as he suggested.
Okay, so the players
Tranquil Shihu doing his thing, taking damage, recovering value.
Yeah, I mean, that's
giving up the bridges a little bit, but yeah.
one of Disu's favorite cards for sure. Mine too, Tranquil Monkey. One of those cards that can get so much value if handled incorrectly. Now Lazur's going to probably have a little bit of an advantage here because he knows what he's playing against. Or has a very strong experience of it. Now, how can Lazur handle the brother? Because I think that's the key, really, to this deck, is that brother and how awkward it can be to deal with. How it just seems to hang around with its self-healing from the fire.
Yeah, I'm curious when we get back with Disu what he would suggest you use. If you know you're going to face it, what do you attack against that card? Like, do you want to stun it and prevent the Holy Fire? Do you use flyers against it? Seems pretty susceptible to that, especially on the on the attacking side, not so much the defending side.
Wasn't really happy with how Lazur handled that. The Stun Lancers didn't get a hit on the brother. Didn't quite seem to be played correctly. Now, the Musketeers...
a great answer for both the Veil Stalker and the Assassin.
Yeah,
the Assassin being more of a threat on that specific push. Good stun
nice
here.
Shock Rock.
Yeah, not going to win the top bridge, though. Yeah,
It's
nice
the
one
wolf
spin.
again.
Ooh, and dancing to support the top bridge. Pretty nice move by Set.
Remember, those whelps at the bottom, that's probably 5 mana. Didn't really get too much from them. So that's, in certain scenarios, those whelps, the Flightless Dragons, are incredible. That, not so much, though.
Lazur a little bit behind on both experience and health. We'll see how this develops. Again, I'm curious to see if Lazur can get to perk 3, what sort of impact the Dragon will have. Set does have nice tools to deal with it. I mean, even just stunning it for a little bit and getting some high DPS on it is a great strategy.
Nice Shock Rock. Now, the Shock Rock against the Musketeer is good because it resets the riposte, so your melee units can do much better against it.
Similar to how it deals with like Jolo, right? Shuts down the ability.
Exactly. So Lazur not too far behind, and we've seen in these games where they can be close, and then that dragon can really change things. Not necessarily by doing the face damage, but just really locking down a lane and just really helping that XP.
Set using that Holy Fire defensively to big effectiveness, killing a lot of those pesky damage units, maintaining a lot of health on that brother. Oh, and the Holy Fire went off before the stun came in. Again, that's just such a close interaction, yeah.
Just
using
close
the
enough
board
to the
now,
master.
though, yeah.
I mean, he defended that time much better than the earlier push.
Yeah,
perk
Set
3 now
jumped
for
in
Set.
there and it cleared away those skeletons. It was hard to see in real time. Because Rec does have that built-in kind of anti-swarm if you're playing to the highest level. Another great stun. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely shuts down that Musketeer. Getting some better value out of those Flightless Dragons this time.
15 experience behind for Lazur, but holding the bridges right now, and at perk 3. So
Did you see?
we will
He got a werewolf there. Basically played it on a unit with effectively 2 HP, and it took a tiny bit of damage, went down to 1 HP, and popped the wolf. So that was really nice.
Yeah, that's why I like Once Bitten. If you're playing super heads up, it's really pretty sweet. Good job dealing with the brother there.
Right, the dragon is potentially the be-all and the end-all of Lazur's chances here.
Yeah, what are you going to support this dragon with? That drone
not
walker behind it is pretty helpful.
Set has burnt a lot of mana at this point. He didn't want to engage. You know, what you need to do to handle the dragon is you need to position him correctly. You need a tank to tank it. Doesn't need to be a strong tank, just needs to be anything that's really going to take its face away.
It is splashing on face, but it's not aggro on face here, right? So it does turn around there.
XP leveling up. This is turning the match potentially in Lazur's favour here, but of course once this dragon's gone, that's one and done, that's over. But he's doing face damage, he's got an XP lead. Wolf to tank, Wolf's going to go down. Okay, Set can breathe a sigh of relief now. He's still in this, dragon has gone down. Lazur's got a 10 XP lead though.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Rex perk 3 is not crazy strong, to be honest. I feel like a lot of his value comes honestly at perk 1 and then like the additional jumping at perk 2. It's not like King Puff or Milloween where we see a huge spike in power level after that.
This is going to be
Puff today.
Oh, this could be a lot of pressure here. Remove all.
It is a lot of pressure here. Yes.
Can he shut this down?
170 health. Daggerfall,
90
90
HP.
health, dances.
It's
The
going to be too
clones
much.
are shooting phase 20,
Set
10,
takes it.
0. Great game.
Okay. Whew. It looked like the dragon had got Lazur back in the game, but you know, once the dragon had departed, Set was able to stomp himself back into that game and control it and ultimately close it out.
What I really didn't like there doing the dragon push was that Lazur played the Veilstalker, and it just, by the time it actually got to Set's side of the field, the dragon was already dead, and his push was ending. It was really awkward timing, because the unit moved at only 2 speed, so I would have preferred to see something else to help support his push. And then, yeah, it was just... If he had something like Daggerfall, that would have made a huge difference here, because then Set can't like spam clones. It's a quick answer to the Razor Squadron, because then they pretty much just die once he runs out of 0 tech. But he just didn't have those answers. I think his only spell was Shock Rock, and it just didn't work out.
So it looks like those guys were the last, or one of the last games in round 4, which is great because we can move straight into round 5. And remember the way the seeding or the way the player matchups work in the Swiss setup is that players will play each other based on their results in this event. So next we're going to have DarkCrow against Dragon, both players who are currently undefeated in this event.
Yeah, they are the last 2 players without any losses. That was said to us by Sinobii. And so I'm, all props to DarkCrow, right? Dragon is one of the best players in the game, so it's not heavily surprising to see him play this well and be this successful. DarkCrow is not in a top 3 radar or anything, but DarkCrow is now in 2nd place, so to speak, or tied for 1st, with best performance of the tournament so far. So I wonder how his games are gone. He's definitely doing very well.
DarkCrow's been doing very, very solidly on the ladder as well.
Mm-hmm.
So he's definitely a very, very good player. But he's coming up against a very, very, very good player in Dragon, especially in tournament scenes. So it'll be very interesting to see how these players match up here.
And going back to Rect for a second from Set, what I would have liked to see from Lazur was, first of all, Daggerfall. Just put that in there. It can get value in multiple aspects of the match. Insta-play it on Razor Squadron, play it when Set is double pushing it on both lanes. And then you just want to have something that makes it easier to fight the brothers. He had Stun Lancers, which was good, or the brother. He had Stun Lancers, which was good, but I think Flightless Dragons were mediocre in this match, just because they're pretty easy to take out without getting a whole bunch of damage value when Set is pushing in. I think Assassin personally would have been better combined with the Stun Lancers in this matchup. But, oh, he had both of them. Hold on, pardon my brain. But yeah.
Pardon my brain. Okay, just restarting my game to make sure we have 0 lag issues.
Yeah, DarkCrow took down Memfisto in the 2nd round, which was obviously not an easy match. I'm just kind of going through and seeing what other opponents they had to face.
You want to go over their bans, or should we wait off on that?
Oh,
yeah, that's fine. If you're ready to go, that's fine.
Yeah, DarkCrow electing to ban APEP, Defenso, and Brothers of Light. Dragon bans Milo, Whirly, and Grenadier. So Dragon sticking, it seems like, with these consistent anti-AoE bans, which tend to be just really effective.
Mm-hmm. And we know, Dragon, he there was a long string of tournaments where he just played Brothers of Light Milloween, right? And also on other masters, on Valorian as well, I think on Diona. Like in the DreamHack tournaments, I'm pretty sure I remember him bringing it in all decks but one, when there was deck exhibitions. And I think it's interesting for DarkCrow to ban them because we did see that Brother of Light and Brother of Burning Fist combo. Personally, I want to ban versus it because, it's uncommon, right? You're leaving meta open. Neither one has banned Dragon Nest, neither one has banned anything Slither. So we'll see. I fully expect to see at least one of those come out, but a good chance of both.
Okay. So I am ready to go here. Yisu, you're going to join me on this one, I think.
Yep. Also, now what is interesting though, this is just a theorizing, but if you look at DarkCrow's in-game name, he says Dragon Nest Funks Solo. So you could say that Dragon is thinking that maybe there's no chance DarkCrow plays it. You could be thinking that, and I have yet to see it come out from Dragon either. So maybe neither one will even have it in their deck pool. We'll see.
Yeah, a bit of mind games. Right, so we're still...
Dragon did go on to ban Milloween, so we talked about the interaction of like, can you run Dragon Nest in other matchups? Yeah,
very true.
Yeah, and although you can, it's not ideal. So you are at least gimping the strat a little bit.
Who are you going to be spectating on the main cast?
DarkCrow.
Okay. Right now,
DarkCrow at one point was my draft nemesis. I would always have like good draft runs, and he would defeat me. And he's a member of our Chinese community, but also very social, often hanging out with other Minion Masters players.
Right now, both of them are in deck building. Oh wait, Dragon just moved out, so they've currently, I'd say they have yet to decide what to play. They're both just thinking it through. And let's see here. Oh yeah, DarkCrow, yeah. So on ladder, I know he loves Reckonator, right? I think that most of us can attest to that. He plays Reckonator. Another card that we see a lot is Blast Crystal. I think he really likes it because it is only 4 mana for the first play, so you can get a lot of value from it when you just use it like Daggerfall, except more damage. And then of course there's the second Blast Crystal, and a good player will position that in a way where it makes things awkward for the opponent until they either have to play into it or just avoid it and play differently. So I wonder if we're going to see any of those coming out. And also Glenn's Brew goes along there.
Yeah, I'm sure Dragon will have an idea of what DarkCrow's been playing on the ladder if they've met. So again, that's just part of the information that they're gleaming and trying to use with regards to what they're deciding to ban. And here we go.
I predict a Morelia in the starting picks. We'll see.
Nailed it.
I haven't loaded in yet, so...
Oh, spoiler.
Oh, hey, here we are. Yeah, Dragon is on a Cursed Morelia versus a Wrecked running Blood Imps. Looks like the exact same type of a Cursed deck that Dragon ran versus... who was he facing previously? Oh, versus... someone. And
Dragon played NikShow.
NikShow, thank you. So, same Cursed deck versus NikShow. We'll see how it does.
Yep, he's got the Cokes, he's got the
it took out that tantrum thrower, so therefore he gets to hold both bridges now.
Right. Yeah, this is looking like a fairly familiar deck from DarkCrow from ladder experience. He's got the high DPS of Scotty, Reckonator's in there, you've got the Hypnotize. Hypnotize,
I really
like
like
get a little nerve.
Because he's going to be able to 5-shot those skeletons, and he attacks very quickly. So 5-shot may sound not that great, but his attack speed's like 0.7 of a second or something like that, and so he can really shred them pretty quickly. Last Mancer versus and Wrecked. Very, very painful for that one. There it is.
Right. So the Reckonator could be the target of choice for the Cokes, but of course it requires stuff to be with the Reckonator. which it currently
No.
isn't.
Yeah, it was very awkward for Dragon, because when this Reckonator was coming down the lane, Dragon had no mana for any of his cards. It is getting in so much damage. He's below half health. Does DarkCrow have Glenn's Brew?
No Glenn's Brew available. I don't think he has that.
It still
It still pops off. That's huge damage. Wow.
And oh wow, yeah, Dragon's only a little over halfway to a Cursed Ascension, and now he's at less than 700 HP. Not even at perk 2 yet. This is looking very rickety for Dragon.
Yeah. Can't tank too much more in his face. He does have the ability to heal slightly. But he needs to be so careful. Scotty wailing away. And he was so
Over
close to sitting down, but just getting an extra 2 hits in there to look like he wasn't going to get them. He's going to get some more face damage in. Right, Dragon is in very bad situation right now. 266 HP, behind on XP. DarkCrow dominating this match so far.
I've also noticed an interesting little bug where for some reason it looks like Kogs has 216 Accursed Ascension points. So that's interesting.
Yep.
And oh, Lash versus Kogs, very nice.
That's nice because he just wants to shut that Coax down because he knows that now he can support with the
drain.
Or the heal gets one of them.
Only half of it. Yeah, that was very well done by DarkCrow because he got the Swarmers in front of the Reckonator. Therefore, both of them got drained and one of them died. He just wants to negate that healing, and that was very well done.
Right, he can't allow this to pop on his face.
He wants it to explode though, because that would do too bad. That would really help out with defense. But this is terrifying.
Scotty's going to shut this game out. There's no way he can stop this. Game number 1 goes to DarkCrow, and a very aggro deck there. Huge. There was one push that did huge damage, and that just set the scene for the rest of the game there, tODDlife.
Yeah, I think this is pretty good evidence to say why we've seen Wrecked so commonly banned in previous tournaments, because the Master supports your aggression so well, and between the Reckonator and the Scotty as incredibly high DPS and threatening units, just a lot to deal with. Makes you really split your answers, and we saw a really good dance there where Wrecked was supporting a push, was about to die, and then jumped behind the Reckonator to deal additional damage and stay in the fight. So I would maybe suspect we see additional Wrecked bans in the future, and then maybe Dragon Nest bans to dismantle the Milloween Dragon Nest deck.
Agreed. I would also say that the reason now, it's pretty clear to me now that the reason Dragon's banning Whirling Grenadier is because those are both very good AoE answers to the overwhelming skeleton power of a curse decks. But in this matchup, it didn't really matter for DarkCrow that those cards were banned, because he still had AoE and Reckonator, and he still has the clones from Wrecked, Wrecked and Reckonator. He still has the clones from Wrecked to take out the skeletons. So even though Dragon's bans are meant to make this a curse deck easier to play, it didn't even really matter. He still just had a very hard time defending, and that one Reckonator that came down the lane when Dragon had no mana, that was the push that did so much damage.
Now, does Dragon have to make an assumption that DarkCrow may stick with that setup and try to play something that can shut that down?
I have no clue if DarkCrow repeats decks in tournaments. He might switch things up, but we're just about to find out. Wouldn't surprise me if, you know, did you already load in?
Okay, yeah, sorry. I won't spoil it this time.
I loaded in at 2 seconds, so, you know, that seems to be the theme right now.
Okay, so DarkCrow playing King Puff, the first King Puff we've seen today. King Puff getting a small buff in the latest patch, with the birthday coming in 43 seconds instead of 45, I think. Right.
We have seen Milloween, but it looks like it is not at all Dragon Nest Milloween. We see Brother of the Burning Fist, Ghost Turret, and those 2 cards alone make me think this is not going to be Dragon Nest. He's going to be doing something not meta.
We saw Scotty get so much value in the previous game. Can he do the same here?
Oh,
Right,
that would have worked out beautifully if it actually hit the Brother, because then Scotty would have done so much damage on that Brother, but unfortunately the Hypnotize just barely didn't reach, and Azali coming out. Here we go.
Is this DuKWestlin we're watching here? Right, bridge switch.
He wants to shield that fire and protect it. Oh.
Oh, goodness me, that's not going to work out too well at the bottom there. That Brother's still got a toe on the bridge as well.
There we go, that's much better.
Oh, that's nicely done, those Blood Imps. Now, Blood Imps do very big DPS. 90 DPS between the 5 of them or something. They are a silent killer for sure.
They also do a very weird 17 damage with each attack. And so when they're combined, that can make a difference, whereas if it was 15, I can't tell you the exact breakpoints off the top of my head, but since they each do that 2 extra damage, when they're all attacking one target, that just means that they're going to take even less attacks to murder things. Oh, see, look at that. That swap was very smart, because he's using the Slither Doubter to just take out the Arcane Golem. It's 20 DPS, and it does a whole bunch of stacked damage.
Yeah, that poison is not to be overlooked for sure. Right. Let's have a look at the XP. Very similar. DarkCrow just getting to perk 2 first, so he'll have the access to those buffs on his arena.
Now, what I find interesting is that DarkCrow's playing Azali, but this match hasn't even been based on Azali so far. He's just been doing a great job controlling it with his other parts of his deck. He needs a shield. Oh, dang.
Oh, he could have blood imped at the top to get a shield.
Now, is that the first time Fireball's played? Because if so, then that just means DarkCrow didn't know that that would happen. So he does know that now.
Yeah. Okay. Frustrating, but he's going to learn
that. Also
that.
does mean he now knows that he has to be careful with Blood Imps. Because if he places them all at the same lane and he's at like 1000 HP, very easy Fireball target. And Keen Puff's perk 3 no longer gives you invulnerability when you have a bridge. So he's not like it's a safety measure at perk 3 or anything. Oh, there's the Herald. That's going to do some decent damage, but I think it only hits 1 hit and then goes on tower. Not much worth for 5 mana. There we go, once again. That's Slither Doubter, and then the Propeller Horde. Oh, Chisma! And it doesn't get off.
Sad. I know you've had some experiences with Chisma in tournaments.
Yeah,
not good
I think
experiences.
They were all against Set as well, and it was quite the experience.
Right, XP, almost dead level. Azali not quite getting that rage. Nice shield.
Done.
He
was
ready
baited
for it
the
that
fireball and then did the shield. Yeah, that was perfectly timed. Very well done by DarkCrow. That just basically gives him a 5 mana advantage, and he can now push in real nicely.
Yeah, that's just an example of paying attention to what your opponent has and then adjusting based on it. Not the best hypnotize.
Yeah, it didn't do very much value. I wonder what his goal was there. Maybe to catch another unit. This should get a decent hit. Oh, it doesn't hit the Golem. That's sad. And only one. Okay, get the second.
It does get the second hit just though. Right.
Alright, perk 3 versus perk 3. We'll see what the Night Puffs can do for defense.
Yeah, King Puff perk 3 is normally very strong.
Here we go.
Here we go. Night Puffs. Boom. And of course with Azali as well, you get potential of Night Puffs, shielded Night Puffs. Let's see how he can do here.
Raid Scotty just shredding that Golem. 2 hits before it goes off is so much damage. And now at this point, if you're DarkCrow, I think he just wants to, you know, reset a bit and then try and get that Omega Azali push going.
Yeah. You can get Azali, you can get the Night Puffs generated shields on them, it could be great. Dragon has to be aware of that Hypnotize though, and he could get punished by it here. Going for the bridge swap instead. Now the problem is there's not quite enough DPS at the top to deal with it though. I feel like
the shields there though were very helpful because now the Night Puffs can tank things, and so it did get a lot cleaned up.
Hypnotize again is not great because there's not really anything for it to attack. I feel like the Hypnotize at the bottom when the Golem and the brother were next to each other was probably the play of choice, but he's kept the pressure on the bridge. Next switch comes up. This is a huge amount. This is
it.
King Puff perk 3 101 here. Those Night Puffs shielded, ranged, doing full face damage. Dragon's going down. 2-0 to DragonCrow.
DragonCrow.
That is the name of their first child.
That was pretty dominating. You know what I find interesting though is that DarkCrow's spells were I'd say they were flat out mediocre this fight, but it didn't even really matter. I mean, because Lash never really got too much value, Hypnotize never got very much value, but the pushes was still so good nonetheless, and it worked out very nicely.
Okay. Well, that was not entirely as expected.
Yeah.
Dragon was kind of swamped in both games.
Yeah, very good performance by DarkCrow. Bringing a somewhat unique deck for that second match, Azali King Puff, which seems really strong. You know, had tools to take advantage of the rage like Scotty, And getting shield on the Night Puff seems like a very good strategy, very well executed. And that bridge swap just useful throughout the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that I am sad that we never got to see an Unholy Ground Propeller Horde get shield, but that's okay. I'll just live. And yeah, we just saw. I just looked at it on stream. That play with the Fire Imp being baiting out that Firebond, then the perfect shield timing. That was very nice.
Right. Do we have somewhere else we could jump and see what is going on? We could see what's going on with Nadarajah and Nerzl. That's a repeat of the previous final. Dive in there, see how that's working out. Let's have a look. Nadarajah. Nadarajah's in deck building. Let's find out what the score is, because it could be one.
And we have one final Swiss round after this one before the cut to top 8.
All right, very nice. And I would say that Dragon, you know, I don't know if Dragon was expecting DarkCrow to play what he did, but if we get that matchup again where DarkCrow is going against Dragon, I would be very surprised if Dragon doesn't change up his bans, because they didn't really matter versus what DarkCrow was playing. And I think that if they match again, Dragon's going to be more player-specific with his bans.
Okay, looks like that game is over. Nadarajah and Nerzl 2-0. Not sure who was the 2 and who was the 0. Okay, Nerzl won that one by 2-0. Okay. Right, so we're trying to see if there's any games still continuing that we can jump in and see whilst we're finishing this round. Give a refresh here, see what's going on. Okay, so that's been reported. Okay, so
We got something from Sinobii.
okay, Defogo 1-0 up against NikShow. About to start game 2. That sounds like a good time.
Alright.
So as I said earlier, these people were training partners, and they were like, Todd, can you make sure we don't face each other? I'm like, no, I can't do that because it's Swiss. I don't even know how the matches are decided. So here we'll get to see them if they're bringing decks that they've practiced against each other.
Yeah, I think that these are both players that I would say are very good players in 2v2 and can... I don't know about NikShow. I have no clue which one NikShow plays more, 2v2 or 1v1. But I would say that they both are players that would be, you know, a nice underdog pick to win the tournament. Where they're very good players, but they're not top of the chain. And if one of them would have really pulled it out here, that'd be very, very interesting.
Anyone else having issues spectating Defogo?
I did have issues loading into this game. And honestly, before the previous match, I was going to say DarkCrow is one of those players that we could see outperforming, and I'm actually really happy we've had a chance to see them today, because I don't think I've seen them in tournaments before. I've seen them enter a few and have some scheduling issues maybe. I don't think we've ever watched their matches on stream, so really nice to showcase that talent.
Right, okay.
And yeah.
We're in here. Disu's with me, Defogo against NikShow, game number 2.
And it looks like we're seeing the Volko deck from NikShow that we saw versus the Accursed deck from Dragon. Hopefully it's an easier match this time. Versus Diona, I think that, you know, we'll see what Bridgeburn can do. We already see a good target right here for it. But yeah, I wonder if this is Cage Powder Diona. Who knows? Oh, so there's a one spitting in there somewhere. I bet it's on top bridge on one of the back skeletons. Oh, never mind. It didn't get off whoever it was. Yikes.
Okay. Now, one of the things that would be nice if we could do before the next round is to have a look at how the overall standings are and try to figure out, based on what we're going to see, how that's going to impact the overall standings. So we'll try and do that for you, because of course it's going to be the top 8 that go through. Fireball's going to shut down the Cage Prowler.
You know, I would like to see Defogo try and answer that with the trap. He used it before the Cage Powder was played. Maybe he didn't know it was in the deck. But then that way you can answer it for 1 mana instead of the 6 mana that Defogo did just spend. We'll see how that goes in the future card cycles. Oh, that Crystal Voucher just keeping that bridge and making Defogo spend 2 more mana.
So Volko, one of the masters of choice to be banned in 2v2s, but not really quite so feared in 1v1.
I don't think that Wolf would have gotten off it if NikShow didn't bridge burn, because I'm pretty sure Magmacan would have gotten a shot, but maybe not. Either way, it didn't really do much because NikShow had plenty of DPS to melt it. And here comes Cage Prowler. It's kind of awkward for Defogo to keep spending Dragon Ball because that's 6 mana, so I really hope that he just gets other ways to handle it, you know, other than spending double the cost each time. And here we go. Let's see what Ruffles gets with the first potion. Mana, very nice.
It's gonna be a value Dragon
There
Ball.
you go. That's more like it, because that way he got half. He got
Oh, the
basically
Grenadier survived as well. Goodness me.
outstanding.
That was the Haunting Hugger just saving the Grenadier there.
A play that NikShow could have done there was try and time Bridgman with Arcanist attack, and that way you could have had her one-shot the skeletons. Would have been hard, but it would have been a nice tech play just to make it to where the Wolf doesn't get off. Oh, that's not going to work out very nicely. It's going to take a lot of damage here.
Right. So the Magma Cannon does put a lot of pressure on the bridges, but if you've already got them, then it can sit there and not really achieve too much.
Mm-hmm. Ruffles died
DfogoX
there, but
favor.
that's just fine, because it was the least important potion. It was health, and he's already at 2,720. And there we go. That's what you want to do. Now, I wish he waited a bit longer, because see, NikShow could have countered it like he did just there. If he just waited a second longer, that's very good value right there.
I mean, it was almost like the trap baited out the response, and then the fireball was
Yeah.
going to clear up.
That is true. I would say though that when he's using the trap against the Cage Prowler, he wants to do it at a time when NikShow's focusing on other things. So if he just waited like a second longer, at that point NikShow's attention would have been divided. But still, the Legionnaires were the perfect answer for Defogo to get some return value. Assassin, very nice.
Perk 3 now for Defogo. Got quite a sizable XP lead at the moment. Doesn't have the damage trap available to put pressure on.
I like how he's not Dragon Balling the Cage Prowler anymore. He's waiting to where there's other units around to take the punishment, because he's not trying to damage phase, right? He's already got a 30 XP lead. But here we go, some pressure from NikShow.
I mean, he has quite a lot of small units in his deck, which are going to do a good job tanking that Prowler. Still needs to be careful though. He can, you know, he can take some phase damage if necessary.
I think
Does
that
a
it's
good
good to
job.
take a bit of face damage on Diona, so that there's more purpose to Ruffles healing you. You don't want to
Yeah.
play it safe, so that otherwise you're not getting value from 1/3 of your pack 2. Oh, that's
Oh, he's
too
put the trap
close.
too close to Volko. That's a mistake.
This time he only
Dragon
got
Ball
cross-
shuts it down.
Slightly different than getting Legionnaires.
Yeah. Hey, both players know exactly what's going to happen in that scenario, so they're trying to play around it as much as possible. Right. Now, we're going to see perk 3 now for Volko, so is the extra Berserker Rage on the melee units going to change things? Are they going to start tanking? They're going to start trading a lot better? Let's find out.
Helping with interactions, but the main concern here is that it doesn't give much in the way of control. So it might not make a difference, but if it makes key differences in the minion fights, that's what Defogo wants.
Nice trap, nice bridge grab, gets a assassin. Seems to take an age for this. Yeah, it seems to take an age for that assassin to aggro there. Right, massive XP lead for Defogo. Just a reminder, Defogo's 1-0 up in this best of 3 series. If he closes this out, he's going to be closing the series out.
Rugger has also been doing some nice just damage work that makes interactions work out favorably for Defogo.
He has 2 traps if necessary to shut this down. Only needs 1 of them.
Yeah, there we go. That's how you want to do it.
How do you feel about the Hugger? It's not a meta card, really.
My issue with it is just the fact that it doesn't help with bridges, so I'd rather usually have other damage options. In this match, it has been doing a beautiful amount of value where it just makes fights work out nicely. And also because NikShow doesn't have, you know, he can't just let it get to his Master Tower unless he wants 100 damage.
Those traps being used perfectly to aggro the fights off the bridge. Perk 3
Mana
is
Frenzy.
where NikShow, sorry, but Defogo's at Mana Frenzy now. If he just pushes, solidifies his bridge position here, he can close this out.
And we just heard Defogo get a Cursed Ascension, which doesn't matter, but it still happens even when you don't have the characters that matter. But yeah, Defogo, he just pushes in here. After Bridge Burn is used, now he really puts on the pressure, because there's no threat to him storming everything.
I feel like there hasn't been really money bridge burns at all. They haven't really got huge value, and I think that's because Defogo knows he doesn't want to stack too much together. He needs to wait, get the bridge burn used, and then push into it.
There's Ruffles getting 4 mana. Lovely XP potion. And here we go, the pressure's here.
Yeah, NikShow's too far behind on his own mana frenzy. Okay, DfogoX going to take this. It's 2-0. Defogo closes out the series.
Yeah, very well done. Diona just incredibly controlling, and NikShow with not enough power to push through the defenses, and Defogo ekes out those like slim advantages to stay ahead on XP, to win trades, and eventually win the long game through mana frenzy. You pointed out DeathShoott how he adjusted his strategy on the Cage Prowler, and I think that's one of Defogo's strengths, changing strategy in the middle of the game.
Yeah, I think Defogo has a very, very robust knowledge of interactions. I hear him mention a lot of very interesting stuff when he's commentating. And yeah, he did that. He played it very nicely, very, very nicely.
Okay, so that was another round 5 match. We've got one more round to go.
So if we have people tied, do we have to have tiebreakers for top 8?
I'm not entirely sure.
They're kind of baked into the Swiss system. There are tiebreakers. Now, when Dragon and I were evaluating tiebreakers for a prospective fish tournament, on the tournament site, it gives you like an overwhelming number of tie-breaking options. And we were having trouble identifying what the appropriate course of action was. We ran a couple simulations. So I think that right now, Sinobii's using Smash GG to calculate all the Swiss stuff. So I assure you that there are some tiebreakers in place in the Smash GG system, but I cannot speak to what those are. And this actually was my major concern with the Swiss tournament. If we see players with similar records, does it feel fair to the person that doesn't make the cut? And a lot of that tiebreaking is, could be dependent on strength of schedule, which is outside of a player's control as well, right? So someone had a harder road, same number of wins, they kind of deserve to progress, but it's kind of out of control of the person that misses the cut. So we'll keep an eye on that after round 6 and see what top 8 looks like.
So right now, if I'm mathing correctly, it looks like there's around 10 people who have 3 wins and 2 losses. And then we've got 5 people who are above that mark and who have probably made it into the top 8, unless some people really perform well here. And yeah, that's what I'm seeing right now. It looks like, yeah, we got a lot of players who are just at 3 wins and 2 losses. We got Nadaraja, Memfisto. We got a whole bunch of players who don't even stand out very much, but just new players, like Scarlett, who we saw in round 1. They're also at 3 wins and 2 losses. They could even somehow make top 8, That'd be pretty cool.
We're sticking with Defogo in the final round. DfogoX versus SaytinWarship.
Oh,
frenemies.
So how are these guys doing in the overall rankings? Like, what impact is the result of this match going to have on the players' potential future in this event?
Right now, to me, it looks like Defogo is in the top 8 and Saytin is not. So I imagine if Saytin can win, since they will have a tied record after that. My understanding is tiebreaker goes towards head-to-head first. So since Saytin would beat Defogo, like if Saytin beats Defogo, and then they have the same record, I think if they were 8 and 9, Saytin would progress, which makes sense.
Right now, Saytin is one of the players at 3-2, and Defogo is one of the players at 4-1. So if Saytin does win this, it's a tie.
Hey, all to play for then. Right.
Oh yeah, I was looking at game count, which is also tracked, right? So that could be an additional stat that's used to break ties. Yep.
Yeah, like if you won 2-0 or 2-1. I think that sounds to me like it'd be maybe the most fair way to do it, unless you had to go to extra matches.
You think on game count before head-to-head?
Because then you get to look at past performance as a way to go through. Instead of just extra games. It also helped keep things running smoothly, I think.
Okay, so we're going to get set up here. This is the final round of the Swiss event, as we were talking. So after this round of matches completed, we'll have a look at the overall tally of points, and in some way, shape or fashion, we will figure out the top 8 that will progress to the second stage, the final stage of the tournament, which will be an elimination stage. We'll go to best of 5 at some point. Not entirely sure if it's entirely best of 5, but we'll certainly find out. And there'll be conquest rules, so you won't be able to play a master after winning with it. Right, Defogo and...
What I really like about the top 8 Conquest rules is that you don't have to ban, like let's say there was one master who was clearly above all the rest. You don't have to ban that person if you've got a plan, because you only have to lose to that one hero once, and then after that they're gone. So if you've got like this whole, you can have a strategy based around making your opponent having a harder time defending whatever your plan is, and you just ignore the fact, you accept the fact that you're going to take a loss to this overpowered master. Those are strategies you can see in Conquest setting.
Right, so let's have a look here. So we're using a different website to run the event, primarily because it has slightly improved support from what we've used before with regards to the Swiss event, so we're trying that here. So let's bring up the rankings on the screen for you guys. It'll be a little bit white. I don't know if there's a dark mode here, but if we just have a look, we've got Set and DarkCrow have got 15 points. We've got Nerzl, Dragon, DfogoX 12 points. Lazur and Nadaraj and Memfisto, Satan, Destroy, Plumpy Panda, NikShow, Chenig, Westlin, Scarlet, Nidram, all on 9 points. So the top 8 is by no means determined right now.
And this isn't on topic to be totally honest, but DarkCrow and Set bans just came in, and DarkCrow did not ban Wrecked versus Set. So yet again, in Set's getting to use Wrecked yet again. Now, DarkCrow has been performing very well and probably has a plan, but it's very interesting how every game that we've seen so far with Set, he's gotten away with playing Wrecked and winning with it rather smoothly.
Yeah, so are you trying to allude into the fact that maybe if he's not able to rely on Wrecked quite so much, then he might not be able to do quite so well?
I think that I'm just surprised to see no one try and ban it. DarkCrow's doing the same thing that Dragon did, where you ban Melloween instead of Dragoness, which is what Todd was saying. Instead, maybe you should ban Wrecked and Dragoness. I mean, you ban Melloween instead of Dragoness, where instead you should ban Wrecked and Dragoness. No one's doing that right now, which I think is pretty surprising.
Melloween by herself can be pretty fearsome, right? You could start doing rock rival strategies or other, tank strategies and just grind out games with some really good spell support. So I'm not entirely surprised, but it's a tough choice for these players, right? To have to face Sets Wrecked and other players Wrecked, which have been very successful today. And in previous tournaments, as we've talked about, we've seen Wrecked banned time and time again. So a little break from what we've seen historically.
All right, but we do have the bans now for Satan versus Defogo, and they both ban Morelia, which is kind of funny. I know that Defogo loves Morelia. Satan, I think, plays a pretty large variety of things, but also has Morelia banned. And let's see here. Okay, so Satan banned the Defogo Tower. So for those not in the know, that is Scrat Launcher. It's just a meme that's been going around. And then also banned Jing Lan, which is a very interesting pick.
That is a super common tool for Defogo to use. He loves the Heal Puff Jing Lan combo as kind of I'm going to spend this 1 mana on Heal Puff to activate Jing, treat it as a spell, and then have it on board. Very common in his Setsu style gameplay. So Satan is really knowledgeable about what Defogo likes to play and preferring Morelia as a really strong master as well.
Thank you for that insight. That is good to know. I have seen Baphome do the same thing with Shen and Heal Puff, but it does make sense with Jing Lan, because at that point you're only spending 1 mana, and then you have the unit out with basically old Shock Rock damage. And then Defogo bans Dragon Nest and Future Present, which looks like he's just trying to stop Satan from doing some nasty business, keeping those cheesy decks away.
Yeah, futures are something I've seen Satan do as well. And these are actually 2v2 partners, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they know each other extremely intimately as far as, they've cooperated in gameplay before and done very well in those tournaments.
Define intimately.
As you would suspect. So use your imagination and you are correct.
Wow.
Okay.
They are
Very
tight.
well. Yeah, tight.
Okay.
All right.
So, just a reminder, we got Defogo on 12 points with a 4 games won, 1 game lost record, and Satan on 9 points, 3 games won, 2 games lost. So if Satan is able to win this, he will tie with Defogo with the record, and that could certainly change things as we go forward. Now, we've got the bans. Todd, you're joining me on this one, is that correct?
Yes, I am, and happy to be here for this match.
Happy to have you here for all the matches. And yeah, we're just waiting for the players to get ready, and then we will go. So there is quite a lot on the line for this one, which is always good to see.
This is basically DfogoX holding his place in top 8 versus Saytin. This is his key match to trying to getting into top 8.
Yeah, all to play for sure. You know, sometimes with these, the way the Swiss events go, I guess you can get to the final match and it doesn't necessarily mean anything. We've got like Set and DarkCrow, you know, they're both going to progress through. So there's not too much riding on the outcome of that game, whereas, you know, some of the games like this one here, there's definitely stuff riding on it.
You gotta wonder how nervous each player is. It depends. Are they still joining in 2v2 tournaments when they're going? Do they still team up? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so.
So then they're probably still in the know of what each other's doing. And I bet, you know, there's got to be a ton of mind games going on. Especially because they're both on a Discord call right now. They're both.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's been a number of tournament players that have been hanging out in Discord throughout this event, and they're both there. They're both deafened, but it's pretty funny. DfogoX is actually streaming his screen, and Saytin's in the lobby. So I don't know. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I doubt they're cheating, but I mean, I doubt Saytin would cheat, especially since they know each other so well. But yeah,
just being teased by DfogoX. Maybe DfogoX's streaming the deck he's not going to use. Surprise! Okay, so we're just waiting here for the guys to get ready, and then we will jump in. Let's just drop them a message and
tell them, hurry up!
I mean, I was going to go with ready when you are.
Oh, my bad.
And a smiley face.
Oh, well, that's nice. Well, neither of them are in deck building right now, so maybe they're just, you know...
Maybe we're waiting for them, they're waiting for us.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
I would definitely give the... Oh, here we go. Yeah. Well, good luck, players.
DfogoX wants me to just clarify the fact that he's not playing the Scrat launcher, the DfogoX Tower, is because it's banned.
Well, he's just going to play Future Person and get that.
Right, here we go. The last round of the Swiss. The tournament lives potentially on the line here for both these players. Really fighting to get into that top 8.
Oh man, I did face this deck DfogoX was playing in practice, and it is rough. So he is using this combination of Red Golem along with Battle Monkey, and they really help each other out because Battle Monkey excels with lots of targets, and Red Golem is very single target focused. So when you stack those two, good things can happen.
Right, a lot of XP already for DfogoX. Going to put pressure on the spawners as well. Crossbow Guild going to go down. We've got Rock Rivals. So, of course, DfogoX's going to want to try to make as much out of that statue with this first cycle as he can. Doesn't look like the statue's going to have a good time, though. He's going to get spanked pretty much by the Golem.
And grounded, too.
Yeah, Golem is locked in place. Golem survives, though. That's nice.
Yeah, and this is the first spawner I think we've seen today, but at a pretty tough disadvantage versus Setsu. They could just jump on it right away and shut it down for minimal expense. DfogoX is fine taking damage here. I think he kind of wants to take a controlled amount of damage so he can get his Red Golem online.
Yeah, for sure.
We see varying strategies with that between players, whether they use it as a safety mechanism or if it's part of their core strategy here.
Yeah, that's very true. Okay. Saytin taking some decent damage here. DfogoX is in a good spot. He's got good XP, good HP, and another spawner building. No Setsu jump
very interesting.
available yet.
Saytin has Resonating Blast Crystal, which I think needs to be consistently used on this Snake Druid, and it's going to cost him an extra mana to do so with the other crystal on the ground. So a kind of unfavorable trade, but part of doing business if you want this Rock Rival to progress towards face. And DfogoX was like, yep, punch me.
Yeah, we're going to get to Red Golem territory here, I should think. The problem is he doesn't want to get too far past Red Golem territory. Okay.
Got the right aggro on that, at least.
I don't know how he managed to get that aggro. There was so much around it.
It's a rock rival head taunt.
Oh yeah, of
Easy.
course. Big brain. Just checking.
My mind. Yeah.
Okay,
That's where I think we would have seen Defogo use Jing if possible, right? He kind of heel puffed at the bottom to cycle his deck, and he would have Jinged that whole push. And
Red
he's
Golem
continuing to take
melted.
damage from it. Not to mention this cannon roller, he wants to steal aggro from that, so it's not on face.
Okay, does have a heal puff, but it's going to be
but
tricky
it's
to
also
get value out of it.
painfully low in health, yeah. And the spawner supplied pressure.
Next Red Golem's available, but he can't really hold on to it. He's going to die if he's waiting for it. That's it.
Yeah.
Satan takes the first game.
That turned in a direction I did not expect. Defogo just took a lot of damage on that push. Maybe should have been a little bit more careful.
Yeah, that wasn't really a situation where he was controlling the damage he was taking. It was inevitable that he was taking that damage, and then he did get the Red Golem out, but the Red Golem just got squished, and Satan was just able to close that out.
When I saw him taking it on tower, I was expecting Battle Monkey to be played on the Shroom once the Golem knocked on the tower. I think it was way too greedy to go for the Red Golem because there was a million Swarmers there, and I think he was just, he wanted it out immediately, which does make sense because the Swarmers were going to overwhelm him, the Spawners were going to overwhelm him, but I think he needed to bide his time a bit more because Battle Monkey would have still taken care of the push and he sort of taken a lot of damage. So odds are he would have gotten in Red Golem range or to the point where he could have just let a little bit of damage get on tower and then he would have been fine. Yeah, I think it was a bit bold to just go for Red Golem right then and there.
Okay, so Satan strikes first. Of course, Satan with the slightly worse record at the moment, but if he does take this, he will have an equal record to Defogo, and
it would be quite sad for their relationship if Satan kicks Defogo out of the tournament, because this will tie them up. And then imagine if Defogo goes on to just, if there's a deciding game and it just doesn't work out, then he can just blame Satan and they can never talk to each other again. Then
oh god,
yeah,
they'll never be intimate again.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we'll see exactly what they switch to next. We're still in the best of 3, so Satan with 1 foot in the driving seat at the moment.
Mm-hmm. My guess is that targeted Jing ban was actually pretty significant there, because that's exactly the moment that I expect Defogo to Jing that huge push, deal with a lot of the swarms, and then stun lock the golem that was on face.
I would give credit to both the bans, in fact, because he then went on to play a deck that plays both spawners, and it's not like Defogo could use Scrat Launcher. So he both the bans really just shut down the counter ability that I think Satan would have normally had to deal with. And yeah, very wise targeted bans, but they know each other, so that's how it works.
Mm-hmm. Yep, for sure. Okay, so they need to switch potentially. See how that goes. But yeah, the Red Golem activation was great, but the first Red Golem melted. You could see he was trying to hold on for his next Red Golem, but I don't think it was going to work out, even if he was able to get it out in time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so whilst we're waiting, let's oh, here we go. I was just going to have a look and see if any of the round 6 matches had completed. Okay, Destroy's beaten Plumpy Panda, and Terror Down has beaten Left Side Analog in the matches that have completed. But our match here, Defogo against Satan, it's 1-0 to SaytinWarship at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Defogo on Milloween. We'll see what he busts out. Dragon Nest, not restricted, but looking at his hand right now, I don't expect this to be a Dragon Nest deck, where you're typically looking for spells that you could throw out pretty much at any time and get value off of them.
Thanks.
Still a very spell-focused deck with Milloween.
Thanks for Satan for playing Chain Gang. Let's see if he can destroy anyone's game.
Oh, haha. Yeah, and Satan on wrecked. Okay, so we'll see what kind of aggression he can do here. And was this a that was an impatient statue, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That's a hasty statue.
That is going. Pull everything back. And there you can see the wolf's overall DPS on the statue is so weak there because the statue's moving, the wolf has a swipe and then has to run and chase it. So that fast statue is tricky to deal with sometimes.
Yeah, Saytin also choosing to use a Rabid Prowler, a card that sees little use, but we did see it used in one of the previous tournaments.
Okay, that was a 0 cost
Summons
Prowler
for a Prowler, yeah.
I mean, ultimately not 0 because they had to spend mana to generate, but I think you know what I mean. Right, Defogo, good XP. Gonna be tricky to deal with here with the stuns.
Defogo with the pretty hefty health lead right now, which is kind of different from what we've seen from normal, versus normal rec players, and ahead on experience here too.
Yep.
The Milloween perk 3 is like huge, right? So if it gets to that point, then I think this game slides more into Fogo's favor. Yeah, smart using the missiles on the Snake Druid, and then stunning the statue. Prowler's going to jump in on a Swarmer, so not a ton of value there. Going to continue to get shut down as well.
That's a Rabid Prowler, right? So that thing's got Berserker Rage when he activates it. He needs to be careful with that. That can do a lot of damage.
It can do a lot of damage if left unanswered. Defogo has plenty of tools to kind of eat the jump, though. Just requires a consistent heads-up play versus that. And Saytin can still, get a lot of value on his side of the field where Defogo can't interact with it as favorably.
Yeah. And one thing I think is worth pointing out, especially for newer players out there, you see that a lot of the players, they won't just spend their mana because they've got it. New players, you see that as soon as they've got mana, they're spawning something, and that's most often not the best way to do. You can see
holding
here,
mana to answer things is typically the best bet. If you have the bridges, there's nothing to do, essentially. Yep. And I've seen very good players, DucKWestlin for instance, will sit and say, "Yep, there's nothing for me to do," and he'll burn 5 mana just holding the bridges, because if you start using your tools, out of order, then the opponent can capitalize, even if you're wasting mana to avoid doing so.
Right. Perk 3 coming up for Defogo, and that's going to be a big power spike. That Golem's starting at stack 5. It's going to be a real
in the middle
force
of
to be reckoned with. Statue not really going to get too much out here. Remember, Stun Lance is only stunned for 4 seconds now, so not the sort of perma lockdown we had before. It's had a bit of lag. Hopefully it will fix itself.
Very tough for Saytin to defend this with 2 Golem pushes. And Defogo's got spells to support. Stun Lancers are going to aggro onto the Whirly, which is kind of minimal in DPS reduction. Yep.
Okay. My game kind of lagged out at the end there.
Good game.
Okay, just confirm who won that for me, please. Am I still here? Hello? Can anyone hear me? What happened? Okay, hold on. It looks like my Discord exploded. One moment. Okay.
Nerf coming into play. There was at least 2 times when once Bitten was used on a Tantrum Thrower, and that Tantrum Thrower just died before it activated. It once got placed on a 10 HP Tantrum Thrower, and it didn't work out, and then again on a 50 HP Tantrum Thrower where a cloned explosion then stopped it from proccing. So, yeah, that just, made it even harder for the value to come through.
Right, sorry, I had a bit of a technical hitch at the end of that game. Can you just confirm who won that for me, please?
That was...
Defogo closed that out on the Duel Golem push.
Okay, so we're at 1 game all right now. Mm-hmm. Sorry for that lag for you guys at home.
Don't worry about that.
1 game all. So yeah, Defogo fighting back. Saytin, if he loses this, may well get dumped out.
We've also been seeing a good amount of play from the Jade Spat or the Berry Bounce Flaners, which I think that they're okay, but it was quite a heavy hit when their damage went from 40 to 30. I personally think it should have gone down to 35, and then the myriad count went down to 1, because at 30 damage, it's a 4-mana card, and you're getting 30 damage from 1 unit. It's just, it's been not doing super well.
Right, Tiona versus Stormbringer.
Just some bridge grabbing to start the game off. DfogoX really well timing that bridge buddy so that the ranged units step off the bridge, minimizing XP gain for your opponent. Now, is that a Dragon Ball worthy target? Defogo says yes. Stormbringers, yeah, can't really like very easily deal with the dragons as well as like, you know, Volko can when they're grounded.
Yeah. It was a small thing there where he played the Dragon Ball, but the way that it was targeted, the dragon landed a little bit away from the spawner, so it had to take a step. Just a small thing, not really a big deal, but just something I noticed. Right, Grenadier.
Defogo has Hugger in this matchup, which is, yeah, pretty detrimental to Rock Rivals.
Okay. Grenadier goes down. Defogo's got a massive XP lead right now.
We saw this the previous game, though, too, and Satan came back, you know, so if he could just build up enough mana on his side. Yeah. These Swarmers, Fiona's not, like, crazy well equipped to deal with them, because it does take her 2 hits, and they're coming in volumes. That was a nice use of the trap there to deal with Xiaolong. Hugger doing value in this match. It's really good on the Tranquil, and if it would slip to the Cannon Roller there.
Yeah, great bridge control from Defogo again.
Yeah, so Defogo just like sacrificing his stint there. Well, didn't even sacrifice it, but he would have been willing to stop the Tranquil from healing up. So drawing it back into its attack away from its heal animation, so Diona can finish it off. There he heads up.
Right.
Grenadier is a great counter here to Swarmers, and a well-placed taunt totem. And the elite Swarmer to avoid Xiaolong from aggroing onto the Grenadier.
Okay, that Grenadier getting huge value and still killing more as it dies.
I expect Hugger to come out here, yup. Satan getting more pressure, though, between the, you know, split, you know, 2-lane push and some Swarmers. Just gotta time his cards right to maybe apply the correct amount of pressure.
And the way that you find out with the way these games go is that at the start of the game, when the mana is slow, you get one spawner out at a time. As things ramp up as the game goes, you can potentially get 2 swarmers out at the same time, start putting pressure on both lanes, and really start to benefit in that situation. But that swarmer is spawner shut down pretty savagely. I
mean, Defogo used a lot of tools. He used both the arrow trap and the Dragon Ball, but it is still supporting this push, right? So I think definitely a good move, even if like strictly not a positive mana trade, but
this is difficult.
Maintaining the bridges and applying pressure, yeah, it's really hard.
Not much DPS on that Wolf. The trap there. Satan taking a lot of face damage here. I don't think he's going to have much left after this.
Especially because the arrow trap's coming in later.
Oh my goodness.
And the Dragon Ball is going to finish the game off.
It's going to be Defogo taking the set by 2-1. So
the Portuguese prodigy.
Looks like he's going to be booking his place in the last 8. We'll have to see exactly where Satan ends up. So what we'll do is we'll figure out the end of the all the matches in this round of 6, and then we'll look to see who has progressed.
Yeah. So that secures. I'm almost certain that secures Defogo in top 8. Props to him. And then Satan, I think, will need to experience a tiebreaker in order to make it to top 8 at this point. I'm not certain on that, but I'm pretty sure that's how this is going to go. And then about the matchup, I would definitely give props to Defogo on how he handled it. But also, it was definitely rough for Satan, because I would say that Defogo had a very nice string of tools to answer the spawners. Like, Dragon's Ball versus Crossbow Guild was a pretty easy play, and then versus the Swarmer Totem, he's got Grenadier plus traps. So I'd say that in every situation, Defogo had a way to stop it from getting out of control. There was this weird play that I wasn't a fan of early on, where during the first Swarmer Totem, there was a crossbow dude crossing the bridge. Defogo does play one character to get to the Grenadier, and I think he did it backwards. He placed the Swarmers on the side of the Swarmer Totem and the Grenadier on the bottom, which I think was kind of weird. But besides that one point, he just did an amazing job controlling the game, and Hugger was definitely very strong.
Okay, we could try to jump into another game, but they're likely to all be almost finished, to be honest. That game did go 2 games. That set did go 2 games to 1. Let's refresh, see where we're at with the bracket. So Set beat DarkCrow. So Set goes through with an undefeated record. So he's really stamping his authority on at the moment. So we've got Dragon against Nerzl still outstanding, NikShow against Nataraja still outstanding, and Lightfruit against Brad still outstanding. Once those matches have completed, we will see our overall leaderboard, and then we'll see if we can untangle it and see who is our top 8. And then we'll go into a best of 5 at some point, and we're going to have regular elimination. So let me just have a look at the rules and just confirm when we're going to go to best of 5. Okay, so this is cut to top 8, single elimination, best of 5. So top 8 is going to be entirely best of 5. Right, so Dragon has beaten Nerzl. So let's have a look here at the standings. Not entirely complete yet. There's still some matches outstanding, but they may not affect the top 8. Bring this up for you guys at home. A dark mode would be nice. Don't have that currently available, I don't think. Right, so we've got Set leading the way with his 6-0 record. He's on 18 points. Then we've got DarkCrow, Dragon, DfogoX, all on 15 points with a 5 games to 1. 5 wins to 1 record. Lazur, Memfisto, Nerzl, Destroy, and Chainig on 12 points. So we will need to figure out how we break a tie. Let's find that out.
Alright, we got something from Sinobii if you want to check it out.
Okay, last match is NikShow against Nataraja. They're 1 games to all. We can certainly jump into that. NikShow.
Let's do it.
Nataraja. They may be in the game right now.
They are.
NikShow is here. Okay, we'll try and get some extra gameplay for you here. Right, who's casting this one?
I think it's still Todd.
Yeah, I'm still
Okay, that's
here.
fine.
NikShow currently at 3-2. Nataraja, what is his record? I saw him higher up earlier. Can't find him in the standings currently. Oh yeah, he's just right above. So they're both these players are 3-2, which might make them unlikely to make cut to top 8. So this is a great opportunity to showcase. We haven't seen Nataraja play today, who actually, I think, popularized the Dragon Nest deck by playing it in the previous tournament. Great use of Harmful Souls there. Too bad didn't kill that last unit and hold the bridge, but I think a lot of good removal there.
So, KP against Morelia. We're in the latter stages here. Once this game and any other outstanding games completed, we'll be able to see exactly how the brackets will stand.
And the Dragon was stopped at the bridge, which really let NikShow hold it in his favor for a little bit longer. And the Dragon's about half health, so it's still a pretty big threat. I think Nataraja was trying to use the Defenso to draw aggro, and Dragon said, nope, I'm going to kill these skeletons. Oh, NikShow's using Scrapyard. GG,
Okay,
GG.
that was very quick finish to that. Sorry we didn't get too much more of that, but NikShow taking that set by 2 games to 1.
Yeah,
So,
Dragon Nest is a bit of a scary pick, but when there's not a shock lock involved, it is still, in my opinion, overpowered.
Scrapyard.
So was that the last game of round 6, or do we still have more to go?
It's almost the last game. Right. Let's take these scores off the screen. Okay, so we're just going to catch up exactly where we are and figure out where we're going to go next. Okay, let's look at the bracket. We'll put the bracket in the chat. Okay, so outstanding NikShow and NetAraja, but that's just finished. We're awaiting that to be reported, and then once that's done, we will know what our standings are. Keep refreshing until that's reported. There we go. Reported.
The Dragon,
Wait, hold
very
on.
invested in this Swiss format, has been asking me on the side, you know, how I feel about it and things like that. How I've like the lower standing people, have they been sticking through their matches and seems like that. And from my perspective, currently, it seems like a pretty favorable format. It seems like some people that previously wouldn't have gotten a fun match for them to enjoy are, you know, enjoying the lower levels amongst the less competitive players.
And Sinobii has said that it's been going smoothly. Everything, there's ever been very many bumps with the new format and the new website. It's been going nicely.
Just looking at the bracket, and that last game we watched has been reported as a tie, I think.
I saw a few issues, and Sinobii's been taking care of those where matches have been reported incorrectly and have been getting straightened out.
So if we have a look at the standings, so these are almost final standings. Not quite, but almost.
Yeah, and
Okay.
once again...
Oh!
Okay, go for it, yeah.
So
I have
it's
the
been
tiebreaker settings. I actually just noticed them. Total sets won, game win percentage, and then head-to-head.
right.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Okay, so NikShow.
Where did you see that, if you don't mind sharing the secrets?
Yeah, so on the Smash GG page, on the standings tab, in the top right, there's a little question mark next to show tiebreakers. So if you click that, it'll show tiebreakers, and we can see Set in first place. Total sets 1-6. Game win percentage 92%. Head-to-head, not applicable, because he is undefeated.
Nice.
Okay, so according to this, our top 8 is Set, DarkCrow, Dragon, DfogoX, Lazur, Memfisto, Nerzl, and Destroy 666. Going through based upon their overall record and their games won record. Matches won and games won, I think.
Very nice.
So unfortunately we've got Chainig and NikShow. Their record of matches won was good enough to get through, but unfortunately their overall wins of games within those matches, I think, were not quite good enough. So they are on the cusp, but not quite making the top 8. So we're going to go into a top 8. It's going to be best of 5. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not sure how the seedings work. Do they seed the...
I would imagine it's
top
informed
against
by
bottom?
The Swiss results. Yeah, that would be my guess.
Mm-hmm.
And Jainig, who just missed the cut to the top 8, is a name I don't recognize. So good for them for coming up and showing up and putting on a good show. Trying to figure out, you know, who they faced, but it's a little challenging to navigate here.
And then props to Destroy 666, who has been around for a while and has made top 8 in the tournament. So we'll see how far he goes.
Okay.
He's the most surprising one to make it there, and we'll see if he gets to make it further.
So here is our top 8 set up. We've got Set versus Destroy, DfogoX against Lazur, we've got DarkCrow against Nerzl, and we've got Dragon against Memfisto. And yeah, it does look like Set was the highest qualifier and Destroy was the lowest, so it's paired those together, so that kind of makes sense, right?
Alright, Destroy. You gotta ban Wrecked. Ban Wrecked.
Okay, so we'll put the brackets in the chat as well. Check those out if you wish. So we're going to go to Dragon against Memfisto to start with.
Very nice, alright. Are we watching every game or just like top 4?
We will watch as many as we can.
Very nice.
So, Dragon making a comment how Westlin nor Nataraja making top 8, which are extremely competitive players. And then Memfisto commented, yeah, we need DeFogo to go back to casting so that he's not a fierce competitor. Pretty funny.
Yikes.
But then you're stuck with DeathShoott. So is that what you're saying? You'd rather see DeathShoott?
No,
or maybe I'll enter the tournament
no, it'd be
scene.
Fish would enter the tournament and it'd be us commentating.
Okay, so Dragon against Memfisto. Draw up. Okay, so this is gonna be quarterfinal. This is quarterfinal. We have room for that on our overlay. Let's find out.
Time to find out. Yeah.
Quarterfinal. Best of 5. Okay. Now let me just restart my game. Make sure everything's okay. Go in. It's a set really dominating so far, which is not entirely unexpected.
He has won 2 fish tournaments, the previous 2, and has been putting on a great show in the past few Knights Duel events. Yeah, so nice to see consistency out of him currently.
But as DeathShoott alluded to, maybe he's been relying upon that wrecked setup a lot, which is not something he's going to be able to do with the Conquest rules from now on.
I don't think he needs it to win, but I am just surprised that it's been, people have been allowing him to utilize it, is what's really shocking me. But, they could be nervous about other things, and I'm sure they have good reasons.
Okay, so quarterfinal, it's going to be Dragon versus a Memfisto. Let's get this set up here for you guys. Right, if you just joined us, this is GGtoor's Knights Duel number 9, presented by GGtoor, Team Honor Frenzy, and Betadwarf. Thanks so much for joining us. We're in the quarterfinal stage, the first straight elimination point of today's proceedings. Right. Do we have any ban information in?
I do not believe so.
Right, so Dragon there.
We could talk about other bans, like Nerzl against Dragon has decided to ban Skeleton Horde, which is very interesting, because that is definitely targeted versus the Accursed deck. That is a very powerful carry that you like having in there, and even generally speaking, it is good.
Or you said Nerzl against Dragon. Is that, did you misspeak? Or am I...
Oh, did I? Hold on.
Hold on, because this is Dragon.
You know
versus
what?
Memfisto.
That was a half hour ago. Pardon me. It's all good. We don't need to talk about that. All right. Good
Wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm surprised most of these bans are not happening in private, which you would expect at this level, and that's what I think is actually happening, which is why that's like the most recent ban we've seen from a half hour ago, because players at this stage of the tournament are electing to do their bans in private, which is good advice unless you want to give your opponent some slight advantage.
Okay, just waiting for the players to come online.
It could just be a 1v1v1 and Nerzl was the secret third player and I just spoiled it. You never know, eh?
I've been waiting for a 1v1v1 mode.
That'd be an interesting
People ask for a 3v3, but I think 1v1v1 is where it's at.
Okay, anyone see Memfisto online yet?
Nope.
He's not currently on mine.
Okay, so we're just waiting for the bans, and then we will jump into this. Whilst we're waiting, I'm just going to use the restroom very quickly. I'll be right back.
Nice.
Take your time. It's the Bridge Baddie show now.
Yeah. We get to talk about Conquest and what else?
That's my favorite thing to talk about is Conquest.
Yeah.
All right.
We could just we can question FDM in chat. We could do that.
Yeah, FDM. When is Remastered coming out? We want a date. Really looking forward to that. Really looking forward to the new mode that they teased, which is like a replacement to Draft. What's your opinion on that? You know, it hasn't been talked about in a while. We kind of got the teaser. I'm not sure if we should expect it when Remastered launches, but definitely something that I look forward to highly.
You know, I have not looked into it much. But I would say though that if they create like a base for more game modes, you know, like if they create, you know, a section of the game where they just integrate, if they would just integrate more game modes, like the limited time stuff, I wouldn't mind that. You know, it should be its own section where maybe the game would cycle out. Like if we were to have player base wise, if we were to have Draft, Mayhem, all that fun stuff, you know, cycle in between, maybe that'd be better. I don't know.
Yeah, my understanding is it's like a draft mode, which then they plan on laying special rules on top of. Instead of mayhem that gets kind of like solved and everyone's complaining like, why is it always this game? It's like I like the mix of those two modes. Firstly, I really enjoy draft, and I like the idea of draft changing a little bit week to week potentially.
Yeah, I think that you know, Mayhem is a really good game mode, but it just hasn't gotten attention for a while. I think that if it were to, you know, we've gotten a few extra ones, like the Mouse Show one and the one with the like the Christmas one where there were presents on the map that you'd pick up. Those are pretty cool, but I think that it really just it gets kind of stale sometimes without new game modes, especially when game modes repeat and people there's like favorite ones that people wish came around more. Like I really enjoy explosive minions. And that one, I wish that one came around more, you know?
I know
Hey,
Jack, who is
I am back.
huge on Mayhem, likes the Reductions one. That's his favorite.
Fluctuations.
Fluctuations, yeah.
I don't know about
And,
that. It's just purely random, though, isn't it?
Well, he likes to build like a all 5-cost deck or something. I don't know. He
got
likes
banned.
it. Yeah. Oh, we do have bans. Okay.
Who's gonna go through
Dragon
them?
is banning Milloween and his two favorite bannable targets, Whirly and Grenadier. Memfisto is electing to ban Wrecked, which I don't think we've seen Dragon play today, along with Herald of a Moon and Dragon Nest. Very interesting.
Yep, so
Yeah,
try to-
Dragon's still not changing up his bans. He's sticking with the same stuff.
Those seem like strong bans for me.
Yeah, they're very solid. I like to see people change things up when they face different people because then it looks like they've got a specific plan for that player instead of running through the same thing. But we'll see.
Bovine intervention in the chat says that, well, at least we have the 1 versus 3 mode. I think he's referring to randoms.
Yeah. I just saw that.
Okay, so the bans are in. The players are almost ready. We're ready to go when they're ready to go. It's going to be Dragon against Memfisto. This is the quarterfinal stage. Top 8.
Woohoo!
DeathShoott losing his mind with excitement.
Oh, I can't. Yeah. I'm going crazy.
Whoa, don't overwhelm him, dude. We gotta
It's
work
me.
up to the finals.
Someone's going to come smashing into your room. What's going on in here? Keep it
Yeah.
down.
Sorry about that. I don't mean to get loud sometimes. It just happens.
Okay. So, on the bracket screen now, there's a counter time. Or is it counter timing counting down or counting up? Oh, it's counting up.
I think it's counting up. I don't know what that means at all.
Because they're not the
Especially-
same for each match, are they?
Yeah, exactly. It's not like it's even, Steven. See, my first guess would be if it would mean something if we came to an awkward situation, but the timers aren't even, so I have no clue what that could possibly mean.
I imagine that's some side utility that's used in other tournaments where time is important, although I couldn't even guess what that is, and it's probably manually started by some admin in the back scenes, which is why they're uneven.
Minion Masters, speed running.
Yeah, this is how much. Well, the longer they take, that's the less time they have to win the match.
Right.
Otherwise, you know. They just
Who's
Decent.
mic'd up for this one?
I think
I
this
believe
is.
I am up next.
All right, good luck, have fun, boys.
Yay!
Let's go. Okay.
Who am I going on? You
I'm on Dragon against
I'll be on
Memfisto.
then.
We do the same game. That's probably ideal.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dragon Morelia, pretty standard. Looks like the accursed deck we've seen before. Non-Nearveer accursed. And Stormbringer.
I love seeing Sapphire Pebbles. I think it's a very solid card. And it doesn't do 50 damage anymore, which means it can't one-shot skeletons.
Yeah,
That
that's
might
going to
make a
be
difference
that's going to be a big drawback. So the
And,
DPS.
Skeleton Horde was banned, though. Right?
No, that was
Wasn't
no,
Memfisto
that was
targeted that
me.
ban?
That was me reading the wrong ban.
Oh,
my-
oh,
was
oh,
Nerzl.
right, okay.
Yeah.
Deadshot was looking at last month's
You're
tournament.
right.
Yeah, but what I do find interesting here is that Memfisto is using both the Myriad cards, Berry Bones Fleaners, and Sapphire Pebble, and he's doing it on Stormbringer, so he has no perk cards that are gonna be slow to cycle. Very
Yep.
interesting.
That's a good spot.
I love how fast it attacks now. It cleans up nicely.
Yeah. Overall DPS is down Or is it down, or did
Oh,
DPS...
it's up. It's definitely up.
Oh yeah, DPS went up, but the fact that it doesn't one-shot a lot of the little stuff means that in certain circumstances it's not quite efficient.
I think it might be. We'll see if it matters this match. It is awkward because there's that lovely play. Because in this specific matchup, you want it to do 50 damage. It does more. It then kills the skeletons faster. It kills the undying skeletons faster, and so that's actually something missing here. Oh, there, lovely play. That's good mana value because you use it on half of a 4-mana card and on Musketeer 4-mana card, and it kept the bridge. So a lot of value there. Plus, more stacks towards a Cursed Ascension. Just all around good value from Harmful Souls. Very good spell right now.
We've seen him play the Coax, that really hasn't got much value out of that at all in previous games. And again, this is not looking like it's going to get much value.
Yeah, it's not really having a purpose because, in meta games or in tournament games, tournament meta, people don't really play in a way where Coax is going to be a big issue. If you're going against a Rock Rivals deck and you're playing Coax, that's where I see it getting its best value in a tournament setting. And that is not the situation here. Skeleton doing a kill, very nice. I want a bonk sound effect when Skeleton attacks.
Bonk. I remember you referring to the Tournament Tiny decks.
Yeah, Tournament Tiny, that's how it is.
Not ideal for Coax.
That slither in the back is so nice, because even when you're not using it for a specified purpose, the general damage it provides is just very satisfying.
Right, so players neck and neck pretty much on XP.
Which isn't good for Memfisto, because Dragon is currently ahead and on his way to Cursed Ascension. So.
Yep, 3 away. There we go. That's going to be a Cursed Ascension for him. He's going to get certain cards that are going to get all value. It's going to be more skeletons from the Skeleton Crew. It's going to be extra damage from the Harmless Souls. And there's going to be the activation of the Dong, which of course is the...
Toll of the Dead, right?
Toll of the Dead, yes.
Yeah. Now
Dead
what?
Dong.
I have quite a bad feeling for Memfisto once Dragon hits perk 3, because this is another matchup like the NikShow one, where there is no good answer for the Dragon, nothing at all. Now if he had Bazooka Scrat in here, combined with Vulture Prime, that'd work out nicely, because, if he'd have to avoid Harmful Souls, I guess, but at least it'd be something that can answer the Dragon, whereas right now, he has nothing in his build that does impressive damage versus such a large unit.
Yep,
Here
we've seen the Dragon really turn the tide in previous games. Again, not necessarily about face damage, but just getting that XP from the bridge. Right, there's going to be skeletons coming as well.
Oh, he tried to work the aggro so the Vulture Prime was safe, but it didn't work out. Arcanist, can it take out the Blastmancer? That'd be lovely. Oh, Dagger Call is unnecessary. He does have Stun Lancer soon, but now he's got to wait to get 4 mana, and... Oh, and here comes the Toll of the Dead. This is
almost got some hypnotized value, but this is a huge push now. This Dragon is almost dead, though. Poisoned. Almost
He has
going
no
down.
way to kill it, though, without sacrificing a whole bunch of units. This is very, very bad for Memfisto, and I think it's honestly game over.
Yeah, and you see there he's using his pebbles inefficiently, one at a time.
Yeah, this is just so much damage. He didn't have an answer, that's just what it came down to.
Alright, looks like Dragon's Morelia are cursed. It's going to be too much. And he's going to take the first game here against Memfisto in this quarterfinals. Our best of 5. It's 1-0. Okay. And Dragon, we see him play a cursed so often there, tODDlife, and again, using it to great effect.
Yeah, this is just classic Dragon. He finds a deck that's effective, and he will use it in multiple rounds of the tournament, despite opponents potentially even knowing what he's going to play. I still actually find Coax a little strange in this deck, because in 1v1 it does have diminished value versus 2v2. I guess the threat of it enough is to stop, single lane pushes from opponents if that is their strategy. I would think that Navir Slumbers is slightly better positioned in 1v1 when you can keep throwing dragons down that could be hard to answer. And Toll of the Dead, though, being the other card that is intentionally included to spell reduce. And we saw the value that provides when you get Ascension and it comes online, and then boop, all these skeletons pop up. Pretty
Yeah.
strong push there. Hard for Stormbringer to really deal with.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean-
The power was everything kind of happening at once. He got his dragon, the ascension was there. He was perk 3, of course, for the dragon, and then he got all the skeletons, and it was just overwhelming at that point. Especially
And this
with
is a
Stormbringer.
very different type of a curse deck than Dragon used to play. It's got so many different core pieces: Coax, Harmful Souls, and Toll of the Dead. Those are all pretty big pieces for the deck. They're all 5+ mana cards, and the deck, it's, you know, Navir Slumbers used to be what the deck was based upon, but not right now. He's just really into these new cards. And I agree about Coax. It's not doing much of anything, and it's funny because it doesn't need to. I feel like Dragon's getting a bit lucky with the matchups, at least the ones that we've seen, purely because of a lack of ability to stop the Dragon. And it's kind of interesting, right? Because it's not even specifically the Accursed deck, it's specifically Morelia's perk 3, and the Accursed deck is clearly a part of that, but it's the losing. You know, NikShow and Memfisto have lost to Morelia's perk 3. It's wild.
Yeah, well, the deck's designed with win condition, and that win condition is working out so far.
Okay, now this is very different. We've got 2 Spellmasters, Setsu versus Mellowing. And, wonder what type of Mellowing Dragon's on.
Dragon has
Oh,
a heavy melee. He's got a Brother of the
Yeah,
Burning
I just
Fist, he's
saw the
got
Ghost
Brothers
Turret,
of
and-
Light.
yeah, once I saw that Ghost to it, I knew there was going to be a Brother of the Burning Fist, and then Brothers of Light also does make sense. Now, on the good side, Memfisto does have Ravenous Swarmers and Shock Rock, which I think is a very, very good DPS combo versus the Brothers. Just basic controller. Okay, there we go. Now the match is getting underway. I don't like that he just used Ravenous Swarmers. It's very unfortunate timing, because that's his main DPS answer, besides a good pull from Raging Reinforcements. Let's see here. Shockrock might be good here. Just stop a dangerous pull. And yeah, the Holy Fire would have gotten knocked out. But Arcanus is still doing a lot of work.
There's a problem.
And Daggerfall is not very great in this match, unfortunately.
It's tickling too many units.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Fireball comes in, shuts that down, but everything's going to get stunned here. Extra sliver value there. Right.
And those skeletons, they're going to do at least 100 damage, I'd say. And see, the thing here is that once Memfisto hits perk 3, that's amazing for his defense. But I don't know, we'll see. But I'm just nervous that Dragon is going to be too strong by the time that happens, especially because Melloween's perk 3 is also extremely impactful. I would describe all of Melloween's perks as dangerous, which is pretty special for a master.
For sure. Okay, players tied up at XP at the moment. Memfisto trying to put some pressure on face there, because we know Setsu at perk 3 wants to try to close that game out, but needs to have done enough base damage in the ramp up to that to make it worthwhile. This is a scary looking push again, not really too much available to deal with the brother.
Uplook would be nice here. There it is. Oh, it didn't hit anything. That was too bad, aggro.
Ravenous Swarm is just
But-
melting everything. Now that's great. Memfisto
They'll
taking
still
a
make
lot
a
of,
difference.
lot of face damage.
He wants to hold bridges here. Now he wants to just try and... I don't know. I don't like that. Dragon needs to not have bridges when he's building up his pushers. That's best case scenario for Memfisto. And right now, Dragon's getting to just play his game normally without any drawbacks.
This is very tightly balanced at the moment. Memfisto probably hasn't done enough face damage that he would have liked to at this
Fireball
point.
here to start. Oh, he did,
here
but
it
that's
comes.
too late.
The stun gets off, so that's going to be 4 seconds of stun. Another
Oh,
shock
that
rock
should've-
comes. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, it was a bit early. It would have been better to wait for the box to open, but it still worked out.
Okay. That push is far more easy to deal with once that brother's been dealt with. That brother is the real thorn he has to do with right now.
The Memfisto gets a catch up in XP here, so we can match perk 3s with Dragon. If he has to deal with the perk 3 push without having his perk 3, that will be very stressful. Okay, here we go. Alright, neither one has perk 3 yet, which is better for Dragon that neither of them have perk 3 right now during this push. Because that Setsu
that Setsu would have been nailing everything. But he's got the spirit on the brother there. That's the spirit target of choice. And that's going to take some doing. Perk 3 now.
Very nice, and it's...
No spells available though. No spell cycle still available. Okay.
Okay, here we go. In round 2. He should probably jump in the middle or on top bridge. Either one. Oh, that's a good fireball.
Position is going to be very important here. The stuns are going to be nice. Fireball comes in. Setsu jumps behind.
Perfectly. Just enough to hit the Brother of the Burning, Brother of Light, as well as the Golem. That's the best case scenario. Last
cycle off. Setsu's going to survive here. That's big. Does have a spell if he wants to get it. Okay.
Oh, Rammer. That's so bad.
Rammer out of the box. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Memfisto.
Oh,
Both things on face not lining up, so Setsu can't shred. Okay, oof. That last hit that didn't quite go off could be very important.
I don't know. I think it's still too much damage because Dragon loves to hit face with arcane missiles, and he also has Fireball and Unholy Ground, so this is very, very...
Not sure about that positioning there of the Setsu. It's not going to be able to hit both things. Memfisto very low, and the attack's still going. Dragon waiting for his next golem. It's going to be here soon. As you say, he does have ways of doing face damage, and we've seen in the past that Dragon will prioritize face damage as soon as he gets the opportunity.
I think he's playing it safe right now, not being too aggressive. He could just throw Fireball on face, but he's not. Then he could be in danger of Setsu just getting a win. This could end the game, to be honest. Okay, if that was Windwalker or Rammer, that would be a game ender, but luckily it was not.
We've seen that before. Right. Fireball comes in, is going to shut Setsu down. XP is in Dragon's favour as well. Memfisto on the ropes here, almost looking like he's going to go 2-0 down in this best of 5. The brother's in there, that's been the thorn at a lot of occasions. Memfisto under 300 HP now, there's no way he can really shred this. He needs to cycle spell to stun. He's not going to be able to.
And that's unfortunately game.
That's going to be game number 2.
Yeah.
The brother.
I don't know, man. It's just, I think he could have handled it better. I don't want to be too much of a stickler for it, but, you know, it was so much damage and...
Tell him how you feel, DeathShoott. Let him know.
Alright, okay. How I feel is that I think he should have been a bit more aggressive with his defense, and he should have been watching out for Fireball more. Because there were constant Fireball targets. You know, like, even when he splits Stun Lancers, after he supports it with a ranged minion, like specifically a Crystal minion, that's a Fireball target for a Dragon, because it still saves his push from taking a lot of damage. I just think there were some other ways to go about it, but he could still pull it back. I mean, we've seen plenty of complete turnarounds before.
Yeah, consistently playing around spells is just so challenging and really does help separate the top players, right? If you have cards in your deck that are Fireball magnets, make sure that they're not attracting additional Fireball value as well.
Also, Dragon was not as aggressive as I would have expected. He was a lot more conservative. He wasn't just throwing everything at face, which is you know, pretty smart. It worked out very nicely. And I think that might be because he was going against Setsu, who could try and do a one-push win and then, you know, do some turnarounds.
Okay, while we just have a second here, we can see that Dragon and Memfisto that we're watching here is 2-0 to Dragon. DarkCrow is currently losing 2-1 to Nerzl. Lazur and DfogoX 1 game all, and Set and Destroy it says 0-0. That may be a case that they haven't reported any of the interim results. So we'll keep you up to date on those matches as and when we can. Of course, you can bring up the brackets at home, put the link in the chat for you so you can find out exactly what's going on there.
Yeah, and I bet Memfisto's probably... I know something I've noticed with Dragon is that when he's doing real well in his games, he does not take very long to choose his next deck. Sometimes it's because he's playing the same thing again. Can't do that in Conquest format though. So he's always like prepared. It's like he's got a plan set up in his mind, and he just moves on to the next step when he gets his win. That's what it seems to feel like when I'm going against him, because he readies up very quickly when his things are going according to plan. So I bet Memfisto has a lot to think about. because he's one game away from an unfortunate loss.
Okay. Yeah, Memfisto needs to fight back here. Remember, there are no second lives at this point of it. Straight elimination at the moment. Now, let's try to get the update of the score from Set. He says it's 2-0. Doesn't confirm to who, but maybe to him.
Yeah, I guess himself. I'd assume that's who he'd be referring to.
You would assume.
Oh yeah, you know it.
Do you know what assumptions do?
They be accurate? Yeah.
Sometimes they're accurate, sometimes they make you look like a blathering fool.
No, never.
Okay, game number 3, 2-0 to Dragon. Best of 5, Memfisto needs to fight back, and needs to fight back now.
Okay, well, I'm already seeing something very janky from Memfisto. It could work out, but I'm seeing a Fergus and a Last Stand. So this is going to be spicy. Maybe he can overwhelm Dragon if Dragon's on a really cheap APEP. Hopefully that's the plan.
Okay, APEP, Diona.
He also does have Black Hole. Oh, interesting. So he could probably use that to stop a lot of the harmful souls damage if he times it nicely.
Like a bit of a misplay with that harmful souls.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Slither Dota or the Slither Spearman on face means practically nothing because he can't poison a building and the damage is like 15 per attack.
Right, perk
Here
1
comes
is
Last
Spear Throwers. Oh, Tantrum Throwers, sorry.
Oh, that's very solid. Could be Antra-Yev and it's also a split.
Right,
Now
what does he
can
have?
Dragon do?
He does have a Whirly, which is going to be great in this situation.
In the corner, that's interesting.
Strange, right?
Yeah, it's not too bad. He still did a pretty good defense, but if anything, it would have done the opposite, which is Curse Spirit in the taunt corner.
The Whirly literally didn't take any damage there. Right, Blood Imps. Needs to be careful. They're going to get punished here, but they're not really going to achieve too much either. Right, here we go.
Oh,
Fergus just gets annihilated.
he needs to Black Hole that. I don't even know for sure how it works. Does it work where, you know, the souls just stack up and they all land on the target once the target's available? Because if he tries Black Holing it and it doesn't last for the full duration of harmful souls, it might not even matter.
I think if it comes out whilst the souls are still active, they're still going to aggro on it. So it's all about the...
possible.
Yeah.
Either way, though, he does have some nice control cards in here, so we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, those Legionnaires are tanky, but he does have the Whirly and stuff to deal with it. Beautiful use of the shield totem there, tanking all the damage through it.
Fortunate that Ruffles is getting a potion on the top bridge. Oh, he's gonna save it. Okay.
There's the black hole.
And,
oh, it still gets murdered anyway.
Oh, that's so sad. So
that's a problem.
he basically can't play Fergus is the really sad thing, because as soon as he plays it, it loses all but 100 of its HP, and so no Glenn's Brew either, so it's just mostly unusable. It's very sad.
He needs to play, like, he just doesn't have Horde. You need to play Horde with it to try to soak those hits, but he just doesn't really have that.
And his only Horde card is 7 mana, so
yeah.
He could try Blood Imps, but that is sacrificing HP.
I mean, it's a difficult setup, and he needs to try to figure out a way, does Memfisto, to get value out of it. He's still certainly in the game. He's ahead on XP. Okay, so now he's going to be aware the Harmful Souls has been used, so that means he may be able to get some value out of Fergus this time.
Oh, burning mana with Ruffles Potion is unfortunate.
Yeah, Dragon put a cross on it, so he was... I think he was...
Oh, he didn't like that worked out?
Suggesting that it was bad, but then it worked out that that he ended up burning it, but he would have known how much mana Memfisto would have had. Black hole.
Oh, okay.
Does the black hole reset his spin?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So
like
getting some value this time, not too much. Perk 3. Perk 3 was the Blast Mancer, was it? I haven't seen that before.
If so, that is not good for a dragon, which does give Memfisto higher odds to win this.
Yeah. Blast Monster is not the perk 3 choice at the moment.
Oh, dang, that Grenadier is going to kill practically everything there.
Yep, it's the Grenadier 101 there. Absolutely shredding.
So, Memfisto's been maintaining this small XP lead, but I don't know if he can permanently keep it up. Can he try and catch it? Oh, no catch. Dang. He had Blood Imps in hand, but just didn't go for it. I don't know why you'd play Fergus if you weren't going to try and catch the thing.
Yeah, it's just getting nothing out of it. Even the Blast Monster was enough DPS to finish it off. Okay. This is just double control, really, at this point. Trying to get to Mana Frenzy first.
Hopefully Ruffles can really help out here, because those 4 XP potions can make a huge difference in these types of games. But look at how much control Dragon has on the field right now. It's so bad for Memfisto.
Yeah, it's going to take him a while to clear this, and all the time he's going to be falling behind on XP. Right. Harmful Souls does its thing.
Yeah. And then now Whirly Scrat, see that doesn't make a difference unfortunately, because Whirly Scrat's not being harmed, so it's still going to take out everything.
Absolutely murdered there. Okay, let's have a look. Dragon pushing into an XP lead, those free cards that he's having really helping out with the cycle. Spirit dropping on the Elite Swarmer there. Will he get a wolf? No, he doesn't. Okay, Memfisto needs to start pushing the bridges. Dragon's able to get Mana Frenzy and close out the control of the bridges, then it's going to be game over for Memfisto.
And in Mana Frenzy versus Mana Frenzy, Blast Mancer suddenly becomes good, just because there's so many units around that it can help clear out, like the Blood Imps and all those small range minions.
Right, so Mana Frenzy. Oh, it's so close though. Memfisto's 5 XP behind, but just that small difference with Dragon having his own Mana Frenzy and the bridges now, it's going to be very difficult for Memfisto to close this out. Right, we know what's going to happen at the bottom here.
He doesn't even need to use Harmful Souls as a stun lancer.
Stun. Perfect.
Yeah, this is
going to be too much.
Yeah.
It was so close with XP, but Dragon just getting Mana Frenzy first and just able to close this out. He's going to progress through to the semi-final. He's beaten Memfisto in this best of 5 by 3 games to 0. We saw Dragon stutter a little bit earlier in the tournament, but he's really stamping his authority there. tODDlife.
Yeah, very, very well played. Achieving a Curse Ascension in that last match with like a half-in a Curse style gameplay, and it doesn't impact his deck at all except Harmful Souls, which probably would delete Fergus when used past Ascension. Didn't even really have a chance to showcase it.
I really like decks like that, where you just get this little bonus if you go to late game, if you just put in a bit of a Cursed Ascension. Like, if you had Unholy Ground in there, I think it would matter a bit more. But even with Harmful Souls, that can make a difference if he's facing something like Rock Rivals, and then he just gets that extra 100 damage with his spell. It's very nice.
Unholy is one of my favorite, like, accursed payoff cards, because it's good throughout the entire game, even before accursed, and just has so many uses: drawing aggro, grounding flyers, attacking the Master Tower, and things like that.
That was just unfortunate that Harmful Souls was just such a hard counter to his whole plan. Right, so Dragon's through to the semi-final. I'm just trying to make head or tail of this setup. Right.
Nerzl progressing, beating DarkCrow. All right, so Nerzl will face Dragon, and it seems like between Set and Destroy, that is still being determined. Defogo and Lazur seem to be 1-1 right now.
Just confused why the scores are best of 3 scores.
Oh, that's a fair point.
Well, just as long as people play the 5 games, it should be alright.
Yeah.
But it would be awkward if DarkCrow and Nerzl only did a best of 3.
Yeah, it looks like the bracket just reset. Maybe admin is fixing it. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay.
And I would say that, see, Memfisto did a very solid job keeping that little XP lead throughout the game. However, he never adjusted his Fergus play, and I think that was the weakest part. Because he had opportunities to try and use Blood Imps to tank the damage, and it would have been okay because Dragon wasn't super aggressive, and Memfisto stayed at healthy enough HP throughout the entire game until he inevitably lost to Mana Frenzy. And so I think there were opportunities to mix things up, but you know, it didn't work out.
Right. So let's cast our eyes onto the rest of the brackets that's going on. Scores keep updating and refreshing and resetting. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, so Set has beaten Destroy 3-0. That has been confirmed. Dragon has beaten Memfisto 3-0. That has also been confirmed. Whatever else is going on is currently unconfirmed.
So it looks like Destroy made it to top 8. Congrats for that. It was
very well played.
Very good to see. And then DarkCrow. So we don't know yet for sure if they played a best of 3 or best of 5, right?
The
count
not sure
reset.
yet. Yeah, I know, right? So I think Sinobii's trying to fix it right now.
Yeah.
But let's sidestep the site for a second and go straight to the players.
You mean spectate them?
No, I mean just ask them.
Oh, okay. That also works.
Okay, I said to Nerzl, score please. Nerzl is typing. Nerzl says... Survey says... We have some issues with the website. But the score is 2-2. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Spectating them.
I kind of jumped in on Defogo Lazur, who are having a fierce match, but Lazur seems up in this game pretty well.
Do we know the overall score in that one?
No, we do not. It's listed as 1-1 on the site, so maybe even, or maybe this is the deciding game. Yeah, the bracket must have been made as a, well, I don't know, because Set and Destroy looks correctly
But
displayed.
that's fixed now. It's just best of 3-0, sorry, for Set and for Dragon, so that looks fine. DarkCrow versus Nerzl is 2-2. Yeah, we can jump in and see what's going on with Defogo and Lazur. How long is there going to be a reasonable amount of time left of that match?
Probably not.
more than 5 seconds.
Like maybe a couple minutes. Yeah, a couple more than. Well, there's a dragon on face, so if Defogo can defend it, maybe.
Okay,
nope.
Let's find out.
Lazur put up the GG. Yeah, Defogo right now. Almost 5 seconds though.
Well, by the time we got in there, it was more like 2 seconds. Okay.
Interesting is that
I have that problem sometimes.
But Dragon Nest to come around, and it still hasn't been used, but it's been being banned a lot.
It looks like it's 2-2 for Defogo and Lazur. So
Okay.
We can spectate the next in that scene. Set, match, game.
You mind taking this one, Todd? I'll be right back in Lethal
Yeah, no problem.
Right.
Best of 5, 2 games all. Okay, so we got Defogo X. Weird one is capitalized. Z. Okay. We'll jump in on that. 2 games all. This is a quarterfinal game as well. Right. Not the button I need. Okay, so we're ready to go when these guys load into their last game.
Yep, Defogo is in deck building. In the think tank. What's he gonna do to come back versus Lazur?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
difficult.
Show Me the Money was mentioning that he's surprised that we didn't see Harmful Souls as a ban target more, because it's like really the premier spell, I think, in the game. And I'm surprised that we didn't see it more, because if it hasn't been banned, I would expect people to use it. I think it needs some tweaking to its cast delay or like its tick count, you know, to make it more reactable, because I think that's its biggest design flaw right now.
Yeah. I think the reason you don't see it quite so much is that people tend to not really use more of the bigger units.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Like when you see people using like a Harbinger, it's just beautiful to use harmful souls on it. But then again, things like the Milloween Golem, it's a great removal of it. But of course, it's just the mana cost comes into consideration there. But
yeah, I mean, you can still combine it on multiple units, even when people are playing small scale decks. But then you're typically not removing threats that way, because you want to use it on something big and intimidating, usually. Like a Fergus, who just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, that's very frustrating when you're in that situation. They just have the counter. Okay.
So we see Harmful Souls in DeFogo's hand here, though. Definitely not letting me down. He's been really abusing that card on ladder a little bit, too. Milloween versus Apep. So this could be a long match. I expect Lazur to try and push this game as long as possible, and DeFogo to try and close out before Mana Frenzy.
Yep, we'll see.
Great use of Harmful Souls there on the bottom bridge, killing both the Tranquil Shihu, securing the bridge for DeFogo, and killing the Fire Imp. I mean, that's just what the spell's designed for.
Still seeing a lot of werewolves, so, you know, the change, the way that the lycanthropy works, it's not really stopping people from using it. And the skilled players still able to get the value from it.
That's where I see people, really skilled players are still using this card, which tells me it's still good, right? If they're choosing it over other stuff. Personally, I don't like it for myself, even though I recognize its strength, because I just don't like having to necessarily like react to plays like that, or like have my deck be so rigid as I play Elite Swarmer, then I play Once Bitten.
Yeah.
Fogo using it here on one of those Swarmers, which is gonna, turn into a wolf.
Okay, Lazur's got a lot of face damage at the start there.
Another Harmful Souls. Pretty nice. Save the bridge for DeFogo and stop the Tranquil from healing. I'm sure DeFogo's gonna split here, to grab these bridges. No brainer. Neck and neck in the XP game. Lazur taking a little bit of damage early. Yep.
Sitting back, allowing his opponent to come onto him. Screaming Scrap. Need to be careful with the self-damage there.
Oh no, the Veilstalker survived,
She got some good value there at the end there. Just extra value. Didn't look like she was going to get anything, but did some good damage. Again, we see the Flame Imp. Good to see the Flame Imp getting some airtime.
I like the Flame Imp. I think it's got a place.
Not sure about that Shock Rock.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get both of them, but even if he did get both, probably still a lost fight.
Okay, now can Lazur get some bridges and hold on for a little bit here? Not sure about tanking that with the Golem there. The Stun Lancers would have survived the attack and would probably have ended up stunning it. Screaming Scrap getting some good value there.
Screaming Strat is one of those cool cards too. Pretty niche, but has a lot of use cases.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if those contradict each other, right? It's got niche use cases, which are pretty interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think also people very rarely play it. Some of the top level players.
I think people generally undervalue taunt and stuff, things like that, and the ability to clear hordes is really valuable.
Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be very important to see what Lazur gets from his perk 3 as Apep. That could be something.
Could decide the match.
Really help him out.
Absolutely. What do you think he's looking for? Assassin, I like, against the Arcane Golem. Yep. Another ill-advised Shock Rock from DeFogo.
Tranquil would be a nice tank. Okay, he's got Kurnath, which is Kurnath against a Milloween. Kurnath, of course, has that built-in anti-spell tech.
Ability there. It's got one left. Can't use this arcane missiles unless you want to take the damage.
Well, that could be
Maybe
very
use
useful.
it here because your golem's dying anyways. And I know
Okay.
Kurnath will actually not kill a Zhao Long, but I don't know if it targets it. Like, I don't know if it targets it and misses it, or bypasses and goes to the second target, you know?
Indeed.
But I know Zhao Long will phase out and not take the Kurnath damage. I just don't know if it moves targets or not.
Kind of a unit we don't see too often, but I think there's a pull against Miloine. It's a good pull. Remember, Kurnath will do damage to the opponents of the three closest things, three closest enemy things, minions, buildings, face, whatever, whenever they use a spell. Whenever your opponent uses a spell.
Yeah, that was kind of a needed change, in my opinion, for it to hit other targets besides just minions, yeah. And it's a moderately tanky unit here, you know, to help him apply some pressure.
So Lazur's got an XP lead at the moment. Anti-spell tech against Miloine is always going to be welcome. Just makes DfogoX just think that extra thought step every time he uses a spell. He's got to check, is it there? What could I potentially lose?
It does display on your spell cards, which is a nice quality of life thing. And Lazur is edging out this XP game now as well.
Yeah, that cycle with those 3 units is really helping him out.
Yeah, if he gets the Mana Frenzy, this is going to be potentially insurmountable.
Yeah, looks like Lazur's fighting back here. 2 games to nil, sorry, 2 games all. And he could close this series out and progress through to the next round. He's holding the bridges almost entirely at the moment.
10 away from Mana Frenzy. Defogo needs both bridges for the remainder of the game, which is tough against an Apex that is cycling through free cards.
Yeah.
Even if Lazur is just challenging them and not holding bridges, he's doing good enough. Yep, and he's at Frenzy with no bridges right now, so the next bridge is huge for Lazur.
Right, there we see Lazur can close the game out here, just needs to put the pressure on the bridges. The Golem's going to go down
Defogo running out of health, too.
Yep.
Veilstalker stalking. Yup.
That
I think this
Kurnath was
match is decided.
That Kurnath was such a good pull, not only with the anti-spell tech, but just a tanky
An
body.
extra frontliner, yup.
Yeah. Okay, the bridges are getting locked down. Lazur, sorry, looking to close this out. 140, 80 HP. It's almost over here. Scrat's coming in. 1 Scrat on face, 70
I think
HP.
there's a Veilstalker too up top.
Oh, and he dies to the Kurnath!
That's great.
Kurnath, the random Kurnath Crystalback win condition. We didn't see it,
Great
but
showing by Defogo.
that was his plan.
Yeah, that was... See, I don't want to say Kurnath won the game, because there's plenty of amazing polls you can get, but it's funny how Kurnath was such a good poll for him in this matchup, because it's one of those cards that you don't expect to be a good perk 3, and then you get it versus a Miloine, and what I really liked was the first time that it was played, it was right as Defogo was trying to do Tantrum Throw Once Bitten, and it just immediately annihilated them, so that was just an easy... That was just a nice instant 4 mana value that shut down Once Bitten.
Yep, that's the god of RNG. Sometimes it gives, sometimes it doesn't, and this time it did give. Okay, so that means our 4 quarterfinal matches are completed. Set has been destroyed by 3 games to 0. Defogo has beaten Lazur... No, sorry, I misspoke. Lazur has beaten Defogo 3 games to 2. Nerzl has beaten DarkCrow 3 games to 2. Dragon has beaten Memfisto 3 games to 0. Let's bring this bracket up on the screen very quickly. So our semi-final best of 5s is going to be Set against Lazur, and it's going to be Nerzl versus Dragon. Okay, so we spoke earlier about Lazur not quite hitting the heights that he did previously, but he's certainly doing a good job here. Set has 3 times been a finalist, losing finalist in these events. Nerzl, the losing finalist from the previous event, and Dragon, winner of number 5. We've got some great players left, guys.
Yeah, and it looks like so we're gonna have a tiebreaker for 3rd place, right? That's how this has to go. Because otherwise, you know, who do you side 3rd and 4th, right? There's gonna be a tiebreaker, I'd assume.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, change of plan.
Right, okay, we're just getting word in from Sinobii of where we're going to go and what we're going to do. We're going to watch Set against Lazur. So, Set is unbeaten so far. And
Yeah, he's really putting in the work.
Has he not dropped a single game though, or did he drop a game even? Oh yeah, he was at like 98% win rate or something, right? So he did drop a game to someone at some point.
Mm-hmm. It might have been Dragon. I'm not sure if I remember correctly though.
okay, so third and fourth is not decided apparently. Same
Oh,
pricing.
right, because
so...
they both get $50. That's right.
Okay. So reminder, we've got a $500 prize pool here. If you've just joined us, this is GGtoor's Knights Duel number 9. It's presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the Minion Masters developer. $500 prize pool, $200 to the winner. All of the top 8 will be receiving at least $25. We are in the semi-final stage now, so that means 4 players remain. Sett, Lazur, Nerzl, and Dragon. We're going to get set up for our first semi-final. It's going to be Sett, it's going to be Lazur. Now, Sett versus Lazur. Final, change that to semi-final.
I also do find it interesting that in the battle for top 4, we had 2 3-0s and 2 3-2s. So I was like, I wonder how the deck matchups went for those 3-0s, and then we had 2 very close sets, especially that Lazur versus DfogoX game where, depending on Apex perk 3, it could have gone either way. Went good for Lazur.
Right. So, be very interesting to see what the bans are like here. Are you expecting Lazur to ban Rekt? Is that a no-brainer against Sett?
I hope.
I would say that is a good strategy. That's
At the very least, you gotta be. If you aren't going to ban it, then you can accept. At this point, we're in conquest format, so Lazur can accept a loss from it if that is his plan. But I like to see people ban it or either be prepared for it. Decide what you're going to play off of that.
Okay, so we are ready once we've got the bans.
And I believe you're up for this one, Todd.
Oh yeah, it's me. Can't stop, won't stop. Let's go.
Okay. And then there were 4.
What I think is quite interesting is how we've seen people sticking with their guns a lot, right? I mean, Sett's constantly using this Rekt deck. Dragon is constantly using this Accursed Morelia. Can't say too much for Cyril or Nerzl because we haven't been seeing them as much. No, I mean Lazur and Nerzl. But I gotta wonder, it's like, okay, there we go. Now we have the bans, and Lazur bans Rekt and Dragon Nest, which is what we were talking about. That's good. And then also bans Once Bitten. That also makes a lot of sense.
That's a great ban too. Yeah, I like that.
I think those are all very, very wise. And then Sett bans Milloween, Dragon Nest. I think that's a bit of a mistake banning both of those together, but
a little redundant.
And then we got another Once Bitten ban, so none of that in this game.
Hey.
Now, does Lazur grind the ladder that much? Would you expect him to say, like, okay, I'm just going to make a Dragon Nest deck now? Like, I'm not sure if he would pull that. I'm not so experienced with his play style because he only shows up every once in a while for these tournaments.
Yeah, I think that he could do it. It seems like
it's a pretty easy deck to pilot. I'm not going to lie.
I don't see him on the leaderboard as well, so I don't think he's been grinding ladder that much. He's probably around there somewhere, but yeah. So the upside of that is that people can't spy on you as much when you're not high on the leaderboard. So he could have a few surprises. I mean, I've certainly had decks that I haven't used until like the grand finals or the semifinals in a tournament, and then I bring it out, and it gets out 1 or 2 wins, just because element of surprise can be a deciding factor in these games without deck submissions.
The interesting thing, DarkCrow mentioned it in the chat, is I believe that Sett for a long time was purely a mouse player. He would not use the keyboard to select his cards, which slows you down incredibly. Maybe that is... If he's using the keyboard and mouse now, perhaps that's part of how he's been able to elevate his results and his performances.
That's a NikShow thing too. NikShow used to be a mouse dragger, and DfogoX gave him so much craft. So over the past few months, yeah, NikShow elevated his game by switching. to mouse and
I don't know
keyboard.
how people can do that and still perform at a good level. Like if I'm having my dinner or something and I'm trying to play at the same time with just the mouse, it's a cluster.
Mm-hmm.
You're so slow.
If I'm playing like super casually, like if I'm in like a low level draft match where it's like I'm not really worried about it or something, or sometimes randoms where it's like I'm not even trying, I'm just like trying to participate in the game. Yeah. Sometimes I'll mouse drag, but most of the time, if you're trying to make a well-timed, well-positioned play, you gotta use mouse and keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And especially, you don't want to use one or the other, right? I was talking about this on my stream yesterday. When you're using, you want to be able to double tap cards. I know you have double tap turned off, Fish, but I think that the most optimal thing to do is to double tap and click place your cards. Because I think double tapping, it's natural for me. It's how I like to play the game. But it's important to keep in mind that you want to click cards when you're playing at a very fast pace. Like when you're in Mana Frenzy or when you're trying to spam out multiple cards at the same time, it is more efficient to tap the key and click rather than double tap, or just to, it's definitely more efficient than to just drag it with the mouse. And that's, I think I describe that as the most optimal way to just play cards as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and it's really good to point that out. It took me a very long time to realize that because we were reviewing some sort of resonating blast crystal play. And I was like, how do they play so quickly? And I think you're the person that identified that if you click the keyboard, click the mouse, and then click the keyboard and the mouse again, you could really get really fast plays.
Mm-hmm.
Right, here we go. This is our first semi-final. It's going to be set. It's going to be Lazur. It's best of 5. It's Conquest rules. Game on. Right.
Set on Milloween, having to depart from his wrecked strategy. So we'll see what he can do here. Both players waiting at 10 mana. Not being the first to act.
Right.
And we will see no one spin in this match, which is pretty interesting.
Flame Imp again, getting massive value.
Yeah, Fire Imp. People are recognizing. I think it's really valuable if you're not running the right spell removal for it. It doesn't trade down to anything, right? Like it would trade down to Pincer, but now that doesn't work.
Yep, that's entirely
You
correct.
can, however, still kill it with Flyby. That is its main threat, I'd say.
You could kill a Fire Imp with Flyby.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now Flyby you can work around, but yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Right. Illusionary Cleaver, probably the perk 1 card from Lazur.
That was my guess. I'm watching Set as well. So Set does have Frostfeather Flyby, so I want to see if he's going to use it on Fire Imp. We saw Frostfeather like 3 tournaments ago in like almost every deck, and everyone was using it on Grenadier like we see right here.
So Set not being able to play Rex, but he's playing the Brother of the Burning Fist again. That's a card that we see him play over and over again. That's Flame Imp surviving at the top there. A little bit frustrating. Yeah, some of these units just with 1 HP can still get so much value.
Still just as effective. It's not Ting Tang Tung over here. Does just as much damage at that much health. Gets a shot on face. That's 200 damage. Illusionary Cleaver is actually like, it's an alright pull for APAP. I mean, it'll secure your bridges and it helps you deal with some pesky swarms.
Yeah, for sure. And if, sometimes you can play it, as long as it's not tanking, you can get some good DPS out of it.
This Hypno is gonna... the brother still walked into the fire, so it's not
didn't really get
super
too much out of
effective. Yeah.
The Lazur has much better tools than we've seen in previous matchups with the Brother of the Burning Fist. Much better tools to deal with it.
Yeah, the Divine Warrior with the taunt and the shield is something that we haven't seen much of today. But I hear some players talk about how that's like the best card in the game. Which is like kind of funny.
I mean, in certain scenarios it can really shine.
I mean, if you need to stay alive, it really can do a lot. It can counter a lot. Yeah.
I think the biggest issue with it is once the shield is gone, then it's just an expensive warrior.
Yeah. Well, it was like in the starting deck when you start this game, and it was like the first card I removed. I was like, and then new players would ask for deck suggestions. I'm like, why are you using Divine Warrior? And then they made the change with the taunt and things like that, and I think it's got a lot more viability now. But you're right, the taunt becomes kind of a negative after the shield is gone.
Right, here we go. So, There's the Hypno.
Still gonna splash onto the Golem, no? Yeah, the
Yeah.
Golem's in the fire, but the...
Flamer
and
doesn't
the
die as
Hypno-
well.
Yeah,
Okay, that's not a value Hypno. Good XP for Set though, so those Hypnos
That'll
have
finish
traded
that off,
badly, but it hasn't really been too much of an issue. So perk 3, substantially ahead at the moment, Set. Those big golems are then going to start having to be dealt with. Nice use of the trap there, sorry, the shield totem to just as a cheap wall, a free wall, just tanking at the bottom there, allowing the Veilstalker to DPS. Radiant's going to clear up the bottom. Step onto the bridge. Again, Lazur's
Good
going to be
XP
looking
for
for
Set, and probably gonna continue to extend his lead
Set's
until
gonna be
Lazur can get to perk 3 and hopefully pull a good card again. Maybe Assassin. Maybe we'll see another Kurnath versus Milloween here.
Yeah, he needs a good pull again because he's quite a way down at the moment.
I think there are more bad outcomes than good ones to help in this match, to be honest. Or there are more unhelpful ones than helpful ones, I'll say. Some of them are good cards that just aren't going to turn this battle.
Decent Hypno at the bottom. And the problem is, if you're too far behind, it doesn't even matter. Even if you get a great one, sometimes you're too far behind to catch up anyway, and that's becoming the case here.
Flyby is a pretty good tool to use on this Veilstalker, too, if you just want to reveal it and then jump on it, but that's a better answer.
Brother taking a lot of damage, though.
So Set, not showing the same game knowledge as DeathShoott here, could easily use the Flyby on that Fire Imp.
Yep. Standard DeathShoott stuff. Right, what was
taking a
perk
couple
3
hits
for
in face.
Lazur? I didn't see it yet.
I'm
God, what are we seeing?
spectating Set, so I'm not sure either. I mean, it could have been another Tranquil Chi-Hoop, potentially.
Spear throwers.
Oh, Spear Throws, okay, yep. Which is typically a pretty good unit if you're close, but it's not going to turn this battle around, right? Because it is soft frontline, it's soft ranged units, and it's a good split card for bridges.
Yep. 30 XP the difference right now. Set taking some face damage though. Oh, that's the missiles. I'm telling you, something is wrong with those missiles. Because not only do I miss them, I see a lot of people miss them. And I know
Well,
you
I
guys
never
make
miss
fun of
them,
me when I
so-
miss them. There's something. There's something.
At one point, they kind of locked on harder, so like if you hit the target, no matter if it's moving, it would follow it. And then I think they changed it where like you kind of have to lead it more. But sometimes the hitboxes are strange, and maybe yeah.
I mean, there was definitely a bug before where they kept missing a lot, and I swear it's back.
There was a targeting bug at one point for sure.
I swear it's back. Nobody believes me.
Oh yeah, just convince FDM.
FDM, check it out. Love you.
And Mana Frenzy with
Yikes.
big units. It's gonna
30
be
XP behind again.
Yep.
Set's going to close
It's
out
good.
this first game, I should think.
Yep, no brainer.
Hypno.
Hypno on the illusionary cleaver.
It's just annoying.
And a lot on face. Golem.
Yeah, this is just the beginning
10
of the end.
stacks.
Maybe even the middle of the end. Next golem's going to be up. Brother's still stonked at the bottom. Nice stun
Tyrant
though.
actually performed really well in this match.
He's going for face, putting the pressure on. Yeah, the Flame Imp's killed a lot. Some of it friendly, some of it not so friendly. Now, can Lazur hold on? I would strongly suspect no. But still here, 14 XP away. But it's so difficult. We've got two brothers up now. Like, this is the case
What
where
masters have we seen today? We've seen Wrecked, Ravager, King Cuff, Milloween, Apep. We have not seen Mordar. Is there anyone? Oh, we haven't seen any Valorian demonstrated on stream.
Okay. Set takes that 1-0, and yeah, I think we discussed earlier about Mordar, and I don't think anyone's surprised that we haven't seen Mordar at all.
The 2-perk master has not come out.
Yeah.
But see, I think that I want to say that Lazur's overvaluing Veilstalker in deck building. Now, it could be that he's not playing the most tryhard decks possible. I'm open to that as a possibility because I just think it's kind of strange how he's using Veilstalker and Divine Warrior, characters that would be fairly described as not amazing in 1v1, and you don't want to bring not amazing characters to a tournament usually, typically. And so Fire Ramp I think is good. I think it is good. I've been using it with a lot of success the last few days, and that's because in this tournament especially, you don't have to worry about Ruby being there to just take it out with the 2-mana Fireball. You don't have to worry about Pinch of Dread, and then Flyby, as Todd said, it kills it, but you can stop that. You have a lot of ability to cancel that from happening, and so it just didn't work out so good for Lazur. I also would say that he missed a few Shock Rock opportunities. There were a few moments where he could have shaved Tranquil or saved Tranquil with a few good Shock Rocks, kept the bridge, just little things like that. But overall, it was definitely Set's match.
Did you just say shaved Tranquil?
Yeah, shaved the Tranquil. Yeah.
Let's get it trending, guys. Hashtag shave the Tranquil. Okay.
I'm interested to see how Ruby will impact the next tournament cycle. Obviously, I think many of us are expecting some sort of stat changes, potentially related to the ability going up in a mana, maybe as a suggested change. But that card does a lot, right? It can really put pressure in one lane, and the ability is just crazy value. So yeah, next month, look for Ruby.
She might get over nerfed because that does happen sometimes.
Yep.
Where a new card shines to such an extent where it just it gets just taken out of the meta completely. Like I think that I already said this earlier, but I don't think Berry Felinos needed quite the nerf they got. I think it was very good to make sure they had lower Myriad. But yeah, here we go.
Game number 2.
Oh well, that's
Set electing.
Hold on, didn't Set play APEP just now? No, that was Lazur. Okay, I just saw the GG and got confused. I thought there was a mishap.
Okay, APEP, Diona. Not sure what the ping was for. I heard it, didn't see it.
I didn't see it either. So this is interesting. Most of these masters really like to go for the long game, right? Do you normally expect Diona to try and close out, after perk 3?
I mean, sometimes she's able to put on a lot of pressure with the traps on face
Right.
if you've done face damage, but it's probably not a win condition that you think as a priority.
Depends how the deck is designed, I suppose, as well. I think APEP has stronger late game perks. Diona just kind of generally controlling. Again, who knows what the cards APEP could pull. The Skeleton Crew, 2 skeletons for 0 mana is pretty but it does allow Set to continue to contest bridges, which is very good. Just a little underwhelming.
And if the game goes on for about 38 minutes, you could potentially get a Cursed Ascension.
I think the one other Cursed Ascension card is the Harmful Souls, which hasn't been used at all. So the Curse count is exactly at 0 right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's playing the long game. Okay, the Curse Bearer just taking out the Assassin at the top there is going to go down to the Stint. XP dead level.
Dead level, indeed. I like how when they change Banner to 4 mana and he just pops out of a box and just shields himself. I'm here, guys. Sometimes that shielding comes in clutch, though. Like, Walking Blind Dates can really do some nutty stuff we've talked about in previous tournaments when you get the critical ghost or like a really nice priestess, and then other times it comes out and immediately dies because it's
Okay, I just messaged FBM and asked him about the arcane missiles missing. He simply said, "Get good."
Get good. Yep, exactly. Get good, scrub.
I will
Lazur
find
using the Curse
some
Bearer
replays.
to counter the assassin. Pretty heads up play.
There's some decent face damage that's been done on Set, but of course APEP with the shield, not going to be too freaked out about that.
Not too freaked out, but with the way the experience is going, those little bits of damage might stack up. Set has not revealed this Harmful Souls card yet either. No real targets for it at the moment, I don't think.
Yeah, that's when it gets a little bit frustrating, because it's not really... The fact it doesn't do face damage means it can end up just sitting in your hand.
That is a problem with APEP who likes to cycle, right? Like, if you have a totem that's getting no value and you want to save it for a push, then that's a dead card in your hand, and Harmful Souls is occupying a spot. Nothing wrong with cycling a totem but sometimes you need it.
A 10 XP lead for Set at the moment. Be
Yeah,
interested to
edging out
see
a
what he
little
gets from this
advantage.
perk. Okay, the Curse Bear is just really shutting that assassin down. He's doing a good job again
Bait
at
out
the
the
bottom there
Veil
with the yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you keep her from going invisible, then she's a lot more easy to deal with.
Lazur
Okay.
playing pretty well here. It seems like gaining some advantage.
Good face damage
Yeah.
coming out. Perk 3 is a cannon roller. That can be useful, but it's the
I
cannon roller
love
against
that
lots
card.
of. It's a fun card, but against lots of small stuff, not
It's
sure.
Not in its shine. Yep.
Set taking a lot of face damage there. Assassin, that's what you want the assassin to do. Shut down the Veilstalker. Nice use of the trap though. Keeps the assassin from annihilating everything. Grenadier getting some good work done there. Right,
And you're right,
Lazur-
this cannon roller just draws the swarm and immediately dies. But it was free, right? So that's 3 mana for 0.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
but it could be better free.
Right.
Again, we see the dragons. Nice to see those at the bottom there.
Yeah, not doing much against defensive chopper. Is this going to be enough to save the bridge? Not quite. Without the swarmers, it would have been enough because it would have stopped those plasma marines just shy of the bridge, and then they would have died.
Yeah, and the cannon roller is kind of an awkward like bridge grab card as
Yeah.
well. You can see it's taking ages to get on that bridge. Gonna get shut down again at the top as well. Now, one of the things I think was mentioned earlier, there's a Kernaf there, is you've got to pay attention to when you're playing the Veilstalker. You've got to pay attention to her jump. You don't want her jumping off of the bridge or over the bridge, which is definitely something that you can inadvertently
Sometimes
happen.
I'll intentionally like bait someone off the bridge too. Like
Yeah.
if you're playing defensive units and you know there's a Veilstalker, right? You're in control a little bit on where
Yeah.
she's going to jump.
XP still mostly level. Assassin. With a heal at the bottom there. That could be frustrating to deal with. Healer, of course, is just no attack now. It's going to keep walking. Veilstalker. Nice use of the trap. Okay, that's really good use of the trap. Veilstalker's going to go invisible as... Whoa, okay. Just took a hit, but...
Yeah,
Still
very
alive.
tight. And 3 experience between these players. Set running out of health. Not really getting the advantage he wanted from his perk.
Now you see the cannon rolls struggling against Horde as you would expect, but staying alive with the support. Ruffles going for some mana at the bottom. Not going to get it, though.
Ruffles dies to a Scrat.
Okay, Set. This is where just small margins can win you the game. You just need to get to
I mean-
Mana Frenzy just ahead.
Getting to Mana Frenzy first and holding the bridges is... Yep. Definitely a way to win the game. Defenso ends up being an extremely useful tool in Mana Frenzy as well, because it makes it really hard for your opponent to get on the bridges.
Yep.
And
Especially if
Set
they've
is
got a lot
actually
of
going to
melee.
eke out.
Mana Frenzy. Now. Okay. Key point of the match.
Good stun.
Lazur needs to minimize
birds.
the bridges. And there we see the first use of the Harmless Souls, which was actually really nice because it cleared the units and held that bridge. Lazur's still 5 XP away. Set in a strong position right now, needs to try to maximize this situation until Lazur gets his own Mana Frenzy. If Lazur can get his own and clear and get the bridges, chances are he could be back in it. Right, Mana Frenzy for both players now. Now this is where the
Set
cannon
in
roller
good
can
control.
shine,
Yeah, when
nailing
you're
on the
pumping
face.
them out, right, and you run out of answers for it, yeah.
Right, bridge grabs are crucial at this point. It's so difficult because you end up just throwing mana away just trying to grab the bridges for a small period of time. Using the traps. Those traps doing a great job defensively though. And Lazur potentially getting back into this.
Is he doing enough to hold these bridges, though? This man is just going to keep popping out for Set. Set's
He's
got
certainly-
more on the board.
He's
Yeah.
certainly making a fight of it.
He's trying, yeah. Give him credit for staying in this for sure. Sometimes it's
That defense is going to
Easy to
shut
get.
down that top there. Yeah, this is looking like it could be too much. He's got the damage traps and now he was able to really clear up a lot with the damage traps.
Oh,
Bannerman
see, there we
comes
go.
out.
Bannerman helping out. Like, that makes that whole mask there, like, survive the sweep from, you know, Veilstalker, right?
Okay, trying to keep... Oh, the Veilstalker does a good job there. Assassin comes in, shuts it down. That's frustrating.
This has got to be it.
Lazur is hanging on, and he's at such a mana deficit with the bridges being blue for so long. He's done a great job, but looks like ultimately not enough. There we go. Set is 2-0 up. And that one did go down to the wire. Lazur did a good job holding on, getting his own Mana Frenzy, but was never able to get a solid hold of the bridges. And Mana Frenzy versus Mana Frenzy when your opponent's got 75-80% of the bridges is always going to be tough. He didn't really have much AoE either, Deadshot.
Yeah, I just, I'm going to go back to these two cards for a moment, Veilstalker and Shockrock. And I think that, in fact, I'm going to talk about a variety of cards in Nerzl's deck. See, I think that he's playing good cards and not the best cards. Like, Flightless Dragons. I can't recall a single time he played them in the match and they were 4 mana. Which basically means he's not getting off the Voidborn Wound, and at a 5-mana card, it's not a good card. It's an acceptable card. And then Veilstalker, she was doing good, she had her moments, but there were also some moments in the match where she was messing up his ability to use Shockrock. Like, at one point, Veilstalker was on the bottom bridge, Set retakes it with Scrat Horde, and it's not like Laser. See, Shockrock would be good there. You take care of the Scrat Horde, your minion survives, but he can't do it with Veilstalker out. It's 3 mana, it won't get him the bridge. It just doesn't matter. And there were also some moments where I think that a perfect reaction would have gotten the bridge, like, you know, a bit late on taking the bridges once they get changed red, and also Shockrock had a few moments where if you insta-react, it's really good. And I realized that as a spectator, it's a lot easier to say, hey, you missed this perfect play, but these are the things that could make a difference when you're only behind by 5 XP. All that fun stuff.
Okay. Right. Set, who has been dominating this event so far, 2-0 up against Lazur. Lazur needs to fight back or Set's going to book his place in the final.
Yeah, being down 2 games is a tough spot to be in, but it's not as grim as it looks. Because Lazur has free choice over his masters besides what was banned, where Set is now restricted from possibly his 2 top choices, right? So you could easily see Lazur win 2 games and we can go to a 5-game series.
No APEP, no Milloween, no Wrecked for Set. Wrecked banned, Milloween and APEP. Sorry.
There's still that Diona that he really crushed with in past tournaments. That has yet to be used. So I would not be surprised if that's what he goes for now. The one with the Brother Burning Fist, the Imperial. It's still available, and I would say that's my best guess of what he's going to play next. And yeah, also props to Lazur. He is very, very good at surviving versus Mana Frenzy.
Yeah.
He does a good job. I'd say his best chance at coming back was when he used those 2 crossbow traps and cleared up a whole bunch of defense. And the board was kind of empty for a moment, but he couldn't really get on there. He just didn't get the bridges, and then we just entered the same phase of Set holding the pressure, and then that ended up winning it.
Okay, here we go. Game number 3 in this best of 5. Can Set book his place in GGtoor's Night's Duel number 9's grand final, or can Lazur begin to claw his way back? Don't forget, we've seen Lazur drag himself off the canvas multiple times before in big events. Can he do the same here? Let's find out. Oh, it's not Diona, it's Volko.
Oh, yeah.
Volko is an interesting choice. We've seen NikShow on Volko today, but not much else. You know, his biggest strength coming from Burn the Bridges and the Rage buff, being very weak to flyers, which we don't see very often in 1v1 settings, or in any settings in the game very much, you know. Vale's talking for Lazur again. And Flightless Dragon, so he's really, like, sticking to these cards. This is the...
Nice Shockrock. Okay, just getting enough DPS. Trying to keep the Veilstalker alive. Okay, I mean, that's not too bad at the bottom there. Whirly comes in and shuts it down. Right, now, Caged Prowler. Caged Prowler needs to be defended here. Right, Prowler spawns, which in previous matches when we've seen the Prowler used, really hasn't on a lot of occasions. This time it has, but what kind of value is it going to get? This is where the Tranquil's going to be great. It's going to start healing, but Scotty's going to be a problem.
Scotty's
not sure about that
unit, yeah.
Wanted to
shock, right?
Yeah, the shock rock was a little late. If it was a little earlier, the monkey would have survived and then would have shut Scotty down into the taunt mode, and things would have been slightly different.
Reasonable use of Hypnotize there, to be honest. I mean, not like exceptional, but wins the fight, keeps the bridges, right?
Yeah, the stun lancers get on face and they're just annoying. So I think overall the value was not too shabby.
Yeah, yeah. I tend to just stun lancers. I let them poke me because they're not providing, doing permanent stun now.
Yeah. Before, if you got one on your face, you had to deal with it at some point. Now, just
the DPS isn't there, right? But if you're getting hit by
Yeah.
other units, not being able to attack is
your master
detrimental.
can handle it.
Yeah.
Right. Nice position there with the Horde. The Scrat Horde was set, just allowing one of the Scrats to go at the top to get the bridge, the rest to come down the bottom where they were needed.
Combining this Whirly with the Prowler is a good move because most people counter Prowlers with Swarm, and Whirly deals with that.
Yeah, we've got a good XP lead for Set at the moment. Set feeling like he's
XP,
in
potentially the
control.
most important resource in this game, really. It really sets the tone. You lose the game from health, but really a lot of times it's XP. Even if you're not getting a Mana Frenzy, just getting perks early ahead of your opponents, can decide games. Good use of Scotty here to tank the...
This is a scary looking. They're
aimbot.
raged at the bottom as well. Needs to be careful.
Yup, that's a big
Ooh.
jump.
Big hit on face, but of course health is a resource, so it's not the end of the world.
And some recoverability from Morelia built in. Good burn to reveal the assassin. Not enough to kill it.
Okay, perk 3 is almost here for Set, and that's when the melee units are going to get Berserker Rage, 100% extra damage. That's when they get terrifying. Okay, that was nice at the Grenadier there.
It was about to sweep. It went invisible,
Yeah.
but the grenade was in the air, and it revealed
Little
it.
timings
Yeah,
like that can
sweep would be
really
messy.
help. So we were wondering if Set was going to start struggling when he wasn't able to call on the master of the deck that he was using most often, but he's doing a great job
very
so
well.
far.
Yep.
All sorts of different setups. The assassin's going to
Berserker
go invisible.
Rage. Build your own Rabid Prowler. Yeah, see, this is the way you deal with Prowler. Just tank it with some Swarmers. Yep.
Right.
We haven't
as we
seen Unholy Ground, but it's a pretty good combo for Volko too, because you can ground flyers on the bridges and burn them.
Ooh, Scotty's a monster. Now, of course,
He's a sensitive
Lazur's-
savage.
He
Don't
is
call him a
sensitive.
monster.
Sorry. But the perk 3 for Lazur, the dragon, that could be what he needs. But the problem is against Volko, with the Berserker Rage melee units, is that dragon can sometimes get absolutely shredded.
Stun Lancers, he's got Swarm, he's got Hypno, he could distract it with Unholy Ground for a while, and then Scotty at DPS can do a lot on a dragon, so we'll see how those tools come together when at that point in the game.
It was a very strange play. Right, here we go. That's enough damage to shut down the Prowler. But
And I think
needs-
Set is okay with that, to be honest. It could get a lot more value.
Set burning a little bit of mana there, not entirely sure. Nice Spirit on the dragon though. Spirit on the
Interesting.
Veilstalker, I think, as well.
So Veilstalker does make it hard to distract the dragon, right? Because that's Stalker's gonna stalk. Oh, but it's not enough to kill Stun Lancers.
Ties is good though.
Yeah, but the dragon still doesn't care who he's hitting. That damage, that
the
breath
AoE
goes
just
both
becomes
directions.
every way. Okay. So XP
And
is the
I
problem
mean-
here. Set is
Yeah.
eking towards Mana Frenzy. Dragon almost dead. The
Dragon is
Spirit on the
splashing
dragon.
on face, but not aggroed on face. So still can be turned around. Electing not to, which is fine. Plenty of health.
Almost full HP, so that's fine.
Yep. And he's got Stun Lancers to mitigate. Oh, another Veilstalker. I don't know.
This is the point of the match where he needs to stabilize those Set. He's still feeling the effects of that dragon. Scotty doing a
I think
great
he's
job
stabilized
though.
here. Yeah.
5 XP
Maybe
to go.
down in mana, but yeah.
Okay, Assassin shreds.
And that's gonna be
Grenadier's a
Frenzy.
nightmare. Bridge
Sad.
burn.
Winning 3 games in Mana Frenzy, right? Against Lazur. This again, where Set is just like been participating in tournaments over and over and over again, maybe just slightly more prepared for today.
Yep. Lazur again trying to get to his Mana Frenzy,
Prowler.
but he's a long way down.
And, yeah, Prowler and Whirly. Yep.
And
Whirly
here
just
comes
killed
the
all
Scotty. Scotty
All
not in
those
rage,
shrimps.
but it's going to be enough.
GG.
Set's
Well
gonna book
played.
his place in the final. That's 3-0. He sweeps aside Lazur. Some close matches there, but Set always seemed in the ascendancy, DeathShoott.
Yeah, I don't wanna. I don't know. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't understand Lazur's thought process. I don't know how much practice time he had for this tournament, but didn't it look like he just did the same deck across 3 different masters with minor adjustments? That's what it seemed like to me. And that wasn't really optimal because he just lost. He pretty much lost the same way in every game where he was just behind in Mana Frenzy. And what another thing is, he had Rect open to him this entire time, and he didn't even try bringing it out, which also surprises me because in past tournaments he did use Rect, and I don't understand why he wouldn't do that this tournament. It's just some weird stuff that I don't know. I think he just seemed like he wasn't in the zone to me.
Fair, certainly fair. Okay, so we have our first grand finalist dialed in. And we're going to find out our second one.
And also that Whirly Scrat, it was with the Berserker Rage, it was constantly annihilating those flightless dragons, right? It would just one-shot them. It was pretty brutal.
Okay,
I
so
think
we're going to
Sat
have...
did Oh, right.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm just going to say we're going to have Dragon against Nerzl in this second semi-final now.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Let's see if
Right.
Dragon has been doing very well in this tournament. He's getting his old placements back. Maybe he'll win this tournament. Maybe Set will finally win one. Getting those. Set's got a lot of second places under his belt, right? He's just waiting for that big
That's
finish.
right, 3 finalist positions. Okay, so Dragon Nerzl, semi-final, best of 5. Perfect. Someone in the chat suggested using predictions. That's a good idea.
Can we do that with the delay? Will that
We
still
can do it
work
with the
out?
delay. I just have to wait and not start it until the stream's ready for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, something that was interesting was Set had a flame ember on the bottom bridge when Dragon was crossing, and I think he should have used it. Maybe looking at his deck right now because I'm watching the stream and the delay, it doesn't look like he had an easy carry to pick it up. So that could be why he didn't go for it. But it also seemed like he had a good enough lead to where he didn't need that flame ember to really take down the dragon. But normally that's what you want to do in Valko, is when you want that dragon push to come in and you want to annihilate it with your Berserker Rage, which Set didn't even need to do in this scenario.
Okay, so
He had a lot of tools. I mean, yeah, ways to distract it and good DPS units where it wasn't a necessity, plus a large advantage at that point, and was just kind of in control of the pacing of the game.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we got some ban information coming in, hot off the press. Let's go through that.
Sure, Dragon. Guess what his bans are? Milloween, Whirly, Grenadier.
Who would have
Dude
guessed?
is consistent. You got to give him that. Nerzl also banning Milloween, Skeleton Horde, and Unholy Ground. 2 accursed tools. We've seen Dragon run these kind of like half-baked accursed decks. So maybe not strict requirements for Dragon to keep with what he's been using.
Yeah, and also Nerzl is a fan of Slither, so that is fully open to him. The avenue's wide open, and that's one of those decks that you can easily play over multiple masters. So I wonder if we're going to see that come out in a few games.
Nice.
And
Okay.
yeah, Dragon, he's banned the same things every single game throughout the entire tournament, right? He's just going with these same things. See, Milloween makes sense to me, but I do find it weird that he's not trying any targeted bans, but it has brought him success, right? He's already in the top 4.
Easily do. Okay, I mean, if it's working, why change it? Right, I opened some predictions in the chat, so hopefully you guys are involved in that. Who's going to win the next game, which is going to be semi-final number 2. It's going to be Dragon versus Nerzl. Good idea. I think it was Destroy with the predictions. And we'll see what information is going to come in regarding those. Right, let's just double check. We've got Nerzl here, we've got Dragon here. Who's on the cast for this one, please?
DeathShoott.
Myself. Ha ha ha.
Okay. Right, we are ready to go when these ready to go. These guys have been patiently waiting for us so we can see both semi-finals, so thanks to those guys for their patience. Let's see what we've got with regards to the predictions. Okay. Okay.
Whoa, yeah, so far. Well,
Yeah,
no,
Nerzl might not
interesting.
want to look at the predictions before this match if he needs the morale.
Mm-hmm. We only have 3 people voting so far. So there's that.
Oh, okay. It's just a lot of points being thrown around, yeah.
Alright, don't
I'm not
worry,
sure what the
Nerzl, I'm on
percentage
your
is based
side.
on. Is that the percentage is based on overall
Points. How many points are spent? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got 99% of the channel points on Dragon. 250,000 channel points at Nerzl, 5,000.
Oh wait, so Nerzl has 5,000 on him? Are they from me? Because my thing's bugging out.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Anyways.
I think they're mostly from himself.
I put 2,500 on Dragon, but maybe I'll do a side bet with DeathShoott.
Muffin put 200,000 points on Dragon.
Confident.
My
Wow.
goodness.
That is something.
Right, thanks for you guys at home getting involved in that.
Well, I hope that Nerzl wins. Get him, Nerzl. You got this. I'll
Honestly,
keep
yeah,
going.
you bet against the odds, because even if it's so slim, like, your winning bet on betting on Dragon is, like, so marginal, where if Nerzl wins, you get the big payout. So
Oh,
even if
yeah.
it's less likely to happen, I think it's worth it.
Okay, let's get this off and underway. Predictions will run for another couple of minutes or so. But here we go. This is game number 1, semi-final number 2, best of 5, conquest rules, no second lives. Dragon against Nerzl.
Oh, and here we go. Here we go. It's not even regular Slither. It's Rabid Prowler and Impatient Statue. This is very interesting.
Okay, Apep versus Morelia.
I must have missed the memo, because this is not what my brain has in mind when I think of Slither.
Different Slither, for sure. Right. Nice use of the wolf there to tank.
Nerzl's low on mana, but he did put on some very concrete pressure. Was that an RNG card that just got played, or just the Pokemon?
I didn't see, sorry.
Okay. I think it was just Pokemon, but I might have seen an extra symbol floating around in there. I love when people try and time playing their future card with Apep's Pokemon. It's just a hilarious thing to try and sneak it away.
I have never considered that, to be honest.
Because if you do it, I mean, if your opponent doesn't know, then they're not going to be more aggressive. So that's it does have a benefit to it. And yeah, no. The only person I think that we've seen bring out call Slithering summons has been Set, and I'm pretty sure that was a loss. So it's funny. This Slither deck is apparently the main Slither deck. Little did I know, right?
Seems like it.
But Prowler just shredding the wolf. It's still gonna get to the bridge though. It'll still reach the bridge, and that's what's most important. What I really dislike is multiple statues. That's what really bothers me in 1v1, because it's just mobile wall is one of my least preference cards to face. But Dragon does have Curse Bearer, so that is very good.
Nice use of the harmful souls. For some reason, I want to call it harmless souls. It's just
I know, you did it
generally
earlier.
wrong. Nobody noticed. Just
I do
managed
not-
to start to call night puffs and not wizard puffs. So yeah, one thing at a time.
Nice. So Nerzl almost played Impatient Statue there, but he did stop it from happening, which is wise because Curse Bearer was coming in. That would have been very, very negative. And he's spell reducing his Daggerfall.
See, I think the impatient statue is by far the best implementation of the impatient mechanic, which has now been generally removed from everything else. Where you get, if you play it impatiently, you get a benefit.
And of course, Nerzl does have Slithering summons. You already saw it. I just missed it because I'm stupid, but it's okay. So he's also reducing that with Merlia's book, which is very smart because that means he needs less cost Slitherbound and can use that stuff on the Rabid Prowler without stretching thin his units.
Okay, let's have a look at the predictions. 90% of channel points going on Dragon, 10% on Nerzl. Should be closed. Submissions closed. Okay, we shall update that when we know. Thanks for getting involved at home. Or work, or wherever you are. We don't judge. Big thumbs up at the top there.
Right now we're just playing not a whole bunch is happening right now. Neither player is pushing. XP is mostly even. I bet we'll see a slither push soon though. But right now Nerzl's been avoiding the using impatient statue. He's been purposely playing carriage so that it doesn't come out. But there it is. Wait, yeah. Oh yeah, wait. So he played it instead of like an auto play. I don't know why you would do that because now it doesn't have haste. Unless he wants it to be slower, which is a strategy that he could do.
Try and build up, push behind it. But here you want it ahead of the Soul Stealer, really.
Is that a perk 3 assassin? If so, that is very good versus this poor Rabbit Prowler. And yeah, that statue's gonna get melted and doesn't have much of any support whatsoever. Looking not good for Nerzl right now because he can't push through. And Cursebearer again, he's on Morelia, so that's another issue here. I'm sure he played it in the back though, so the Cursebearer he won't matter too much.
Yep. Be careful that needs that curse. Oh, he's going to get aggroed back anyway, so that's okay. Going to lose some XP though. He's going to have to try and build up a push though.
Yeah, but about that though, he doesn't really have the mana for split pushing, which is very bad for this current situation. Because he needs to have pressure on both lanes. The dragon is going to get curse barred. We already knew that was going to happen. He needs to have pressure on the other lane as well, so that he has something that's going on which won't get as easily countered.
So if you're not aware at home, the curse mechanic in the game does 3% max HP damage every second. So getting a curse on a big unit does huge DPS, and that's why that dragon is almost dead at the bottom there. And the dragon really not achieving
like a 5 XP lead, so that is not a good perk 3. Beautiful, so strong.
Right, the curse bearer again getting huge value there. Not even attacking the statue for a long time, but the fact it was cursed, it's just melting.
This game is currently even, but it's probably going to slowly land into Dragon's hands. Slowly lead into Dragon's hands.
Yep. He does have, the assassin is the perk 3 card, just to confirm. But yeah, that's the problem.
Answer.
The problem with Morelia and Ravager, those one-time only perks, if you don't get too much value out of them, they're going to put you in a big, awkward spot. Right.
Yeah,
he didn't quite position it correctly, didn't get a jump from it. The assassin's going to go down, is he? Okay, the Prowler survives, that could be fairly important. There's an extra DPS out, it's going to melt to the curse eventually, I think, here anyway. Rabid Prowler support. Stun Lancer is annoying there, though. But pressure, both players edging towards Mana Frenzy. Dragon slightly ahead of it, though.
Yeah, this is, it's just so hard for Nerzl to keep up now, because the Slither Cats are being countered left and right, and he only has a perk 2, essentially. His perk 1 turns into perk 2, perk 3's gone. Dragon's still got all these free cards are just getting up so much value, and Mana Frenzy.
Yep. E6. Huge clear there from the harmful souls.
And now those monkeys can stack up, but they're still vulnerable to harmful souls.
Gonna do a good job there. Ah, goodness me, that harmful souls is coming around so quickly in the cycle.
And now this damage on face, which he cannot take.
It's gonna be too much. Okay, Dragon's gonna take the first game. Dragon takes the first game, 1-0. And there we see the power of APEP. Just too much.
It was. I think that. Oh no, never mind. Go for it, Todd. I don't want to take your spot.
Curse Bearer and Stun Lancers. You were right. I mean, all those statues were shut down. And just well played and paced by Dragon to know that I'm just gonna keep a slight XP lead, and you know, beat Morelia because the perk differential, and the assassin is just such a good pull. We've been talking about it. What card would someone want as perk 3 from APEV, and we keep saying assassin, and boom, assassin, because it's just so much. It just is a lot. Yeah, so we'll see how these guys tool up for game 2.
I think the big issue was that the dragon did nothing effectively.
You
needed Curse Bearer like almost single-handedly shuts it down. Like, just keep the dragon distracted and keep it in curse.
Damage.
Yeah, and the harmful souls. Plus, he reached Ascension towards the end too, with a very meager curse deck.
Yeah, I would say that it wasn't a counter deck because Dragon's already played this before. He already played this deck. You know, we've seen it before already. However, I would say this was the smartest deck choice that Dragon could have done, since Nerzl, it was quite predictable and well done by Dragon that Nerzl would run Slither because, he didn't ban any Slither cards. Dragon didn't ban any Slither, and we know Nerzl has been using it. I've seen him using it for months now in tournaments, and so Cursebearer and Harmful Souls, even if Nerzl was using Herald, Harmful Souls is so good versus Herald. It's gonna brutalize him. So yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Nerzl is running this again and is set, or is Dragon just saying, okay, I'm gonna have a Cursebearer in all my decks to deal with these statues? I
will be more surprised than not if we do not see another Slither attempt from Nerzl.
That was way too many negatives for me to follow that. More surprised than not.
If he didn't. Yeah.
My God.
He thinks he's going to run more Slither, okay, Fish? That's
Yeah. I know you speak British, so English can be hard to understand sometimes.
My goodness.
Don't mind helping out.
Double negatives are unnecessary.
They're not unnecessary. I mean...
Send me a diagram so I can understand things.
Yeah. The other day I was saying I have no problems with nobody, and Broken was like, so you have problems with everyone? I'm like, what? No, if I don't have any potatoes, it doesn't mean I have onions, I was just saying I don't have problems with nobody, which doesn't really go on to say anything of value.
Oh.
Yep.
Alright, well, we also could see Dragon Nest. I mean, have we even seen it at any point? There might have been some off-screen games, but even when people don't ban it, it doesn't come up. And so I think it's, banning Melloween's okay, because she's still really good in other strategies, as you said earlier, Todd. So you can just ban her, and then you don't even have to worry about Dragon's Nest, because no one's even bold enough to try it on a different master. It's just going unused.
I'm actually shocked, because people do kind of bring new decks sometimes to tournaments. Like we saw that deck pop up last tournament, how effective it was, and then it entered the meta. So I could see someone saying, okay, this Dragon Nest is strong, I'm just going to run it with Morelia, who seems like a fantastic choice. But I guess a lot of players have other preferences with Morelia, and at this stage of the tournament where conquest rules are on, maybe they want to run something that is less susceptible to being shut down, because Dragon Nest does have counters, and at times it can be a very tough fight.
Yes, yeah. Well, here we go. Game number 2 is on the way.
Right, here we go. Game number 2, Dragon, 1-0, best of 5 in this semi-final. All
Can't
still
wait to load in 2 seconds later than Fish.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Oh my God, can you believe this? Yeah.
Well, who would have guessed Nerzl was on Slither again? And Dragon looks like it could be a Curse Morelia. If so, you can expect another Curse Bear for those presumed.
It's got a red golem in it.
Oh,
I can tell you that.
Well, in that case, I'll just pause right here. He probably is on holy ground, if I'm guessing, and that's why he's getting the curse stuff. Maybe Harmful Souls.
Harmful Souls is in there.
So, Nerzl does have Snake Druid and Curse Bearer. Therefore, this red golem is not going to be that threatening, unless it gets, built up with and can overwhelm.
Yeah, so we'll see here whether Dragon's #1 priority is to get that red golem out, or if it's a fallback. Okay, right. Rock Rivals
it's the double.
And red golem.
Okay.
That's going to be a problem at the top. That's melting at the top. Harmful Souls is not going to do too much in that situation.
Because, I mean, these are basically dead now. But that statue has to be stopped or else it will get some damage in, which I think Dragon wants to avoid, but we'll see. And that's one hit. Gonna get off another. It does not. Okay.
Right.
Oh, alright.
Now, as soon as you see the Blood Imps, are you thinking red golem here?
I am not, because I think that they are generally good in control. Okay, he's gonna get in range though. This is it. This is perfect range for red golem. Yeah, I mean, I use Blood Imps in a multitude of control decks just because they, as long as you can stabilize, their value is very good for winning mana interactions. There it is, the big one.
Right. Nerzl knows what he's up against now.
Now, Nerzl does have the trio. He's got Stun Lancers, he's got Musketeer, he's got Snake Druid. All of these help with this. And he's also got Curse Bearer. But that Annihilator, he can't stop it right now.
Yeah, that's the thing with these big single tank units. You need support with them. Musketeer. Musketeer's going to aggro back onto the Annihilator. Annihilator goes down. That red golem gets a spirit on it, but it's going to be fairly irrelevant. Might get a punch off on the Curse Bearer, which is a little frustrating, but it's melted pretty quickly in the end there.
It was nice with Dragon that he just got to take out that 4 mana. It made this push less threatening because now the tank is gone. And top bridge, Nerzl with Snake Druid.
Just going to lock this down with a Snake Druid. And there you can see the Slither Darter. That is that's a Slither Lancer. That's the melee one, but he's got longer melee range than the Golem has. So it's able to stack all that poison all over the Golem. And that's what you need.
Going top while Cursebearer is bottom.
That's really what you want to do with the Slither to get maximum value. You want those Slither bounds to do great work and then sack them.
Mm-hmm. And this is a dead living statue, but he can play an aggressive Cursebearer like he did, and it'll get some value, quite a bit before dying.
I mean, that Red Golem effectively just snapped that living statue over its knee.
And look at that, it's already down to less than like 25% of his HP, and this double push I would call not threatening, but we will see. He gets the Spirit Luck though, both of them land on the Golems, that is very good.
Wow.
And this Annihilator, look at that.
It is scary. Red Golem's gonna spank this dog. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Okay.
Oh dear.
This is a problem because the Red Golem's still alive. Oh, this is terrifying. Red Golem's gonna absolutely annihilate face. Golem after Golem after Golem. Is Dragon gonna go 2-0 up here? And the curse is wailing away, but
but he cannot take another push. His HP is gone. He's no longer allowed to tank with it without losing. And once again, Spirited Red Golem, 16,600 HP.
That extra HP from the spirits is really hurting Nerzl right now.
Oh, he saves it. Beautiful. Okay.
Red Golem's going to go down. Blue Golem's going to follow.
But now Dragon has gained the XP lead from this very aggressive pressure.
Yep, it is very close though, and Stormbringer's going to start pinging double time now.
It was very nice that none of the spirits landed on that Annihilator when he got that double push at the top. That just means that it's 400 more HP on each of the Golems, so it basically gave him 800 HP, whereas it could have only been 475.
Slinger's doing a good job at the top, clearing everything out there. Dragon is unsupported at the bottom. Cursebearer is going to be deployed. Okay, this is anyone's game at the moment, I would say.
This reminds me of last game, where the Dragon just got shut down by Cursebearer without support, and now Dragon... Oh, that's very unlucky. He wanted that on the top bridge, because going on bottom just doesn't matter. It just means it kills the Cursebearer maybe, but that's irrelevant, because Cursebearer did its work.
Snake Druid wants to keep the Snake Druid alive for as long as possible here. And I was thinking... The Stun Lancer's got nerfed, they have a duration, whereas the Snake Druid can lock something down permanently. Do you think maybe the Snake Druid should have a time limit on how long it can lock something down for?
I don't think it's as bad, because the unit can still attack. It's not stunned, therefore you can't just throw whatever you want on it to kill it. So
I've had a game where they played their perk 3 Dragon, and I locked it down with a Snake Druid for minutes. So fairly unfair.
This is not good for Dragon, because he just, that's a 9 mana dedication with the Red Golem, and it just got completely shut down.
Yep.
Oh, no Annihilator hit either.
Nerzl's ahead on XP. Okay. Dragon he's been playing his Golems very defensively, but he can't do that anymore because he can't afford to just give up the bridges for any sort of period of time.
Cleaners are so nice for taking out support.
Musketeer doing what Musketeer does. Very low HP Dragon is as well, having to use his clears defensively.
Nerzl really needs to get these bridges, because if Dragon gets some mana points, he can stack Golems, and that might be too much for Nerzl to come back if he doesn't have the bridges at the moment.
Right.
But here we go.
Stormbringer pinging face as well, needs to be careful. Right, this is the frenzy. Both players are frenzy. I don't know what that means. Just the frenzy spam. He can cycle as well. He's got face damage potential. That's going to be it. Nerzl's back in this. Nerzl takes this 1-0, and there was one point in that match, Todd, with the red golem and the blue golem on face. Nerzl was taking a lot of damage. It looks very, very dicey for him at that point, but he was able to stabilize.
I was worried. Yeah, Dragon got a little bit of the XP lead, right, to get to the Dragon, and I thought that push was gonna, the next push was going to be lethal, right? Talking about how Nerzl really cannot afford to take any more face damage. But Curse Bearer being a crazy powerful tool, deals with the dragons, deals with the red golems and the rock rivals. Tough cards for that deck to go up against. And as DeathShoott was saying towards the end, Bounceberry Flinger's doing a really good job at dealing with support. It was nice seeing the Annihilator. We saw it, absorbing a little bit of damage and still dealing some DPS, but also dying at very crucial fights that could have turned the tide of this battle.
Mm-hmm. And also, it's just rough for Dragon, because practically, or you know what, let's include Bounceberry Flamers in here, and say that half of Nerzl's deck is a counter. Because Barry's a mover of support, Curse Bearer counters the big things, Musketeer counters the Golem, Snakechute counters all of them, and Stunlancer delays all of them. It was very rough for Dragon. I think it was kind of bold to go for such big units, but maybe he just didn't think Nerzl would run back the Slither, and then, he did, so that was just unfortunate for Dragon. And
the Snake Druid being really problematic too, you're right, yeah.
Yeah. We spoke about how the Slither faction is so strong with so many control mechanics, and you saw it perfectly illustrated there. Right, 1 game all. Best of 5, our second semi-final. The winner will place against Set in the grand final. Dragon against Nerzl.
Keen Puff, and this Keen Puff right now it has Pincer of Dread, Rock Rivals, and Boom Buggy. And Dragon has left the game, so I bet there was a slight mishap here. Let's see. They both banned Milloween, right? That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, they both banned Milloween, and Dragon was on Milloween.
So what we need to do, what we need here is we need Nerzl to finish the game. Because if both players leave the game, you can get into a weird situation where the game doesn't end, so every time they try to load, they load back into it or something.
Mm-hmm. And this is why I write my bans down, because it helps me remember. I don't know what Dragon does for his system. Maybe nothing, but
you write it on a little scrap of paper and then put it under your cap like Sinobii used to do.
No, I actually just type it inside Discords that I'm active in, so that when I type it in your Twitch channel, I type it in my DMs with Sinobii and with my opponent, just so whenever I look at something, I see my bans. Well, and now it's Nerzl's game, right? He can decide to restart, or he can decide to take the win. So we'll see what happens.
What's the rules? Because he immediately left.
There's no 30-second rule or anything, unless that got recently changed.
Your opponent does have to accept to relaunch the game. But I don't think anyone's ever declined that request to start a new game. And I was reading the rules. It actually does indicate that the person using an illegal deck should only change out what makes it illegal. So in reality, I believe Dragon should have to run that deck with a different master, based on how the rule is written. Now, whether it needs to be enforced to that degree, I'll leave that to the admins to decide, right?
Dragon
but that is how the rule is written.
Saying that they're just going to remake, and then saying something else as well.
So the rule is that starting with an illegal deck results in a game loss for the offending player. However, if the issue is discovered within the first 60 seconds, which it was, both players may choose, and that's important there, both players may choose to restart the game. Right.
Oh, here we go.
Looks like that's what's happening.
That was quickly handled. Nicely done. They both just quickly went over it, and here we are, going smoothly into the actual third game.
And Dragon is using the same deck here now that I view his hand, right? So he's making sure that he's following the rules for a restart.
And Nerzl is running very heavy Slither. He's got Impatient Statue, he's got Slithering Summons, he's got Herald, and he's got the lovely Chain Gang.
So Nerzl switch deck. Do you think, is that appropriate?
I think that
is permitted in the rules actually as well. It only restricts Dragon's deck choice.
Mm-hmm.
The Dragon really shot himself in the foot a little bit there. And it's always surprising to see these top players making those sort of little mistakes, and as DeathShoott said, he's got a system. Maybe some of the other players need a similar system. Right, so
Slither can shut these down.
Yeah, does have a heal, but it's not really going to achieve anything here. Fireball comes in, decent fireball. Gonna save the bridges ultimately. Gonna get some extra damage outcoming here.
And it means that this brother now has to be answered, or just he's not taking. See, that fireball, due to its perfect placement, equaled I want to say 530 damage, I think is the correct number there, just because that fireball was perfectly placed. That's one of those things that you like to see at this type of gameplay.
Right, Brother again. Doesn't really want to get involved with that Musketeer. Musketeer goes down in the bear trap. Statue. Impatient. Hasted.
So Nerzl has yet to use Herald. I wonder why he's saving it. And also in this matchup, it's better for Nerzl that Dragon isn't on Netherwing, because that way there are no Arcane Missiles and there are no Arcane Golem, both of which are pretty solid versus Herald. But he is holding it right now, maybe to defend the next brothers? Who knows?
Right. Perk 2 for Dragon. That means Ruffles is now employed. Grab some mana immediately.
And there's the Herald with Diona Trap as well. That Diona Trap means that the brother got to face pretty easily, and this damage is heavy.
Oof. Still going. Another hit maybe from the brother. There we go. Herald's almost dead. There are many slithers available for it to res. Push coming back. Statue on face. Not going to do too much damage. Brother is again available.
Can Dragon kill these Slitherbound before Herald revives? That's the current question. If he can, then that just means that Herald is done for. If not, this push is going to be even more threatening. I
was going to say, he's got 3 cool Slitherbounds attached to the Daggerfall, so it was likely we were going to see that. We did. There's the res. Not a big res. It's getting aggroed away. That's kind of annoying.
Yeah, can he work with that at all? He does have Impatient Statue. Interesting.
It could potentially work out. Heal from Ruffles. Right. It's only going to res the one time, so that's... That's already revived, cheated death. Not exactly sure how they call it, but...
Nerzl's trying to get out. It looked like he was trying to get out Impatient Statue with the haste, but I don't know, it just looked kind of sketchy. He needed to use his call Slitherbound before they just died.
These two brothers, oh my god, there's a heal as well. It's going to be disgusting, I think. Oh, that's going to be too much. Dragon, we've seen many times before he's used the brothers, and I think, if I'm correct, when he used the brothers setup, Brothers of the Burning, Brothers of Light, he used that as a... This is a deck that works with anything, really. He would play that with different masters.
Yes.
So maybe having to force the change to a different master didn't really hurt him too much in that situation. Right, so 2-1 to Dragon. He's got 1 foot in the grand final.
And yeah, see, again, it's a super heavy Slither deck, and I think it's a negative. I don't understand why this is the way people are playing Slither, because as far as I've seen, I've never seen this type of Slither in besides out of casual gameplay, and now we're seeing it all over the tournament. I don't understand why people are going so heavy. I personally think that light Slither is better, where you use Herald or you use Slithering Summons, and you play a lot more of a balanced deck rather than the all-in Slither. It seems greedy to me to play all of these Slither cards in one deck, where you could instead be cycling your answers quicker and have a smoother time controlling the match. I don't understand the value from it, to be honest.
Right. So you were talking about writing down the bans. Tibbs in the chat says, did you start writing down the bans after you accidentally used the deck with Blast Crystal but never played the card and won anyway?
No, I don't remember. There was no key moment when I started doing it. It's just a habit I got into. And I suggest Dragon does the same, and here we are into the next game.
Okay, here we go. Right. A cursed Morelia.
Dragon's on Morelia, and Nerzl went back to this Keen Puff, which is pretty good for him. I don't know if it's the same deck, because I've seen different cards this time, but he does have Curse Bearer, he still has Rock Rivals, and he's got Arcanist, so... Rock Rivals and Curse Bearer and Arcanist are both going to be very good in this match, and I think it is the same deck, because now Boom Buggy has shown up in Cycle.
Hey. So,
oh no.
I mean, we saw Dragon use the Coax a number of times, but didn't get much value out of it. But with Rock Rivals in play, that could change.
Very true, especially if he uses it right here. If he uses it against this Rock Rivals push, then that means that Nerzl can't support it, and we'll see if that does anything. Oh, but very bridge smart.
So Dragon was 1 step ahead, but Nerzl was 2 steps ahead.
Still taking out the Rock Rivals pretty effectively, because it just can't do anything versus these little skeletons.
And the mistake a lot of players make with the Coax is that they play it way too early. They reveal it, just surviving at the top there, and that allows your opponent to play around it. Oh, I won't spawn anything next to the golem or things like that. Dragon played it at the right time, but Nerzl was ready with the bridge switch.
Yeah, and even I was gonna say something before the bridge swap. Nerzl played Curse Bearer, and so even if Curse Bearer got hypnotized, that would have been very good for Dragon, because the curse doesn't change sides. It's still blue team's curse, or the team that I'm expecting is blue. And so it still wouldn't have been that good for Dragon. And then that bridge swap, that was very wisely done.
I always struggle against King Puff. I just don't pay enough attention to what I'm playing against, and always end up getting bridge switched to Oblivion.
Blastmancer is very good in this match because it's going to shut down Nerzl's King Puff perk 3. Well, because they have 50 HP, so 2 Blastmancer explosions and then the Night Puffs are dead. So I'm thinking Dragon's going to be using that as a very good counter card. And then Rock Rivals, I don't see him getting great value from it here because there's so many skeletons around, and his only AoE minion is Arcanist, and then there's also Boom Buggy, but that doesn't even one-shot the skeletons.
Blast Monster is a great answer to Jolo as well. Oh, he put those scrats down to try to save it, but it does so much damage that you have to soak so many of the hits that it's really almost impossible in most situations.
I wonder if it'd be more balanced, and this is ignoring the fact to get one more Sword of Curse Ascension, but I wonder if it'd be more balanced if it did like 250 damage in 2 attacks that were more spread out in duration and how they happen, because then you'd actually be able to block it more. But when it's 5 100 damage attacks, it's, you know, even mini horde cards can't save your units.
Yeah, but it's very strong, probably over strong. Discussed before, right?
I hate those over strong
Cursed
cards, you know.
Ascension.
And that's at 3.5 minutes, so this is very good for Dragon. Look at that damage.
Bam. Almost dead.
Well, he did save Jolo, I guess. And he's getting another bridge up in 11 seconds, so some decent base damage play.
Yeah, Nerzl needs to get to perk 3 immediately. He needs that perk 3 push.
Yeah, well,
he would really like it to deal with the dragon.
Yes, but my concern there is that if Dragon does a very good job supporting his dragon with Blastmancer, then Nerzl just has a very hard time actually doing something about it. He does have Pincer of Dread to distract, but we'll see. Yep, there's Pincer of Dread, but that was a strange moment to use it, if you ask me. Very weird. Right. And now, see, if he swaps, then Dragon's on the... Yeah,
perk
but
3
then
available. Nothing on the bridge, though. And that's the problem. Your perk 3 as King Puff can sometimes not help you too much if you're having to defend too hard.
The dragon got off the bridge. He couldn't swap into the Curse Bearer. No. And here comes Toll of the Dead. Oh dear.
This is a problem because that's... Oh my goodness. That is a healthy dragon. The Curse Bearer is going to start shredding the Golem as well. The Golem's spanking the dragon, but the dragon's still got a lot of HP. Needs some support. And the dragon is just one of the problems that Nerzl is facing right now. Dragon, one step in the grand final. Nerzl's going to go down here. Dragon is not going to be able to be denied. Dragon's dragon is too much.
Yeah, that was very, very well done.
Well timed on the Toll of the Dead. Like, he had that card to use and activate, and it seemed like he intentionally saved it to coincide with that big push.
I guarantee you he did, because in a previous game he DM'd me and said that he was trying to do that. So
it looked really good because he had the option to take a bridge with a reduced toll and activate it, and he's used something different. He used a Grenadier, which like wasn't really doing much other value. And yeah, with the dragon push, all those skeletons popped up and made it hard to defend. Man, Dragon is such a good player, showcasing a few different decks, but then just executing very highly on them.
Yeah, he's been going through the same thing, where he just bans the main AoE cards, Grenadier and Whirly, and then he plays as a curse deck, and it's practically uncontested in its ability to win with the matchups he's getting. And that is Nerzl getting 3rd/4th, good performance, and then we will be moving on to the final game, where Set will hopefully get to win his tournament. Or either that, or Dragon will have another crown for his collection.
Set and Dragon, Bridge Baddie, Face Off, man.
Sinobii, not too
What
experienced
card
with
is
the
this?
game. Not too up to date with the game's current new cards. I bet that Set sent the picture since he has the game in a different language.
Oh, that's a good point.
So I think it's most likely Dragon's gonna go for the exact same bans, but you know, will we see any changes between their styles that they've been doing throughout the entire tournament?
Okay.
Because Dragon's just been doing so solid, and Set has just been doing so solid. And in the games they had, it was where Dragon lost to Rekt, right? But this time, Rekt can only be played once, so we'll see how it goes.
Right, let's restart the games and we'll get ready for our grand final.
I want to see this Accursed deck go up against what would be a good matchup that Set's been playing. Probably, I think the Rekt might be interesting.
Okay, seen lots of games today. Set really been dominating, but Dragon is a very, very experienced player, playing well in these last few sets here. Anyone's
I think
game.
Curse Bearer is actually a pretty strong card to ban potentially, and then just run some big boys. Or is it telegraph too much if you're banning that card?
I think that it'd be pretty easy for Dragon to put in Hugger and also have harmful souls still for damage.
Yeah.
That'd be my main concern. Your microphone sounds kind of strange, Fish.
Still sound weird?
No, you're back now. That was something.
You sounded robotic and far away.
Maybe I am. Don't judge me. Okay, player one is gonna be... Let's have a look. Dragon versus Set. Dragon versus Set. Okay. Can you guys see the stream? Can you tell me if the game's finished on the stream yet?
Yes, it is. You
It
just
has.
ran away from your computer.
Right. Dragon, spectate. Ooh. Do we have ban information yet? I think we're still waiting on that, aren't we?
Sinobie's still translating what harmful souls is, so you know.
Oh, okay.
I think he's typing out the bans now. So we going back and forth for the grand finals, match after match.
Seems good.
Fine with me. Right.
So yeah.
What I was going to say is just remind everyone that this is GGtoor's Knights Duel number 9. We're at the grand final stage. It's Dragon versus Set. This event is provided by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the Minion Masters developer. Big shout out to those guys for supporting the event. We're going to see what the ban information is between these players. Whoever wants to go, go.
Well, so we see Dragon doing the exact same thing he's done throughout the entirety of the tournament. Melloween, Whirly Scrat, and Grenadier, all down the drain from Set being able to play them. And then Set, he decides that Harmful Souls is not going to have a place in this fight, and kicks that on out of here. No more Harmful Souls for Dragon. Then Grenadier ban, and, you know, it's just the regular. They both ban Melloween, just making sure that she can't come in, Dragon Nest can't come in, get those out of here.
Hey.
So, do you think Dragon slots out Harmful Souls for Navir Slumbers, potentially? Not quite as strong in the early game, but can help close out games when you get Navir online.
Would definitely say that'd be stronger than Nivu's Breath. I think they're both options, but Nivu's Breath, I'd describe it as terrible before you hit a Cursed Ascension, and
It is terrible.
Even 1v1. So I think Nivu's Slumbers would be a decent choice, but again, we'll see Set. He could run Curse Bearer. It's one of those cards that you could replace another tank in your deck with, and it's just slightly weaker but it trades off the fact that you can just answer giants very easily.
Bans are in. Players almost ready.
Big shout out to Bad as a Fish 80 for also giving this tournament a home on Twitch. And I am pleased to be joined by DeathShoott as Defogo honors my restraining order against him. So thanks, DeathShoott, for making this a nice place to be.
No problemo. And
Yeah.
shout out to this person called tODDlife, who rumor has it has been commentating the tournament this day. Don't know why I said it like that, but
Right. Which one of you guys is first?
I'll start.
Okay. Alright. Fair enough. I was gonna say rock, paper, scissors, but I guess, you know.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to casually eat a Kit Kat while we're waiting.
Cool. And then you just talk like this for the first game. Sounds good.
So Jackie mentions, is this single elimination? Yes. Single elimination.
So right now we still have Dragon and deck building, but Set is sitting on the main menu. So Dragon might be wondering, he might be thinking about his curse deck right now, about what he wants to do with that harmful soul slot. Okay, now they're both on menu, so in theory it will be starting. Theoretically.
Make promises.
I didn't. Don't worry, it's a theory, Fish. It's just theory.
You're a theory.
Oh, well, that's just plain out rude. I don't know if I can accept that.
Right. You've
Here
missed
we
any of
go.
the action. This will be on YouTube, probably tomorrow. Look out for it. But here we go. This is game number 1 of our grand final. It's player A against player B. Take us away, Todd.
Yeah, oh baby, Dragon is on Mordar, the Perkless Master. We'll see what he can do here. I did play a few random, or some prima games with Dragon, and he was on, I think, this Mordar deck, yeah, with Rock Rivals and Colossus in it. So we'll see how this shows versus Set. Maybe something different for Set to see. You know, haven't seen any Mordar, so does Set have a stun to deal with this? Who knows?
Very ballsy to play Mordor.
Mordor is one of those masters that can win even when behind. Experience is the thing. Like when Mana Frenzy starts and Mordor is just doing his entire field damage and getting value on resurrections. It doesn't necessarily matter that he's not generating mana as quickly.
That's
The value
beautifully
comes
done,
somewhere
though.
else. Very
No
well
res.
positioned on the Succubus.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, this is very strong. Yeah, it doesn't
Either
look
of
like
these
we-
resurrections are fine for Dragon too, the Succubus or the Colossus here.
Doesn't look like there's a
Obviously
stun available
preferring
for
the-
Set at all.
Okay, gonna resurrect the Succubus. Probably no, the Succubus can run out of range. Oh, okay, I guess the Prowler stays aggroed on the Succubus there, which is kind of a niche interaction.
Spirit,
Got a
though.
fireball
is-
that? No, it doesn't care.
Spirit's kind of frustrating there. Oh, did that just change target because of the aggro? Yeah. 'cause
Oh,
of
the
taunt.
taunt!
Oh, this is a
the
massive,
taunt.
scary little push.
This is a scary push.
Mus-
Oh, but he's right. Obviously, he's
Oh,
got
the
a,
Musketeer! That was a misplay,
He's
I
the
think.
Musketeer. I was gonna say that's such a good card to deal with Colossus, and then boom, takes 2 hits and
Could have
dies.
been almost perfect. Right, this is huge face damage coming out.
Another swipe. And
Wow.
Colossus is going to tee up against these Blood Imps, maybe. Oh, no, it doesn't. That could be huge damage, too. Yeah, Mordor was already kind of doing his thing, so the Blood Imps probably weren't going to survive.
There's the hill, but again, we see the Spirit. Herald's gonna get... Oh, is Herald... Oh, I thought Herald may have re-aggroed then. It's good value from
Herald
Herald,
is
though, but-
expensive, so for it to die like this is rough. Even though it deals a lot of damage to the Colossus, it's not getting all the value that Set wants, I don't think.
Scary.
What's going to res here? The Jolo is getting poisoned. Yup.
Oh, an amazing res.
Not the best res, but honestly, it's still not awful.
The
but
Snake
not
Druid
awesome.
may be Set's best friend right now. That thing's gonna
Dragon
trade.
has a bunch of tools, though. He's got a drone walker, he's got like a little stint, and the Succubus, plus the Fireball, which may be used later when he's trying to kick on more pressure.
But Set does have a good XP lead. But once you get to perk 3 as Mordor, you're back kind of in regular Mordor, double Tombstone that's when you're going to start getting some good value. But Herald's going to trade incredibly well here. No unholy ground, nothing like that to pull it down. But yeah, the reses are going to start coming thick and fast here.
And this is a good opportunity to confirm the bug. Oof. Yep, that Succubus does not resurrect with haste, as it should.
Yep. Confirmed. FDM.
Confirmed.
Take a photo. Right, Blood Imps are out. Sets at 719 HP. No real way to punish them at the moment. Ballsy. Brave. Let's find out. Both players taking a decent amount of face damage, but Set's in control XP-wise and has a dragon. Doesn't really want to get the dragon tangled up too much with the golem.
Yeah, Dragon's got some nice tools to bridge grab and avoid them being resurrected, right? Like, Swarmers will run into lethal damage, so you can use them to grab bridges and dive before you're trying to get your Tombstones online. Plus, we saw the Spirit Vessel. Spirits are pretty nice in these big dude decks. And hopefully something that he can expect to die before he's trying to get Tombstones online as well.
Right, here come the reses.
This Dragon is low on health.
Yeah, I'm surprised
being on his side of the field.
I feel like he could have used the Snake Druid to stop the dragon taking a beating.
Yeah, kept it out of range, but...
right, Dragon's...
that's a bad res. The stint is unfavorable, but... The Dragon's still in really good control here.
I'd really like to kill this Succubus here. Not gonna, though.
Nope.
XP still in Set's favour, but this is where Mordor can start to ramp up with the reses. Okay, Snake Druid again, getting so much value, just keeping things away from face. Going for the heal, gets the double heal. That could be very important there. Okay. Musketeer is going to have a good time.
Yeah, this Drone Walker, or aimbot, has haste now, so it's going to be a nice little support buddy for this Colossus.
Looks like Set's too far ahead right now.
Is Set gonna hit Frenzy? I don't know. I will not count Dragon out here. What's he gonna do to absorb this?
Viable. That's
he did just take the Prowler on face though. He had the Swarmers to maybe deal with it. Oh, it re-aggroed again on the Snake Druids, so it grounded that, even though it was previously on face.
Right. Set is 9 XP away.
He's hoping the stint dies before the Tombstone comes online. Pretty close. Now the Tombstone's online, hoping for a good res here to stay in this match.
This is such a problem, though. Dragon's going to start taking face damage. Mana Frenzy for Set. Golem spawns, but doesn't spawn with a taunt, so that's another statue hit on face. And I think this is just another example of just how many control tools Slither decks have.
Yep. And this Herald has actually been really good on Set's side of the field, even though Dragon's been playing well around it. It's just healthy enough where the Fireball's doesn't deal with it, and it does look like this is sliding very in Set's favor at this point.
Yeah, if he's using Tombstones like that, he's just hanging on. This is way too much. Dragon's going to lose this first game of the Grand Final. Set's going to take it. Set dominating today's event and continuing to do so the first game into the final. DeathShoott, what do you feel regarding Mordor being played?
You know, I think it was actually very weird, because it didn't even seem like Dragon did anything wrong. He was getting these really good revives. He was holding pressure and he just couldn't catch up on XP. And I want to say that if he was actually reviving frenzied units, that had a good chance of making a difference. He revived some rock barrels. I'm pretty sure Colossus got revived at least once. Not certain on that though. I could just be dumb. And then, you know, it just didn't matter though. Like, I'm basically saying it felt like he did nothing wrong and he still couldn't win, which was really awkward. And Herald, yeah, once again, Herald, it was a killer here because he didn't have a clear answer. He was using Succubus to shut it down, but that didn't always keep up. Sometimes he just couldn't do that. And what I did find interesting though is if Set had Vortex in this deck, I personally think that'd make it better. Like, that Succubus repeatedly shut down the Herald with relative ease, whereas if he had Vortex, he'd just Vortex them all together. Nonetheless, though, Herald was the MVP in this match, where it just kept on non-stop getting value and shutting down the revives. It was quite intense.
Yeah, don't underestimate the Snake Druid's importance in that game as well, especially when he dropped low HP. Being able to keep those big units away from his face, very important.
It was basically another situation that Dragon had in the in the semifinals, where he was playing a giant deck versus Slither, and then he lost. That's basically what just happened again, just with different decks.
Yep. Is it risky at this stage in the tournament to play a deck that can potentially be countered like that? If you're playing a regular control deck, there's a chance that you're not just going to get hard countered, whereas...
I think so. Because this is I mean, when Slither is around like this, you're taking too big of a risk, in my opinion. Maybe he didn't expect Set to run it. I think that's a fair assumption, is that he didn't think Set would run it, because I'm pretty sure Set on stream has only ran Slither once, and it was a loss. So he just took a chance, and it didn't work out. And yeah, that was also an interesting interaction, right? How Prowler, even with the Rock Rivals taunt, Prowler stays aggroed on Succubus with the jump, because he just doesn't change targets, and then she jumps away, she's in Prowler lunge range, and it just annihilates her.
Now,
yeah, I was surprised to see that. If the Succubus would have lived there, it would have been interesting. And then later on, Dragon loses his Succubus to a Prowler too, when he could have drawn the aggro to something else.
Oh, actually, I did forget to mention this, and this is actually, I would say this is a game changer. So, you guys mentioned earlier there were Bloodums crossing the bridge, then Mordar murdered them, and so he couldn't take them out with Colossus, whereas I think Set was at 700 HP at the time, and the Colossus swing, that's 275 times 5, you know, divided by, I mean, minus 0.25, you know, however you want to say that. And that would have been a game ender.
Okay.
Okay. Right. It's okay. It's fine. And so, you know, like, what I think he could have done is he should have been more aggressive with his Colossus, I think. See, I don't remember the mana at that time. Maybe he could have done it, but there was a second time where he had Rock Rivals in hand, and the Blums were crossing the bridge again.
Yep,
and
exactly.
What Set could have done was he could have placed Rock Rivals right at the bridge, and that would have gotten some serious damage.
Game number 2. DSu's on this one, I believe. Just checking with the predictions. 80% of channel points have been bet on Set. Most people bet on Dragon, but a lot of people put a lot of pellets on Set. So,
and right now we're seeing that APEP that Dragon has been running. I don't know if it's the same one, but it looks like it. Although it can't have Harmful Souls now. That's a key difference here. Is he has to have something else in there. I do see a Once Bitten though. That is strong and a good replacement. So that's 4 mana to keep the top bridge. I am sketchy of that one. It's okay though. I mean, maybe it's a strange hand. Who knows?
right. Looks like a very similar, if not the same Slither deck, just switched master.
Yeah. That's what we talked about earlier. Slither decks are that kind of versatile. Well, okay, so Dragon does have Defenso, which is definitely going to come out here. And is Set jumping on that Defenso? No, okay. Bridge control.
The Defenso is going to be decent to handle the Herald.
And Cursebearer gets the bridge. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, what happened there? It was contesting the bridge and then stepped off before Setsu vacated
it was the
bridge.
prediction.
Really interesting.
Yeah, because Cursebearer wasn't getting the final hit that Ghost Turret was. Therefore, Cursebearer walked away because of the deck prediction, and so the bridge was kept. That was pretty wild.
Yeah. See some weird things with the death prediction. The game knows something's going to die, so stuff de-aggros and moves on.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, it's supposed to be for your benefit, but it sometimes isn't.
Right. Big slithering summons. Here's the
like
problem with the Soul Stealer. It's just, I was just gonna say the problem here with the Soul Stealer is just too fast. You want it in the back line. You want it supporting.
And yeah, I do like that we're seeing regular living statue. I'm pretty sure we're seeing regular living statue, unless I'm crazy, instead of impatient statue. I'm pretty sure that's the situation going on here.
No, I think this is the impatient statue, but it's got a bad leg.
Oh, okay. Alright, I bet that. Oh, yeah, Musketeer is still such a good card, even after that HP nerf. I think you were saying to me earlier that you think it was kind of strange that Musketeer was the targeted card to get nerfed with Slither being so strong. It's still pretty viable, just there's those little
I think it was just the case that Slither overall was too strong, so they just kind of threw some nerfs at some cards that you tend to see in those decks.
A lot of poison on that warp. It's going to go down here.
You get more as well.
Stint Living, some nice support.
XP equals Set has taken a lot of damage, hasn't done much damage to Dragon, and of course you tend to find Setsu wants to be aggro, wants to get onto face at that perk 3 and start shredding, but against Apep with that shield, it's not quite as straightforward as that.
Yeah, and since this, I would say this is more of a control Setsu given the circumstances. He can't, well, he can be aggressive, but Slither, I would say, is typically not aggressive early game. You can sometimes stack up that mana value mid-late game. So we'll see. And that Spirit, well, that timing, that was insane.
Nice bridge grab at the bottom, but I think it's going to... Okay, he's going to get it back. Yeah, the Musketeer jumping back, grabbing that bridge. Nice little use. Right, XP lead for Set at the moment.
This is the push head. This is the push that you are nervous about facing when you don't. He doesn't have an answer.
Herald.
Yeah, and now here comes Setsu, and Setsu's gonna add even more pressure right here. And if that
Herald
Setsu
doesn't
as
have
well.
to...
Yeah, but if it takes out this thing, oh, it gets out another hit. Okay, that's very good for Dragon. Because that means it just gets stalled and it's away from the rest of the push. It took more damage. This is not as threatening as it otherwise would have been, but it still
needs to be handled though. And Apep's DPS, especially with no, is it 5 mana cards in his hand to buff
Yes, it is.
not helping him at all there.
Interesting that he decided to take the 400 damage from the Herald instead of using Totem then, and is instead using it now, which I think didn't get us. I think that was a bit of a misplay. Pretty sure blocking that 400 damage would have done more, because it didn't really stop the statue or anything.
He was in the awkward situation there where he wanted to play his shield, but didn't have a safe spot anywhere really to play it in front of the statue, so it didn't last too long. Set's got himself an XP lead at the moment and done some reasonable face damage.
Now these berry fleeters, I'd call that a bad and a good perk 3, because on Apep when you get them for free, the Myriad version is not free. I don't know if that's a bug or not, that could be decided, but the good side is that's some nice anti-air, because even when they're not attacking Herald, they can damage Herald. They are attacking Herald here, so he did get anti-air, which is, I'd say, all around a good perk 3.
I mean, I feel like the Myriad version shouldn't be free, because then you're effectively getting free cards instead of...
I agree with that, otherwise it'd be absolutely insane. That does make sense. Even more face damage, but oh, the XP lead though, that is really standing out here.
Yeah, Set knows he doesn't need to be really offensive, doesn't need to push face or anything like that, just needs to hold the bridges and get to his perk 4. Saved it. Mana Frenzy. Stint grabs the bridge, nicely done.
And this living statue's going across right before Set hits Mana Frenzy, which just is, you know, that's really bad for Dragon. He's already not in a good position, and that living statue just means that he is another thing to worry about right when Set's hitting Mana Frenzy.
Right, Set looking to take a 2-0 lead here. Dragon hanging on, but we've got Setsu, perk 3, now Mana Frenzied. It's going to be so much pressure, and the summons as well can just get out of control.
Yeah, Dragon threw out the GG because he doesn't see a way out from this.
He knows.
He's not pressing any more
Stop
buttons.
playing. Okay, that's game number 2 to Set. The power of Slither. And I know from speaking to Dragon that he's frustrated with playing against Slither. And I feel like he said before that he didn't want to play Slither, so it'd be interesting to see if that changes or not. But Set in a strong position.
Yeah, is Set the Dragon Slayer? Because Dragon consistently puts on really good performances in all tournaments. And Set has kicked it into another gear. We've been seeing him put a lot of pressure on the GGtoor tournaments, the Night's Duel, as well as your tournaments, being a 2-time winner. So something about how these two players interact has just been, you know, lending towards Set's favor. And maybe it does come down to deck selection a lot. We know how that can impact games. So we'll see what Dragon brings in the third match. Now, if you're facing the same deck again, first of all, what master do you think Set is going to use to rerun Slithers? And then what tools do you bring to deal with it? Like, is Defenso Chopper that good against Herald of a Moon? I've heard people say both ways, right? Like, it's nice to get the stun, but Defenso loses that fight unless you're bringing other damage to the table.
Yeah, I don't think Defenso's the answer. I think it's the support. And then not only that, but then you're spending 5 mana already, and you gotta spend more mana on anti-air unless your master just happens to be doing good enough to clean it up. And so it gets expensive. And yeah, I think that wall's very good versus Herald because it's 2 mana.
Wall.
Yeah, 2 mana that makes him do 200 damage to himself. That's what I like.
And can help you kite statues and stuff too if you really want. It has a lot of uses in this fight.
Yeah, but also now if you want to be ballsy with it, straight up Beam of Doom, that could be good, but that's risky, you know.
Yeah,
Right.
because that like kills it past its revive, right? Yeah.
You basically just can't use it if you have Beam of Doom.
Play cards.
Todd, you're on this one, are
Okay.
you?
I am here.
Let's
All
go.
right.
This could be the final game of today's tournament. GGtoor's Night's Duel number 9. Dragon against Set in the grand final. Set 2-0 up.
Set on APEP, so that is kind of like the Slither Master of choice, one of them. I'm not sure if he's running that deck or not. Dragon seems to be leaning back on his Ascension, so we'll see what Dragon slots in for those other cards that were removed. The Harmful Souls.
Yep, Set is playing a Slither deck. Got summons in
Oh,
there.
Coax the Diplomancer is actually maybe a good answer to Herald. Because it's mostly problematic when you have other things that you're worried about, but you could turn that Herald into your friend with a Coax.
One for Set. Slither bounds.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, come on. Really?
Oh.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's really rough.
Coax can do a good job though, turning that statue into.
And it's going to slow the statue down. It's going to kill
unit,
these.
yeah.
Yeah. You could also ground, units if you can get it on the Snake Druid.
Right.
So this
Dragon's
Prowler's
gonna
going
be-
to jump and then. Oh, it's
Gonna
already
be
done being hypnoed.
sick to the back teeth of Slither for sure.
Pop, pop.
Once you pop, just can't stop.
The Slither don't stop, indeed.
There's the free Slither bounds.
Well, you
0
gotta use
mana.
Oh, nice.
For effectively 2 mana on your sacrifice.
Yeah, probably the best perk one for APEP when you're running this deck, right? Like, you can use it to grab bridges, and then you just refund 2 mana for free.
Pretty much. Dragon's taken a lot of face damage already. Coax is.
Ooh,
really
Coax
doing
is maybe on the
too
wrong
much.
side.
Yeah, it's being annoying there.
Is it
It does have
Yeah.
a surprisingly long range, but is it
Yeah.
surprisingly long enough? Yes.
Yep. Boom.
Okay, now
See,
that's
Herald takes out
Coax.
the... Yeah.
Yeah, that's Coax getting some value. That's probably the most value we've seen Coax get in
Today.
today's tournament. Entirety.
A little drain there, some Slithers, but there's still 5 Slithers on the board.
Yep,
4 of them. Yeah.
that's kind of disgusting. This is where they're
Curse
getting
Bear coming up
value,
next.
and then they're going to get sacrificed very shortly.
Yeah, Set looking to sacrifice these, I imagine. Poison the Curse Bearer, boom, new statue coming. But it is going into the Curse Bearer lane, yep, and he's Xing it. Oh, no, Dragon is Xing it. Okay, because, yeah, I'm watching Dragon side.
He's really struggling.
Not into it.
It's going to slow it down a little bit, but not really too much.
Not, yeah, like that 7 mana slows it down, but it's hardly any DPS on it.
Yeah.
Okay, can Dragon hold out until perk 3, and then what can he do with his Dragon? He has reached Ascension. So
Yeah,
Coax is
he's
a little bit, doing a little bit more, but still very dangerous
he's in a bad
situation
spot.
here.
2 games to
Yup.
0 down. Set perk 3. Looking to close out this if he can.
Yep, Dragon sacrificing his skeletons there just to draw aggro from Herald. Pretty much sacrificing that one as well. Set
Okay.
is, yeah, at his perk 3. Don't know what he pulled exactly.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Dragon is back to his other Coax though. Applying a little bit of pressure now that he's Ascension.
Yeah.
Not using Toll of the Dead though this round.
Little heal there. Blast
Yep,
Monster.
saving the Coax for the Slither. Yeah.
Blast Monster is
Nothing
the
in aggro
free
range
card
for the
that Set
statue,
got.
so it's really wasting that Hypno. Oh no, he does have Toll of the Dead. I'm mistaken.
But Blast Monster could be very important here against all the little skellies. Although there's not too many of them, but
The difference is you failed.
just not really able
This is
to
a
put any
tough
pressure. Yeah, not really able to put any pressure on the bridges. Coax again getting some value here.
Yep, pretty
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, that was decent. That was decent. He does have his dragon still to come, but he's a long way behind on XP here.
He will lose to Mana Frenzy unless he wins before that.
Yep.
I think.
He needs to win before he loses.
Yep, that's what I always say.
Dragon spawned defensively. See Coke's being effectively useless in this situation.
Yeah, using the curse here. So
That's
this is
just
a statue. Hopefully won't make it to face.
Yeah, and that's an example. We spoke earlier about Coke's being very strong, especially when it launched amongst lesser skilled players. And that's, you know, you see these players know as soon as Coke's is on something, don't spawn anything near it. Right. Is the dragon doing what it needs to do? At the moment, not really. It's fully stacked up on poison. It's getting absolutely spanked. Dragon 446 HP.
Coax is going to aggro on the Diplo here. Or sorry, Coax is going to aggro on the Herald.
Oh, Herald, he's
Killing
hitting
his own
face as
Slither
well,
units.
I think.
Wow,
he's hitting
he's hitting
face
face.
as well! And that's an interesting potential bug, is where AoE units like that, if they're hypnotized and they attack something near face, they will hit face.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, is this game on? Let's find out.
I know Show Me the Money's going to enjoy that play because
He
that's his
will
favorite thing to do.
love that,
is
yeah.
hypnotize damage to face, yeah.
Right, he's going to tank this
So
on
Dragon
face.
is running out of health. If he...
Okay, Diplomancer saving him here. Diplomancer, okay. Oh. Okay, the bottom is a bit of an issue.
That's how
he
I feel
can
about this.
tank it up, but there's nothing here for the Diplo to aggro on. The
Set in Frenzy. This... Ooh. Nope. Okay, nice job stopping the Prowler.
This is a lot closer than we were expecting, but oh, okay, that Prowler and the Musketeer. It's interesting that the Musketeer just wasn't able to get through it. Statue coming in. Oh, he's aggroed back.
Coax!
Oh my god, that's the power of Coax there. Coax. Oh, what's he going to
In
aggro
Mana
on now?
Frenzy,
Blast
hard to
Monster
push
doing.
past this Coax. This is huge. Gonna slap down these units.
Oh my goodness. Have we got game on here? I'm not sure. It's very close, but there's a big push coming out.
on these bridges. Yeah, you know, GG. Wow.
GG Set has taken it.
Yeah,
Set is
that was something.
He has been 3 times the losing finalist, but I bet he's punching the air right now. He is the grand final winner. He is the champion. Set has been in dominating form today, and he continues that in the grand final. That was closer than we expected at the end there, DeathShoott.
Yes, I give, major props to Dragon. I don't know if you can say whether or not he planned for that Herald to do what it did, but it's gotta feel also a bit bad that he just can't get out the rest of the damage needed to win. Nonetheless, he put up an outstanding fight for facing an Apep who decided to give a Slither deck 2 free cost Slither bound. And yeah, he really put all his chips in the pot, and that it's so sad that his Dragon didn't work out, because all you gotta. Yeah, it never got to attack the push, it was always being turned around, and then it just got completely annihilated by Herald. Yeah, it was too bad. And Slither, right? That was Slither in all 3 games from Set. Slither really just doing its business.
Yep. I'm being told that Set only dropped 1 game, and that was against Lazur in the entire tournament. So yeah, he just was in dominating form today. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to join us for an interview. He is having to run. But fortunately, he didn't have to run until after the final. If you paid attention to some of our previous finals, Set did get to the grand final, but had some reason why he had to be unable to play and had to go. So that was a real sad end to that event. But this event, he's been able to stay the entire time, dominated the entire time, and has closed out 3-0 against Dragon. And I mentioned a little while ago how Dragon was very frustrated with playing against Slither stuff, not really comfortable playing it himself for his own reasons, and it's really come up trumps for Set in the final there.
Yeah. Whew, it's just rough, right? Like, he just couldn't keep up, it felt like, with the value, and I think maybe he should have tried to counter a bit better. He didn't. He stuck with his decks, and it almost worked out, right? But I wouldn't have been disappointed if we brought out a Beam of Doom, if he just decided to put that in there, or if he decided to run. Oh yeah, no. This was going to mention earlier as well. Is the fact that Harmful Souls was banned, right? So that is a very good card to counter Herald, and he didn't have that under his belt. Plus, it was a card he was using in his decks. So that was just an amazing
very
ban.
great ban. Wow, probably turned the tide, right? Because with Harmful Souls, that Herald gets shut down very hard.
So that's just an answer that he never had to worry about. Set didn't have to worry about that. And congratulations to Set. Very well done.
Yeah, big props. So,
So
in
one
lieu
thing-
of a set interview, DeathShoott, how do you feel like you performed today?
You know, I don't have a funny thing to say to that, so
Okay.
unfortunately, I think
Just like the rest of the cast.
Yeah, you know, so
So
boring.
one of the things that made that final game so close was when he was able to get the coax on the Herald, and the Herald was slapping stuff near face and doing face damage. We alluded to the fact that that may be a bug, and there's a bit of a discussion going on in the chat now, including one of the developers. FDM is here. He says it's not a bug. Show Me the Money says one of the other devs told him it was a bug. How do you guys feel about that? Do you think does that make sense if you hypnotize something that does AoE damage and then it attacks something near face that it also does face damage?
I think that it's fine as long as they as long as you can still attack buildings with hypnotized units. I don't think it's a bug, and you can attack buildings with hypnotized units. I don't see it as much different.
So,
Yeah, but hypnotized units will target buildings. Hypnotized units will not target a tower. Not that I'm really mind one way or another. But as you were saying, like with Curse Bearer, it's not like that curse flips sides when you hypnotize that unit. It's definitely a very nuanced issue. But we saw how much it could impact a game. I mean, that almost turned the match around. If one more hit or two more hits would have been lethal there.
Mm-hmm. The one that I think is really weird is how Boom Buggy can attack tower. I think that one's weird.
And like ATG, right? Things that have multiple targets, right? It's aggroed onto something, but it has other projectiles that then will go to random targets, which can include your own face. It's
like actually targeting face. It's not just the AoE areas hitting face. Like the Boom Buggy is actually targeting face. It's finding that as a target and locking onto it.
Boom Buggy like aggroes one thing and then hits a bunch of stuff. So it's not targeting it. It just also happens to hit it kind of like AoE stuff, but also different because they are single target shots.
And in that match where the Herald hit the face, the one we just finished, if circumstances were different and there were Blood Imps on the field, like Blood Imps died, I don't know where they were, but I saw them dying right as that was happening. If circumstances were different and there were Blood Imps on the field that Dragon could have capitalized on, who knows, it could have been a win.
Wow.
Yeah.
Closer than expected, but very exciting.
Yep.
Okay, well, a big shout out to everyone that took part in today's event. Dragon and Set doing a great job here in the final. We saw lots of great games thanks to everyone that took part. We had some players that we've seen a lot over the tournaments and the years, but we've also saw some brand new players that we haven't seen in events before, and that's always great, you know, especially now that this was a Swiss event, because they were able to get a lot more gameplay than perhaps they would have done in a regular elimination. So let us know in the Discord, in the chat, wherever, let us know what you thought about running this event as a Swiss event, whether you were a participant or whether you were just watching from home, because this is the first time we've run it, and it seemed to run fairly smoothly. Sinobii did a great job, as always, behind the scenes, keeping everything running smoothly. We didn't have too much downtime. We got to see a lot of matches, a lot of gameplays for the new players as well, which was great. And yeah, I thought that went really well. Hopefully you guys did too.
I think it also gives more opportunity for newer players. Because we had some players who, you don't see those players. Like, I don't remember, you pointed one of them out, Todd, and they barely didn't make top 8.
They missed the cut, yeah.
Yeah, they were just about there. And so, if you guys think you guys can't make it, with the Swiss bracket, I think there's higher odds of I don't know, I don't want to say average players, but I guess I'll say average players making it to the top 8. There's a better chance now.
And I think we were able to watch a lot of very good matches because they start happening earlier in the Swiss rounds, as opposed to when you do a double elimination and you try and seed people opposite so that, they collect towards the end. We had good matches, very early on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what did we learn today? Set dominated, Slither very strong, Mordor
Harmful Souls pretty crazy.
Well,
in situations or useless.
What I think is interesting about Slither though is that it picked up just about as many when it did wins when other players were using it. I just think I don't understand why people are using it in strange ways, but when Set was doing it, he was doing the bulky version with slithering summons and with Herald, but it was more normalized. It didn't have as many of the off meta cards, and I just
no Gambler's Ball, no Rabid Prowler, which
Mm-hmm. And that is, I don't understand why other players weren't doing that, for being totally honest. I think that was just the way to go, and it worked out very nicely for Seth. He won every single tournament game with it.
Yep, and
Well,
he
He
dropped.
only
finals
dropped
game.
one game the entire tournament. Wow.
Mhm.
Crazy performance by him.
I know DeathShott's got to. I remember you got to a final before without dropping a game. I can't remember how the final went, but I remember that happening.
Oh, I think that was a win as well, if I dare say.
Okay. Do we have anything else to cover? I just started a giveaway, so we'll do that quickly at the end of the stream here. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. Thanks so much for you guys joining us. tODDlife, you've been here on the GGtoor events before. DeathShoott, it was your first event, so thanks so much for joining us. You
No
both,
problem.
as always, and expected, did a great job. Thanks to Sinobii as well, keeping everything running very smoothly. Thanks to all the players and you guys at home for joining and watching, taking part in the voting, all that cool stuff. Again, as I mentioned before, let us know what you thought about the Swiss format. Did you enjoy it? Did it, as a player, as a participant, as a viewer, what did you think about it? And of course, big shout out to GGtoor, Team Honor Frenzy, and Betadwarf for supporting the event. Hopefully we'll have many more of these events to come. So we just have a giveaway to draw, we have an awkward wave to do, and potentially that could be it. Todd started already, but just...
Well, that's what makes it extra awkward, right? When I start early, or
What are we going to do about DeathShoott with the awkward wave?
Or you can just move around my profile picture, maybe. You know?
That seems like a
just
lot
play
of
the
work.
troubadour music. Yeah.
Shall I wave with two hands
Yeah, just
to make up
that
for
sounds
it?
good. Cover for me, fish.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's pick a winner here. The winner is Underling. Congratulations to Underling, you've won a big dwarf pack.
Thanks again
300
for having us,
£15
Fish.
tickets. My
Yeah.
pleasure.
Sorry for cutting off your
No, it's okay. I
dwarf pack.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah, and DeathShoott,
Couldn't
thanks
do
for
it
joining
without
us today. And
Of course.
sitting out of the competition, I personally really enjoyed the insight you had to offer as a regular tournament player.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was great. So awkward wave. We need to figure out who we're going to raid, and then we can maybe get out of here. But yeah, any Minion Masters things that we need to talk about. Don't forget, check out my YouTube. There's a lot of cool stuff on there, Minion Masters related, patch notes. There's a video on there talking all about Ruby and Nats and a bit of gameplay with them. See the new cards in action. We'll have, of course, this event will be up on YouTube tomorrow or shortly. In a couple of days, so if you missed out on any of the action, you can certainly catch back up and watch it if you're looking to steal some decks, get some feedback from some of the players, see what's going on there. Don't forget, check out Minion Masters Remastered, get involved in the beta. Let's get a link in the chat for you there. You can play that on Steam, you can play that on Android. Get involved in that, see what you think, give your feedback. We see a few people streaming Minion Masters, which is great. Not too many familiar names, but that's a good thing as well. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't say it like that, fish. Okay.
That was an exact echo.
No.
And also, actually, Destroy makes a good point. The Herald Our Moon. Hold on, what am I going to say? Oh yes, I'm thinking like the Lash of Our Moon only does 10% damage to
10%.
face, but the actual Herald will do full damage to face, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
would assume so.
Yeah.
I mean, there was remember that bug that went away for a bit, you know, where Lash did full tower damage. That was
let's just
healthy.
play 3 of those. Just spawn
Yeah,
them
that
on
was
face
gross.
constantly. GG. Okay, we got our raid set up. We're going to get raid messages here. But yeah, thanks so much again for everyone involved. You guys are awesome. Thanks for being part of the Minion Masters community. Together we can make it great. Take part in events, play ladder, learn from some of the best players. Just have a lot of fun. Be part of the community. Join the Discord. Lots of good chats and discussions going on there about current cards, meta, players, masters, all things Minion Masters related. So I'm going to start... I kind of need a mouse hand. Doing the double wave is awkward. I'm doing a double wave now, Todd, if you want to... Yeah, Todd's doing the wax on, wax off.
I trust you guys are doing an efficient job covering for me.
I didn't hear you then, Todd. Did you mute yourself or did I mess up somewhere?
Oh, that's me. That's me.
Okay.
I muted myself.
I mean, I
You
knew
can't
you
silence
had.
me. Only I can silence me.
I just wanted to be respectful. I knew you were the
Yeah,
one
yeah,
that was
yeah.
messed up. I did it appropriately.
Of course.
Okay, so let's let me bring up the stream so I can see when we start waving, and then we'll get out of here.
And then
Right.
we get out of here.
We'll
Nice.
get out of here. I
Nice
can get some
work,
food.
guys.
Good
Claps,
job,
Yeah,
everyone.
I've got to
claps
eat
for
today.
everyone.
Yeah, you haven't eaten anything today?
Nothing at all.
Like, you don't even have a cam.
haven't
You have no
either.
reasons. You can sit there stuffing your face and
That's
no one
not
will know.
gonna make me do it. Jeez, Fish. Just because I can do that doesn't
You
mean
didn't
I'm
have
gonna
any
do
breakfast.
That,
I'm
alright?
so worried about you. You're
Stop.
wasting away.
Stop. What do you, Fish? It's okay. It's okay.
Message me later
make
and
it.
let me know what you ate.
I sure won't.
What am I gonna eat later? That's a good question.
Have
Probably
you
some
eaten
takeout.
yet, Todd? Or is Fish gonna yell
No,
at
I
you?
haven't.
Okay, Fish. Todd hasn't eaten yet. Fish.
Oh God. Yeah, but Todd's
It's
a
pretty
grown-up.
normal for me to not eat, though. I go through long periods of time without eating.
Oh my God, that doesn't sound healthy.
We call it intermittent fasting, and it's exceptionally
Oh,
healthy.
I see.
No, it works for some people and not for others.
I mean, when you phrase it like intermittent fasting rather than I just haven't
Right.
eaten anything, seems
Yeah.
a different setup. Okay, my arm's aching now.
Oh, I only start waving and then I stop. You're still waving?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll pick it back up.
This is all going to be in the VOD. It might not be on the stream, but it'll be in the VOD. I don't want
People want
I
to know
don't
about
think-
what we're eating today.
people to be let down by the lack of waving.
That's true.
Oh, okay. I need a hand for the mouse. Let's get our raid set up here. Okay. Gonna raid someone. I don't think I've raided them before. What's the worst that could happen?
Who's the target you're going for?
Find out. Ninfram.
Oh, it's a surprise.
Hold on.
Yeah, is that Baphomet,
Oh
right?
yeah, that's
Yeah.
back home tea.
Yeah.
I never know how to pronounce his name. I don't know if he has a mic, doesn't have a cam. Who knows?
But he has gameplay, like I used to in 2019 when I streamed.
Mhm.
Wow.
Bap is one of the best people in Bridge Baddies, and he tried to carry my Conquest one time, and we went up against Disclaimer twice in a row and lost, and then he just quit.
Yikes.
And we don't talk. He was just gonna carry my Conquest, or
I
I was gonna
know,
carry his.
he
Oh, I was carrying
doesn't
his, so it was
talk.
100% my fault.
He doesn't talk. I don't mind not being talkative, but because he doesn't talk, it makes me want to message him more when we're doing beam race just for the fun of it. Yeah, he
Yeah.
just doesn't respond. It's funny.
You're a monster.
Oh.
Oh,
Gotta
looks like
be
I'm
one and
waving.
no
Oh,
one
the
right
waving
there.
has started. Let's go.
That's a good wave
Okay.
you got there. Nice double hand wave. And here's gonna be me muted for a second.
Okay,
That's nice
yep.
too.
Okay. Let's get the raid on. Oh, shit. I have to raid the whole Twitch link. That's not correct. Follower or subscriber only chat.
Nice. Hold on.
Perfect.
I'll make sure to fix that. There we go. That's better.
Are you a mod?
No, I just made sure that ours is doing good.
What?
Nothing. You don't have to worry about it.
What do you... You'll fix what?
I just adjusted something, that's all.
Oh. I mean, that didn't
That
fix
looks
the
like mod
problem,
abuse.
though. That was just a different
No, you
annoyance. I
just-
thought you were like a mod in his channel. You're like, I'm just going to fix that, and then you did something completely unrelated to it.
I think you're looking at this from the wrong angle, Fish. I think I really helped you out.
Okay.
My favorite part about this is that everyone can't see this until 3 minutes later, so they just see it in emote mode. I'll turn it off.
We should have started a giveaway and then put it in emote only mode. Okay, I'm hitting the raid button. I've had enough. Bye!
See ya.
Okay, there we go. Raid has gone.
Oh, I
There we
can't believe
go.
I had to do that with you guys. I hate
Oh,
it.
God, I hate
Oh.
your